morning, gamers. I made a bit of a mistake this morning. I've been awake since I want to say it was about 10:30 in the morning, right? Which is early for me. I woke up early today because I was pretty excited actually. I had breakfast. I even had a dessert after my breakfast because my mom got me a little sweet treat this morning, and I couldn't wait until after dinner to eat it. I then sat down and at my desk, and before the stream, okay, I can speak English. It's been kind of cold recently. We were in a heat wave a couple weeks ago. No longer we're in a heat wave. It's been a week and it's already cold again, and I've had to have my heater on today because I'm freezing cold under all my layers. Before the stream, I went to go pee, and I was like, I'll just leave the heater on. It's pretty cold. My room will be nice and warm by the time we get back, right? And then I regret it. I peed for like 40 minutes, man. It's so hot in here now. I am reaping the consequences of my own actions. It's so hot in this room. I thought it would only be like 5 minutes. I guess not. Anyway, how is everyone doing? We're gonna pull for Alpha today. I tried not to get spoiled on the story. I've heard it's very good. I have seen nothing but praise for the story. I have seen a couple screenshots of some of the sprites. I'm rubbing my hands together evilly, but you can't see. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen Alpha in a suit. Which, it's got me very excited. Shall we pull? I'm not gonna do Fate banner, I'm sorry, I'm a coward today. I'm not gonna Fate. I'm gonna be normal. We're gonna pull like a normal person today. Which means standard. Only because I have more pity on the regular banner than I do on Fate for the Philo Tree banner. So yes, we're pulling on the regular one. What I'll do is character weapon club, then go back for seconds if we have any black cards left over. But I'm hoping we get lucky because I like Alpha quite a bit, and I've been staring at her skin, and I've been going, am I gonna get it? I'm gonna get the coding. I need someone to convince me either way because I'm still on the fence. I'm like, because it is if you've not seen it already by some miracle, it is the best coding in the game by far. It looks so good. Anyway, what's this? Alpha First Temple, trust. Because she loves me, and she's gonna come home. God damn it. I kind of have to give up on the idea of getting Alpha early if I'm pulling on the regular. The non-Fate. That's fun. Some enemy codings, there's better. You're biased and based. No. You put Alpha in a suit, you've got me dead. I don't think I can put into words just how much white hair, suit means to me as a combination, right? If you know me, you know. You know anything about me, you know. My ideal OC growing up was white hair suit. And that was like a theme in like every game that I played that had a character creator as like a kid. I just white hair suit. So just saying. It's fine, we're almost 30 pulls in, right? Should we get it to even 30 or... We'll get to even 30, there we go. My own sanity, unless it's Alpha right now. No, but it is. Eric.
Did that mission really have to take so long?
No matter how much time passes, I still think Leaf Hellfire is like the peak of Lee designs. I'm sorry. Right. We can now do temples. We have 3 more to go. I want an early so badly. Am I getting greedy? I think so. You have a question, you want to play this game and link to the story, can you start the story with free characters, whatever characters you get and whatever limited banner you luckily get? There have only been 2 limited banners in the game, and this is one of them. It's the new Philo Tree banner, but the characters in the story, like, what's the word? When you're playing the story, the game will give you the characters that are relevant to the story for you to play as it happens. Yes, is the answer, yes. Story gameplay is different from, like, outside of story gameplay. Come on. 10 more. Please, Alpha, let me go with pity. I'm not used to this. No! Pity gang! Ooh. I need to practice more English. I talk too fast. I'm sorry. I have a tendency to slur my words, which makes me probably more difficult to understand. Also, if the game is too loud, please tell me I can turn it down as well. But that is a me problem. Also, when it's a free fun for what's the second death to be?
Lucia.
I wanted to pre-farm the Alpha's memories, but the Grave Wiki hasn't updated yet, so here we go, the final 10 full. Come home to me. Come on, Alpha. Come on. There she is. I'm pity gang. It might be slightly loud. I will turn that down then. It's always a kind of gamble as to how loud the games will be these days. I have no idea what's happening. I'm gonna assume it's a Windows issue because, if there's an issue with audio, it's probably a Windows issue. All right. Look at her in all of her glory. No, not Sophia. Oh. Oh, what the? I thought the game crashed.
I've walked every
wow!
cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to endure.
I was legitimately worried the game would crash then. We're getting animations. Oh my god. There she is. I didn't mention it on the stream, but it still surprised me.
Why is it
The
that you
bullet
look
treatment.
so eager?
Her model is so detailed, man. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. That jump scared me though. Right. Weapon. Let's do it. We're at 1 out of 30 on this. Where is it? Cool. Let's go for it then. Let's see what we get. Machine Sophia has still no new frame. No. She is not, sadly. Come on, first pull! Oh, what the hell? Come on. Come on. Come on. What can I say, man? What can I say? It's just that easy. I guess I'm gonna go club as well then. I don't pull for clubs very often, but for Philo Tree, like I feel like I have to. This will be easy. It's only 20, right? Ugh. Damn. So, wait, wrong one. You wanna go gambling? I'm rubbing my hands together. You wanna go gambling? I think I wanna go for dupes. I think I wanna go for dupes. Thing is, right. It's Fate Banner. So we gotta go ultra gambling. This is my favorite. Heavy don't. I can't hear you. How many pulls we have again? Oh, you actually have 80 pulls. Oh, sorry, 10 pulls, right? I think, because 10 would be 2,500. I can do maths. So we can pull a Fate Banner, can't we? My favorite banner. It's never let me down. What's this? Come and have fun! No! First one, you were kidding me. The first one!
I've walked every cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to endure. Want to
Oh
know
my
what it's like
god.
to be
this is bad. This is very bad. But it's fine. That's fine. You can stop now. No, keep going. No, come on, please. Please, just like one more. Maybe two more. Maybe two more. Come on. Fate Banner, never don't let me down. It's just that easy! Sorry. Here she is!
I've walked every cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to
Should I go for a fourth? Worst case scenario,
Want to
we're
know
building
what it's like to
pity,
be
right?
handled by me?
Fate propaganda. I pull on Fate whenever I can, and it always rewards me. We have 40 more pulls. Can we get one more alpha in the 40 pulls? Can we get one more alpha? Get a fourth, I have to get a coding. If I get a fourth, I'll buy our coding right now on stream. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm not getting my hopes up. Why would you say that? Oh wait, I can do one because it's my final temple. I'll skip it. I'll skip block it. Ah, damn it. It's fine. We got quite a few. I just wait for the wiki, the Graven's wiki to update and give me the build, because that's how I get my build.
I know you turn heads,
Wait!
Commandant.
Sorry, Lucia, I've got to swap you out. Actually, what does she look with this background? I'm kind of curious. Where? There. Beautiful. More than quite a few. I don't know what you're talking about. We're building pity, trust. Always pull in Fate Banner. Never listen to anyone that says Fate Banner's bad. Always pull in Fate Banner. Also, I don't have enough to get her to max. Please shame me. I did not come prepared. I wish I could lock these. I never want to use these. I'm keeping these on my account until the end of time. I think I'm gonna be I think I'm gonna get like 5 from what I calculated, but I think I'm just gonna miss much higher than that. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. But I still got 5. I don't think I just take some of my own time then. Hopeful's never get any gifts. I know! Because I keep forgetting.
This power you seek, I can grant it at any time. However, in return,
God, her model's
I
so
do expect
detailed.
Something unexpected. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a surprise. Would it now?
Her model is so like every time they release a new frame, it's more detailed than the last one, which like you really don't think they can get more detailed. Am I not good to explain this? I don't think I am. I want to see you like get close to the camera so I can see better. My poor 1080p monitor is not doing a good job of showing like how detailed the model is because from a distance she looks kind of pixelated. I need to get close so I can stare in their beautiful eyes and see all of her details. Normal things people say, by the way.
Time. Using each other and taking what we need. Good.
Her hair is beautiful.
Fond of this dangerous relationship of ours.
You know, I mentioned Lee earlier. Lee Palefire being peak design. The hordes are part of the reason why. Just saying. Oh?
They've overloaded you with missions. Now I can take care of your mission targets. Or I can take care of the system. If you want neither, then you should put that terminal down. And go rest.
I do think that Alpha's English voice is my favorite out of everyone in the EN cast. Actually, you also get close. Cause now I'm curious, if I had to like rank my favorite in the EN dub, I know I'd pick first. Well, Alpha first, but then I know I'd pick second, sorry. Can I count Virgil? Does Virgil count as second favorite character in the English dub PGR? For the English voice. Bianca will come close. Bianca actually is very high up there, I think. Bianca's English voice is really pretty. Oh, One Cheese is really good as well. But I definitely think that Alpha's is my favorite.
I'll count to 3. 1, 2.
It's kind of tomboyish, which is why I like it so much, I think.
You're back. I never said what I was planning to do. Maybe I was going to give you a little treat.
Oh, Roland's English voice is really, really, really good. They hang on, I'm trying to remember now because I know that they did an announcement for the English dub, and I'm trying to think because Roland was who they announced it with, but I think Alpha was the other character in the stream. I think it was Alpha and Roland, which is really funny because I think they're my favorites.
You're more restless than a wildcat.
You don't want a cat if you're wearing shorts like that, Alpha. I'm so sorry. I've got marks on my leg from during the heat wave, where my cats like climbed on me. You don't want to wear shorts like that with cats around. I read the text. Oh god.
So trustingly.
Her eyes?
Well then, I was thinking that I could use a pet. Oh, what a delightful expression. Did you wish I wasn't joking?
The model really is like, I don't say needlessly detailed, but like, oh my god, the detail is insane. But the eyes are different. I never noticed that before.
Life on the surface is mostly unchanging. But perhaps I can hear some interesting stories from you.
If anyone has her coding, by the way,
Your Grey Raven, your FOS.
please upload the videos with the coding. Thank you.
Dreams.
I really want the coding.
Anything will do. Just talk to me.
God, I love her. I'm fine. I'm fine.
There's still a light in your eyes, burning bright like a flame. It's naive, but it's warm. Don't ever let it go out.
I won't, don't worry. Not okay if the hero doesn't release her coding in a white suit. I think I did see. I think it is spoilers for the story, but I saw people posting screenshots of Alpha in a white suit. And oh my god, I don't know. I'm assuming that's main story, but like, oh my god, man, I really love her coding being how do you describe the fashion for it? It's like a more elaborate, like, Victorian suit, question mark? I don't actually know Victorian fashion. It just looks like the old-timey suits, right? Like the sort of... I'm doing gestures with my hands that you can't see. But, I guess, yeah, vampire drip is my favorite kind of style, I think. That, like, genre of, like, suits. Again, I've talked about it for a while about how I wish that was, like, socially acceptable to wear. And then Alpha gets a coding that's just like that. I'm like, I'm fine. Yep. Which one did we saw 3, right? Oh yeah, we saw 3. I want to see this, but I want to see it full screen.
This power you seek, I can grant it at any time. However, in return, I do expect
Gothic style, that's the one, yeah. Gothic style.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be a surprise. Would it now?
Gothic style is the perfect way to describe it. Like all of the codings, the matching codings, are so good. And I just really need alphas.
Want to know what it's like to be handled by me?
Yes.
Why is it that you look so eager?
What? I see that disgust in your eyes. Hang on a second. Did you see? I don't know if it shows up on you. Hang on, we're gonna zoom in. Computer enhance. Just so we are all on the same page. Look at her expression here.
Want to know what it's like to be
Not
handled
this.
by me? Why
This.
is it that you look so eager?
No reason. Now can you say that again, but in the suit? Alpha, put the suit on, we're getting married. Tutorial. Teach me. I saw the suit. Teach me! Yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna spend the next, like, or the entirety...
Come on. Come and face your end.
The entirety of the patch going like, I want... do I get the skin? Tap yellow orb to cast Dust Light, gaining Blade Intent based on the number of orbs pinged. The intent is shown on the outer ring of the fixed orb. Huh? Oh, I pressed the one orb I shouldn't have pressed. Hang on, sorry. That was my memory. This one. I was like, why didn't the ring go up? The fixed orb can you switch between Orachi and Kodachi. When Blade Intent is full, press and hold to charge. Enter Abyssborn form and gain Malison. Malison is used to cast signature moves.
Sever.
Oh wait, so I should press. Wait, huh?
Sever.
Okay, so when they say press and hold, they mean just press. They meant just press. Yes, it's Abyssborn form after 1 second. Casting Silent Night, Catalyze or Wither refreshes the timer. So Silent Night is yellow. To have Fixed Orb or Yellow Orb to cast Catalyze, Wither without charge. Okay, I'm not. You lost me. I will do as the tutorial says. I wish I had the high resolution monitor because I feel like I'm missing out on the beauty of her form. Oh my god, the animation. The Fixed Orb to cast Catalyze or Wither. This counts as casting a fully charged sentence. So yeah, sentence or outro. Within 1 second, tap the yellow or the Fixed Orb to cast Silent Night. So, Catalyze Wither. Wait. This one, then Silent Night. During basic combos in Abyssborn form, the Abyssborn timer is paused. The final hit grants malice and enters ends abyssborn. You've lost me. I need to learn the... Okay, you know what? I'll learn it. Oh my god. When the big storm is a red orb, Kodachi is used. Tap the big storm to switch weapons. The big storm form... I'm still reading.
Not with me.
Wait, so basic attack.
Break the deadline.
I don't think the DMC collab ever ended. When Madison's full, Crescent like until fully charged, cast Myriad Calamity.
Not to perish. Not
So
to
it was just press
end.
and hold, but it really wants you to
Bow
press
before
it
me.
once and then wait, what?
Not to perish. Not to end.
Wait, what? So sorry, I don't know. I can't tell us wants you to do.
Abyss. Bow before
What?
me. Not to perish. Not to end.
What? What? Am I going in?
Abyss.
I
Bow before me.
hang on.
Not to
I am holding
perish,
it, but I
not
can't.
to end.
But it's not doing anything.
Abyss.
No,
Bow
I'm
before me.
I'm pressing the button.
My blade.
Wait, what? That's okay. That's it's just one button press, but it lists as two. Okay, sorry. I was so confused. It's you just press it once. Isn't it just not fully charged? Can actually cast Relinquish instead. During the countdown, timeline calculation is triggered, and several slash moves are granted.
Not to perish, not to end. Abyss. Bow
Finish it.
before me.
Okay. So there's like, press this, then press and hold this or something.
Thunder. Break the deadline.
What is she doing? Oh my god. There's like, depending on the color.
Not without.
I'm just pressing buttons. I'm not even. What?
My blade shall quench the fading light.
There's that, and then there's regular. I need them to go walk me through the rotation because you've lost me, man. I genuinely understood none of this. So that blade is massive. Oh my god. Surely a blade that long is kind of heavy to carry around, man. That's more like it. Let's see if we can... see if the next tutorial helps me more.
I've walked every cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to endure.
I'm fun. Alright. It tells you to pay attention to the tutorial. I'm trying, man. I'm really trying. I'm kind of distracted right now.
Come on. Come and face your end.
Tap the order to cast Dusklight, getting Blade Intent based on the number of orbs pinged. Blade Intent is... yes, Blade Intent should be out of the outside of the orb. Yes. Then it's... oh! So this whole time when it says press and hold, continuously press and hold, it's just one button. Then taps any orb 6 times.
Not without.
Madison's full press and holds energy until fully charged.
My blade shall quench the fading light.
His energy is not fully charged, can actually cast Relinquish instead.
Not to perish, not to end.
Let me just do this. Haha.
Abyss, bow before me.
Ooh. Oh, that was it.
Yeah.
So let's just do this. Then press and hold this.
Thunder. Not within.
Then do this a ton. And then you can... now you've lost me. I've already found the rest. It's okay. This is what button mashing is for, man. Oh, there we go. So now I can do press it once, getting these orbs.
Abyss, bow before me.
Press and hold this. Do the Titan. And then I unlock this, so press and hold this.
My blade shall quench the
Then she hits the crazy animation, and then cool. Did I learn? I think that was it, right? I think I learned. I think so.
I've walked every cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to endure.
I think I think. Should I hold or then hold basic long? Yes. Okay, I'll try that. Also, I don't normally do the coding tutorial, but like.
Come on. Come and face your end.
When carrying ignition effect, inverse crown gains an equal amount of ablaze as it accumulates combustible charges. When it's accumulated, it goes into blaze stacks. These stacks accumulate. Pressing buttons as it tells me to. Nice. When a blaze stack's available, entering about a casting ability charged to nuts or out activates a blaze stance. Cool. Oh, I didn't read that. Sorry, Celica. Tap yellow orb to cast Dust Light, gaining blade intent based on the number of orbs pinged. Yep. Blade intent is full. Press and hold.
sever.
Damage over 6 times.
Not within.
Cool. Personal signature.
My blade shall quench the fading light.
Nice. Since not fully charged, could actually cast Relinquish instead.
Not to perish.
See, I think this is cooler. I like this a lot.
Abyss, down before
That animation is insane. We got it, I think, right? So we want to try this, then it's hold this, and then it's what? Hold.
against all odds.
I see.
Sever. Not
I love that attack because it's the
against all odds.
close bracket spam I call it. It's the Eden Fest jokers like stay with me after all these years. It's the close bracket spam.
Break the deadlock.
God, she's insane. I like this animation a lot though. That one.
For me.
Anyway, goodbye. Adios, friend. I'm leaving now. Yay!
I've walked every cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to endure.
Hell yeah. Wait a second. Isn't there... I'm just saying, man. I think... This is, I just want to see it. I just want to... This is... I just want to see it. I just...
Come on. Come and face your end.
you leave me alone. Right, I just wanted to see it. I just wanted to see it. So hold this. Hold basic attack. Do this a ton, right? Or no, it was hold this. And then do that, wasn't it? Yeah.
Not without.
And then there's the hold ult.
My blade shall quench the
Oh. Okay. I want to see what the
Not within.
what's the press once.
Not to perish, not to end.
I love the blue.
Bow before me.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to see that. I just wanted to see that, and it's beautiful.
I've
and
walked every cursed path. Let the depths of hell be mine to endure.
I don't need it. 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 Let's do the story. Let's do... I've heard nothing but good things about the story, man. Like, everything I've heard about it has been really, really, really good. I mean, I've also heard it's devastating as well. No spoilers, of course. But I've just heard very good things. She stares at the Crimson Waves, familiar and yet not. Decades carved out of her life float there, drifting red. Oh, 28. It's a very long chapter. Cool. Tigers passes the outbreak of the punishing virus. Shrubs sprawl freely along the riverbank. Geese claim the dead reeds for their nests, and a cold wind cuts through the withering landscape. Ripples carve their patient scars into the surface of the water. Beneath their feet, the shore drifts slowly away. Lucia! Shh. Lucia signals for Luna to stay silent, then drops into her crouch and slides a rusted hunting rifle from beneath the boat. This is her last weapon. She still remembers watching her father use the same rifle to pick off rabbits, nibbling at the garden vegetables. If he could do it, then she could be able to. Or she should be able to. Her gaze shifts towards the geese, sheltering in the reeds. A hollow ache sounds in her stomach. She hasn't eaten all day. Ah! Lucia, what are they doing? I'm covering Luna's face. Hang on. Wait, I'm sorry. Luna echoes Lucia's movements, crouching beside her. She follows her sister's gaze out to the birds, who preen their feathers in the cold light, utterly without care. Migrating. Lucia's fingers find 2 bullets in her pocket. She holds them gingerly as if they might shatter before turning the rifle over and easing them into the magazine port with a soft metallic click. The geese will go back to their warm homes every year around this time. Lucia works the pump, hears the shell seat home, and reaches for Luna's hand. She guides it to the grip, wrapping her sister's fingers around the worn stalk. Are you ready? Ready for what? Luna copies her sister's hold, fingers clenching around the shotgun stock until her knuckles pale. Hold tight, finger right here on the trigger. Then, once Sister Luna has the shotgun braced right, Lucia turns away and reaches for one of the stones she gathered earlier and left resting in the boat. The stone strikes the water with a sharp splash. Ripples shudder outward. In the next breath, the geese explode from the reeds, wings thrashing, a frantic tide of feathers rising to choke the sky. Now, shoot! Don't they need to go home? Yes, but we need to survive. Lucia's hand closed over Luna's, steadying the shotgun's weight. Such has always been the law of the universe. Together they lift the barrel and draw a bead on the panicked flock, wheeling against the cold sky. Conservation. Lucia knows her eyes, sunning down the barrel's spine. For one to live, another must die. One to survive, another must be eaten. Eat the sin, eat it all, and let the weight be yours alone. Ah! Throw deep in the folds of her mind, an adult woman's voice loops endlessly. Above, the geese scatter and bank. Lucia pushes the voice aside. Also, okay, right. We don't have guns in the UK. This is a question that's born purely from ignorance and video game logic. Can shotguns do this? I'm actually not sure. I thought shotguns were like close range only, but I don't know if they can like snipe geese. I don't know anything about guns. This is one day you'll have to kill me to survive. The shot erupts in a thunderous spray, countless pellets tearing outwards into a shrieking wall of steel. It engulfs the panicked flock mid-flight. Is a bunch of pellets released while on land? I'm assuming so, but I don't know how effective it is. Several geese still crawling for altitude are caught in the spread. There's nowhere to run. Dull splashes follow, one then another, as lifeless bodies strike the water, sending up splashes of light. Realistically, shotguns have decent range. So video game logic doesn't apply? Genuinely did not know that. I assumed that the video game logic of like shotguns are only good at close range was a thing that applied outside of video games. The recoil's heavy punch draws a quiet whimper from Luna. Lucia sets her jaw and pulls out the oars. Comfort will have to wait. Boat glides forward, narrowing the distance of what they have done. 1, 2, 3. Crimson tendrils unfurl across the water. Lucia leans low and gathers the bodies one by one. Their portion for the coming days. No more, no less. Exactly 11. Video game logic usually don't represent shotguns well. The more you know. Her fingers tight around the gaze. Blood seeps warm between her knuckles as she lifts them clear of the water. This music is deceptively peaceful. The moment she pulls, her viewpoint climbs. Her finger bones elongate, stretching unnaturally. Below, the shadow on the water surface fractures, tearing apart in violent ribbons. She stares at the figure in the crimson waves. Familiar and yet not. Decades carved out of her life float there, drift in red. Then her palm registers the change. The wet down against her skin vanishes, while remains as smooth and strange, the soft giving resistance of synthetic flesh. Are they not actual birds? She jerks her arm up. The geese in her gasp have become familiar face. Okay. Her hands are clamped tight around their throats. Uh-oh. 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 Lilia Vera Bianca, one she is June Rural. Her cracks apart. The boat dissolves at the shadow's edge. White light swallows everything. Then her vision punches through. Blood drips. Below her landscape of corpses rises in heaps and ridges, an ocean of slaughter. She stands at the scene where shadow tears away from light. This cutscene, or this I know it's because we're seeing younger Lucia again, but it's really nostalgic for some reason. She sees a rugged path winding into grey fog, the way forward uncertain and veiled. She sees a blood-red sun bleeding in dusk. Figures locked in combat side by side, carrying the fragile weight of what hope remains. She sees an academy bathed in radiant light, jagged crimson crystals and bones bleached white drifting through the infinite expanse of the universe. The magnificent and the shadow blur together, folding into a distant, silent void. And the music is beautiful. Oh my god. That was really cleverly done. The transition. At the farthest edge of the vision, she looks down upon herself, standing before the mirror. Light and shadow tear through her spine. She stands where the Ascension network ends. She becomes Alpha. I need these as wallpapers. The fuck? Chapter 1. What are we gonna see? One day, beyond all the paths that pulled us apart, we will find our way back together. Whoa!
It's that mist again. Raven should be just ahead.
God, this looks... Can I explore? How much can I explore? Okay, that's not good. Ooh.
Who's there?
1, 2, 3. Wow, so many nightlights. How does starlight find its way home anyway?
I think I should have gone
This
backwards.
feels so familiar. Illusion.
But baby Lucia. Where are we going?
I don't give two shits which star you end up reaching.
Language.
Ain't my business. Especially not when the most spectacular fireworks show in history is about to start.
Oh, okay. Not in my head.
Not within.
Against all
God, that's
odds.
crazy. Oh, these hostiles. Okay, cool.
My blade shall quench the fading light.
Bonk.
Not
There's
within.
that, and then I wanna... Okay, cool. I'm still getting the hang of things. I don't know what's the most optimal way to play her yet. I should watch a tutorial after this stream.
Against all odds.
What?
My blade shall quench the fading light.
That animation I can't get over, man. No matter how many times I see it, the transition with like the glowing eye, it's never gonna get old. Is that all? Have I killed everyone?
It's that child again. Who are... You are... Lucia.
Well, didn't teach us so much. I want to go somewhere I'm actually needed. Or even the front lines on Earth.
Is that gonna be like a new alpha design?
Is this
New Lucia design?
illusion created by that power?
I need to see that design, man. I need to see that design so bad. The crying thought it was me. I wish I had a cute voice like that, man.
Luna!
You again. What exactly are you trying to show me?
I'm lost in the fog, man.
Kids would go back to their warm homes every year around this time. Don't they need to go home? Yes. But we need to survive.
Baby Luna sounds so cute.
What I told Luna in the past?
Baby Luna sounds so cute. Oh. Okay, right. And does it do that? Oh my god, it's crazy.
Against all odds.
Do it once. Use the billion slashes like this.
Abyss! Bow before me! Break the deadlock!
God, that's insane.
Thunder!
I'm playing her so badly, but it looks so cool. I don't even care. Say, I wish I had a cute voice, and yeah, I was chosen to dub pull out in her rap battle against the delinquent robot. That is true. I don't think my voice is very cute though. I hope I did pull out justice, man. I love pull out. Her little like keychain thing stares at me from my shelf at all times,
FOS.
along with my alpha figure. FOS Starship, Babylonia. Alright, settle down. Look here, I'm actually taking it now. Laughing and jostling one another. Some students finished their FOS college Some students fresh in their FOS college uniforms fell into a line beneath the FOS monument. Ready? Look here. 3, 2, 1. Their youthful smiles are frozen in the terminal's image. Caught and preserved. Wow, that turned out great. Nia, come on. You have to be in the next one. It's our first college anniversary as actual students. You can't just stay behind the camera the whole time. Thanks, but I'm good. What I'm actually curious about though, why does the FOS monument only have a top half? Oh yeah, my dad mentioned that once. He said back when it was on the surface, the FOS monument was carved from a single massive piece of black rock. Here. lifting their heads, the students gazed up at the towering black monument. It had been broken clean through the middle, the dark stone's jagged edges remaining cold and sharp at the fracture like a gaping wound that refused to heal. It was forcibly preserved in that very state. Beyond the monument, several commandants who had graduated from FOS stood together. Why drag me into this anniversary nonsense? The Raven Commandant's the one they should be fawning over. Hi, Vanessa! It was the FOS anniversary. Following Academy tradition, cadets stationed at ground front lines across the Arctic Route Union, Actilic, the Transatlantic Economic Community, Catalog, and beyond celebrated simultaneously at their respective posts. After all, even on an anniversary, the gears of civilization never stopped turning. Given FS College's emphasis on hands-on surface training, only a small fraction of faculty and students remained aboard the FOS starship of Babylonia. Only the newly enrolled freshmen, logistics personnel, a handful of instructors, and a few commandants completing their graduation internships were left to keep their somewhat vacant alma mater company on its... Oh, what does alma mater mean? Company on its birthday. Had a genie, my first wish was for a cute voice and up with 3 wishes. Maybe the genie gave me 4 wishes. Maybe, did you ever consider about that? Maybe a genie would give me 4 wishes in the first place. I appreciate it. Oh god, I hate the sound of my own voice. The fact that the people find it tolerable is kind of weird to me, but it makes me happy, I guess. Oh, it's where you graduated from, I see. Alma mater is the unage. It's the uni or college you graduate from. Why did I merge uni and college into unage? And of course, afterwards, damn, you got me. I really appreciate it. While waiting for Vamenana's extramarine module to finish maintenance, Vanessa found herself unfortunately swept up in the freshman's festivities as Star commandant. We invited the Raven Commandant too, but got word the Commandant's still tied up on the surface mission. We already agreed to come, just couldn't make it back in time. Hello, you must be the distinguished graduates from the college invited. The curious freshmen crowded around them. Vanessa furrowed her brow and cut Eliana off, her words laced with clear impatience. What do you want? Sorry to interrupt. We're new students at FOS, and we were wondering, why is it only the top half of the monument here on the starship? Listen up, I'll say this once, pay attention. Anything else, take it up with your instructors. I'm not your history lecturer. The FOS monument on Earth was intact. It bore the complete inscriptions, the Academy's founding history, its distinguished alumni, and a full chronicle of major events. When the punishing darks broke out, the area around FOS got swallowed by war, and the monument collapsed during an incident. The superintendent at the time wanted to make a smaller replica here on the starship, but Dominic overruled him, insisting on relocating only the upper half intact. Relocate it intact? But why? Wouldn't that have taken way more? Nobody knows why. Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa tilted her head back slightly as light from Babylonia's artificial dome fell upon the monument standing tall on the starship, its surface gleaming brilliantly. In the Academy records, Dominic left exactly one statement about it. That's it. Electronic coordinates can be blocked by space. Only torn vessels will be able to serve as anchors for each other and follow a fate trajectory to return home. At the time, everyone thought it was just another riddle Dominic left behind. What the? Wow! That was very unexpected! Babylonia's under attack! Several attacks are targeting the FOS starship! Retreat! Get to the nearest shelter now! Conference room, Babylonia. As the last footage of the FOS starship storm Babylonia finishes playing once more. Oh, last footage! Why did I say footage? Anyway. Asimo turns off the terminal. Below you flip through the complete records in the FOS starship. 3 months had passed since the attack of Babylonia just barely managed an emergency landing. Before stability could return, the FOS starship ejected and separated without warning. Babylonia never gave up the search for the FOS starship. At first, the Science Council could barely pick up intermittent signals from it, but 20 days ago, the signal vanished completely. So is the communicator brought from Azet any help? That is that. Communicator is exactly why I called you here. Hi, Asimov. I didn't expect much from it, honestly. Just wanted to see if it might offer a different angle, but it picked up something unusual. Harsh static crackles through the audio as Asimov plays it back. Well, What is this? All the best to you. All the best to me. Asmo raises a hand, motioning for you to keep listening. Through the bursts of white noise, faint cheers and lively chatter drift out, conjuring the image of a joyous celebration unfolding. Lovey-dovey, happy. Plagued by noise, the audio recording drags on. Difficult to discern. Then comes what sounds like a chorus of voices, each taking turn off for a blessing to the newly engaged couple. Most feels as though the communicator has mistakenly called a broadcast from some proposal happening far below on the surface. There bears no connection to you. The unguarded joy and laughter piercing the distorted static calls an oddly moving quality. You see through your ears, gently soothing a heart grown restless under the weight of endless tasks. Research, Sephira, testing. Sephira. From the garbled transmission, a term all too familiar surfaces without warning. Yes, Sephira. Adros run a full analysis on the audio through multiple methods. There's no possibility of fabrication. How does that communicator pick this up? A communicator operates on a fixed frequency anchored to the surface level FOS coordinates, designed for two-way communication between FOS and a Z. Naturally, the signal it received would originate from the surface level FOS. But surface level FOS should have been abandoned ages ago. No people, but there are still other things there. You mean the FOS monument? Dominic overruled everyone back then. Instead of bringing the upper half onto the starship no matter what it took, and now a signal like this turns up of all times. There may be critical elements to the original surface level FOS site that were never fully investigated. I can't read today. Oh god. The military has issued a new mission to investigate anomalies at the old site. Which squad was assigned? It was going to Cerberus, but I intercepted it. You did? The reason they gave was that Cerberus lacks a commandant capable of ground deployment, and therefore cannot handle unexpected emergencies on site. And the real reason? He powers down the main screen and turns his gaze over. This audio file isn't as straightforward as it appears. The underlying data shows abnormal fluctuations, and its electromagnetic signature doesn't match any recorded frequency band. It's possible someone deliberately engineered this signal so Babylonia would pick it up, or precisely so we couldn't. Alternatively, this audio originated from an unconventional source and happened to be caught by Z's communicator by pure chance. Both feel a little too convenient. Then a third possibility exists. He lifts his head in his dark red eyes, careful deliberation gleams. This audio most likely doesn't belong to our timeline. Doesn't belong to our timeline? The Hetero Tower. The Hetero Tower. Two of you arrive at the answer simultaneously. The Hetero Tower here in this timeline. Is that possible? I can't confirm it yet. That's precisely why I kept the decoded audio restricted. The fewer people know about this, the better. And it's also why I want you to take on this mission. Me? Your background at FOS College combined with your field experience from the Hetero Tower companion makes you the best choice. Whether it's docking with the starship once we reach the coordinates, or investigating whatever secrets the old FOS site still holds in the ground. And there's the timing. When the FOS starship disappeared, the college was in the middle of its anniversary celebration. Most active commandants were attending the festivities at their respective posts. Put simply, we don't have anyone better suited for this right now. A quip rises to your lips, but the words never find their way out. The FOS starship, the Hetero Tower. The starship carries colleagues in the next generation of cadets. The Hetero Tower threatens all of humanity. No matter how you look at it, there's no room for error on this mission. I see. The old FOS site. You remember the archival photographs you once saw in the FOS library? It was a solemn, dignified campus radiating an air of proud glory. The FOS starship was built as a near-perfect replica of the original campus, meant to carry humanity on its journey to the stars. But that shining dream never came to pass. When the punishing virus broke out, FOS College lost over half its faculty and students in battle before the evacuation order arrived. The starship launched amid the chaos, leaving the campus behind on a desperate scramble. What secrets are made in the ruins below, no one knows. As for the rest, I've already said more than enough. Silica will forward you the mission briefing. Watch yourself out there. You got it, Asimov. Asimov's away his terminal turns to leave. You remain seated alone in the dark conference room. FOS College. Where could it be now? You close your eyes. The memories hold fast, vivid and untouched by time. Professor Vermeer brought mechanical dynamics to life. Even the dullest structural diagrams turned vivid in his hands. For close quarters combat, it was Instructor Lester, a cold weapon specialist who taught you everything you knew. Or everything you know. Eliana and Valen are upperclassmen who later turned faculty, and Vanessa, who accepted the invitation to visit FOS on its anniversary. Is it Valen or Valen? I'm assuming it's Valen. Valen makes more sense. It's a starship built to forge humanity's future leaders, a college bearing the hopes of generations. Even after graduation, you return regularly, invited to lecture to dissect combat scenarios. Every hallway, every familiar corner. The students, wrapped in attention, professors who once shaped you. Are they all right now? On what evil days did it have to be the anniversary celebration? Built in turmoil, you open the file from Massmont again to watch the last footage of the FOS preserved in Babylonian's records. Why drag me into this anniversary nonsense? The Raven Commandant's the one they should be fawning over. We invite the Raven Commandant too. Footage shows the starship alive with laughter and celebration before static slows the screen whole. Two days later. Aboard the transport, Lucia rises to her feet and makes her way to the rear storage compartment for the third time, double-checking the mission supplies. It's the third time you checked them. Sorry, Commandant. Back in her seat, Lucia furrows her brow and pulls up her terminal again, checking how much farther you have to go. Is it the nightmares again? It's nothing. I probably just stopped my memory module during routine frame maintenance the other day. Be honest with me. Moment of hesitation, and then Lucia speaks, her voice heavy. These past 2 days, I keep recalling hazy memories of the fog. Endless wave of fog follows her factory dreams, and everything dissolves into the haze. But I shouldn't be having dreams like this. The Edo Tower never shows itself here, which means the fog shouldn't exist in its world at all. If anything else feels off, promise me you'll tell me right away. I will, Commandant. The black-haired construct gives you a smile in return. As you speak, the transport banks and descends, dust rolling up in its wake. Below the ruins of FOS College rise into view. The campus, once magnificent, lies like the skeleton of some great whale, stripped bare by time. Only the shattered prison tower at its center still catches the light, its fading brilliance reflecting the blood-red glow of the setting sun. Well, we're here. So this is FOS. This is FOS?
All the best to you. Lovey-dovey. Happy.
This is the recording then.
The research on Saphira.
Oh, is it pronounced Saphira?
Say yes to each other already. Rooting for you.
I see. Let's chug some water real quick. Why, hello there! Beneath the withered tree, a petite silver agent sits with downcast eyes staring into a pond. Tiny jagged crystal clusters spread silently across it, fading with each slow breath. Ah! Luna! Your head! Is the Ascension Network acting up again? I'm not sure. Her eyes pull shut. Deep within, she feels the punishing virus surging out of control, churning relentlessly through the Ascension Network. Something else is tampering with it. My sight is cut short. I can't make out what's agitating the virus. Something else? You don't think a new agent? Nervously, Lamia hugs the oddly shaped tree branch close in her arms. Possible, but I suspect the more immediate source. That domain that opened the other day, perhaps. Not a maid. Luna tilts her head back, Lamia mirroring the gesture, and together they gaze up at the sky. Oh, you mean that rift, the one that just appeared? Lamia remembers that harrowing encounter all too clearly. The moment Luna learned Babylonia was under attack, she changed course. Outwardly, she showed no sign of concern, yet she steered them straight toward Babylonia's plummeting trajectory. Babylonia really need us. If they fall and the red tide swallows their data, the mess becomes ours. This is a necessity, nothing more. Oh, that's a shame. It's wrong. Usage network. It's troubling. Luna's head jerks upward. Still connected to the Ascension network, Roland and Lamia felt the anomaly ripple through them too. All four turned their eyes to the sky. That's... Across the sky, a starship bearing the Babylonian FOS College insignia hurtled past, flying dangerously low, as though it might crash into the Earth at any second. The FOS starship? Why would it be here of all places? It's not alone. A dark rift split the sky without warning, and through it came the grayish mist and thick, churning clouds of punishing virus. The FOS starship's engines flare with blinding light. A last futile struggle. Against gravity's absolute grip, the enormous vessel is nothing more than dust caught in a gale, pulled irreversibly into that foreign domain. So some power from that domain leaked out, and it's disrupting the Ascension network. But what kind of place is even full of punishing virus like that? Lamia tries her hardest to help Luna string together an answer. The Hetero Tower. What? Forget it. The hazy memory that she caught through the Ascension network remains hers alone. She is not allowed to share it with anyone. I've returned, Miss Luna. Hi, Roland. Roland rushes back into camp, his frame still road-worn. Rolania's fall has been paused. What comes next in their grand performance remains unclear. The FOS Starship's vanishing act is confirmed. Rolania has scrambled its task force squads and engineering force units while chasing smoke. But no trace so far, not even a whisper. And the most curious encounter at the camp's edge. Like those, the very same one, once played a loyal shout to certain Mr. Vonnegut. Roland hesitates briefly, and decides to forgo the honorific entirely. He's not exactly playing hide and seek. If anything, it's a very deliberate little parade. Look at me, I'm harmless. Shall I shoo him away? I want to see like this. Leave him, he'll go in his time. As you wish. With the mission done, Roland scans for a comfortable spot to catch a quick rest. Only to notice the camp's silent guardian has vanished from sight. And where's our dear Miss Alpha wandered off to? She told Luna she saw someone. I had to go check. Luna didn't want her to, but then... This is called a trace, possibly connected to that domain. She went after it. The stage out there is crawling with danger. A solo act seems rather. I graded her frame. With Celine defeated, Luna reclaimed her agent authority and drew upon the Ascension Network's power to reconstruct Alpha's frame. Her first Alpha was caught off guard by the gift, given seemingly for no reason at all. A new frame? That's unnecessary. To waste your strength on me. It isn't an oasis. Luna firmly held Alpha down. It's the path forward. She was never going to forget what she had heard in that call. Alpha offered no more resistance. It still would bring her back to her prime, but it's beyond what she had. Even knowing that her tower is yet to descend, the ache buried deep in her mind keeps urging her to remain vigilant. The silver-haired agent gazes out the direction Alpha left, then closes her eyes once more. Sis. She always knows what she wants. She will find her own path. The wind drives sharp sand across the barren expanse, sculpting the silhouettes of ruins that once rose in splendor. FOS. With her changing frames, Alpha senses a strange force gathering in her left eye, welling up within the pupil and pressing down the restless punishing virus. It holds the quality of vision, a sight engraved forever in the crimson eye that marks her original self. She wants to uncover its source, yet the time for answers has not come. That was easy. A single flash of steel and a grotesque corrupted, and the crumbling FOS College sign, both full. Split clean in two. Alpha dismissed her fleeting familiarity with FOS. Just stories of that renowned commandant who hailed from there, and hesitates no longer. She kicks aside rubble and twisted metal, pressing straight ahead. She's certain of it. A strange, revenge is here. But revenge is dead. Like those the Ascendant has no reason to lie to her, as this revenge can only be a phantom conjured by the anomalous power. And that power has already touched Luna. Demons crawling out of hell or parasites clinging to that frame, it matters little. She will drag them all out and cut them down one by one. The ring of steel echoes down the corridor as Alpha sheaths her blade. With the path carved open, she presses forward, purpose unwavering. Manon! So this is FOS? Over broken bricks and weathered rubble, two figures quietly emerge from the far side of the prism square. Corner check out. This is the place. FOS looks like on the surface. I'm still kind of thinking about Lythos. With the cryptic clear from both sides, Lucia serves the area. Lucia serves the area. Her gaze balanced between vigilance and curiosity. I didn't expect this either. You never thought you would see the original FOS college like this. Whether to ruin, it mirrors every other shattered relic scattered across Earth. Only the broken prisms glinting in the dust in that one tower still reaching skyward remember the brilliance that once lived here. Man, you never set foot here before either, have you? I've only seen it through terminal records. As early as mid-to-late Golden Age, FOS was grooming a starship of its own, designed to host a flawless replica of the surface campus. Harvey Moran, the Iron Fist superintendent who personally launched FOS into the starship era, stood in the college auditorium. His eyes outshone every star in the sky, his aspiration a tangible force. FOS was never meant to be just a college. Our horizon can't end to Earth's atmosphere. The future lies among the stars, in the cosmos itself. Along the starship's main keel, industrial machines toiled while FOS wagered its entire legacy on a monstrous leviathan of steel. The main engine array flared to life in unison, azure flame slashing across the heavens. Everyone believed with unshakable certainty that this is the future of FOS, the future of humanity itself. Then came 2160, the year of the Punishing Rice outbreak. The visionary who once stood at the summit of the auditorium, orchestrating every detail of the starship's design, never lived to see it fly. Then Alistair Vance, former Dean of Tactical Command, took up the mantle of Superintendent of FOS. Humanity needs us now. They need everything FOS has to offer. FOS must take to the battlefield. No flowers greeted him, no cheers. Only the silent battlefield lay ahead. He stood in the battle squad auditorium, his voice raw and hoarse. FOS is the blade humanity drives into the abyss. As long as a single breath of our civilization remains, FOS's strength will never be extinguished. FOS College rose in full force. Battle after desperate battle, strike after suicidal strike. Students who had once burned with life became only names, drifting back on the endless stream of casualty reports from the front. They saved the city's central purification filter. They secured the civilians' path to evacuation. The only thing they failed to save were themselves. Humanity crossed into the post-pandemic age. FOS College lost more than half its number, teetering on the brink of total annihilation. Midway through the post-pandemic age, the corrupted surged forward in a massive invasion. Somewhere behind a desk buried beneath resource charts and tactical reports, Superintendent Alistair Vance quietly stopped breathing. Until that final moment, he had given every fragment of his experience and knowledge to calculating the optimal outcome of each battle, leading humanity to victory time after time. No gunfire, no explosions. Just to slip into silence with the dull thud of his terminal hitting the floor, the only sound that announced his end. This can't go on. Arthur Heydrich, Chief Instructor of FOS Military Command College at the time, stepped into the role of superintendent. Without a word, he draped his worn, faded instructor's coat over Alistair's body. The vast FOS auditorium had once held thousands in assembly. Now it was so deathly still that the whisper of fabric carried across the hall. Below the stage, scarcely a dozen students stood to bid Alistair farewell. They could not even form a proper formation. Empty sleeves hung where arms had once been, blood-stained bandages wrapped around their heads, and their eyes carried a hollow grief so deep it bled into numbness. The war would end for years, but FOS, it can't end here. Even if they brand me a coward for it, I have to preserve what's left of FOS. It's time for the FOS starship to set sail. He invoked the Superintendent's emergency authority, seizing what remained of FOS College's resources and pouring them into the Starship Project. There were those within the college who insisted FOS should stay on the surface and share humanity's fate to the bitter end. They branded him a coward and a traitor, a man who abandoned FOS's honor. Arthur pushed forward with the launch anyway. By the mid-to-late post-pandemic age, the FOS starship had reached full completion. FOS will stand as humanity's last hope. As for the war on Earth, it's ours to fight. He stood on the surface below, watching as the FOS starship climbed skyward. Dust and rubble swirled in the wind as the steel ebbed life and rose, carrying the countless names of the fallen, and with them FOS's last spark of hope. Against the fading embers of sunset, it ascended to join Babylonia. The shattered bricks beneath his feet might once have recalled FOS College in its glory days, but the ruins had long since been swallowed by the red tide and the corrupted. The records mentioned a contingent was left behind to hold the original site. But as time passed, as time ground on and most of the surface fell, there's no longer any need to hold these Golden Age ruins for the sake of pride. The new superintendent evacuated everyone who remained. And with that, the original FOS College site was consigned to the flames of war, abandoned forever. Amid the ruins, fractured light catches on glass shards strewn across the ground. From what I remember, in your mind, hazy impressions drifted, layer one over one another. Up ahead, there should be a square. Ooh! Her boots trace unfamiliar steps. Alpha's hand rests on her blade, yet she leaves it sheathed. It feels like she's walked into this ground before. Deja vu prickles at her senses. She can't place which part of these ruins triggers the recognition. Her brain simply registers the anomaly. Why does this place stir her so? She has no clear answer, only a nagging sense that something hovers just beyond reach. Could that power be at work? The broken mirror at her side catches her reflection. A faint sound echoes from behind. She whips around for a fleeting moment. It feels like someone should be calling out to her. The cryptic looking behind the mirror mirror shards let out piercing shrieks. She sheaths her blade and flicks an indifferent glance across the square toward the corridor beyond. The corrupted shadow bleed from behind the mirrors, converging from all sides. Pathetic. That's the best you can do. The whale's eyes corrupted full, one after another. Alpha takes her last step from the corridor, her gaze drawn instinctively to a mirror beside her. Over there. Was there supposed to be a podium? Seems exactly one way to go. She sees the square teeming with people. They stand below, faces tilted upwards. She hears countless voices murmuring a countdown. 5, 4, 3. Who's there? Alert, she raises her hand, willing the inexplicable phantoms to disperse. But nothing happens. In the shattered mirror, she is still alone. What's that sound? Watch out. Several corrupted lunge from either side of the corridor, their shrieks splitting the air. Was it them? After cutting down the corrupted that ambushed the two of you, Lucia turns back. It's hard to say. One thing, however, is clear. Something about this place is wrong. This place is too clean. Up until now, only a handful of corrupted have crossed your path. The cleanliness here is unnerving. Did someone pass through here already, or... Commandant, over there. Prison Square opens ahead. There, the weather-based FOS monument waits in silence, enduring across the years. The FOS monument. The starship had taken only the upper half, leaving the base behind. Long ago, the instructor who brought you into the FOS explained its meaning, that one day every cadet would find their way back to... Oh, hi there, Alpha! Commandant! Ugh. Lucia's blade flashes from its sheath, parrying the longsword. A breath before it reaches you. Alpha! I was here first. The question is yours to answer. Oh, this is FOS. Why wouldn't I be here? Why is Alpha here at FOS? She get word of this place too. The thunderous crash rings out. Not far away, the FOS sign, long dangling by a thread above the corridor, finally yields, hurled to the ground as if it could endure the tension no longer. The crash snaps Alpha back to attention. Lips pressed tight, she disengages, using the force of the locked blades to push us all back. Man, stay by me. Lucia shields you, backing away slowly, mirroring Alpha's movements till both sides settle and barely passes for a safe distance. Wait. A fallen sun would make Alpha back off. You follow her line of sight to Prism Square. Grayish fog creeps across the ground from nowhere, and within it, slowly, shadowy figures begin to take shape in the corners of the square. Again. Without sparing either of you a glance, she turns and strides into the square. It's fog. Look, recognition stares at the sight of the grayish fog. The dreams that have been plaguing her mind for days now stand before her, made real. Lucia's brow furrows. It's not just fog, this is the punishing virus. Commander, we need to fall back. Before the final words can leave her lips, the grey fog convulses, thrashing like a sentient thing, and drags you and Lucia into its depths. Commanded. Uh-oh. Suddenly a dark rift yawns open. Every word you might have spoken is swallowed as a foreign domain claims you. Uh-oh. Moments later, the fog recedes as quietly as it arrives. Crumbling ruins alone remain standing guard over a square now hollow. Uh-oh. God, the backgrounds. Like, it's so cool, man. I love how they do it. Construction in the Upper West Starship began during the Golden Age's mid to late years. Our next target is the stars. At that time, Project Eden was advancing at full steam, bringing with it visions of interstellar colonization. Determined to rise to the occasion, FOS superintendents channeled immense resources into a breathtaking ambition, rebuilding the entire college as a starship among the stars. When at last the colossal vessel was complete, it struck awe into every beholder. All believed it would lift FOS students to heights never before reached. But now the great starship drifts helplessly through the fog, its engines cold and silent. It once stood testament to the dreams of generations. Now it lies stranded, a behemoth in decay, strangled by the relentless churn of fog. Through its torn in the expanse, twisted creatures emerge in an endless tide, dragging themselves onto the deck. Bang! Move it, Eliana! No time to waste! After lowering her smoking gun, Vanessa slams the rear hatch shut with her boot. Just as it seals, sharp claws wedge into the gap. They're scraping into the metal, a sound that gnaws at the nerves. The instructor, Eliana, reacts instantly, swinging a heavy metal crowbar down hard upon the claws. The severed limbs spray thick fluids across the floor. Eliana seizes the opening, slamming her full weight against the door. Outside, the wounded creatures howl and claw furiously at the barrier. Persistent bastards! It's not very nice of you to say, Eliana. Heavy slams rock the door. Creatures throw themselves against it, and even the bulkhead trembles. The lock whines in protest. Eliana, breathing ragged, turns and switches on her terminal light. The beam scarcely pierces the gloom. Once spotless, the medical bay now drowns in thick, murky fog. Their light pushes back only a small sphere of the gloom, its edges already dissolving to the haze. Could be more of them hiding in here. Her gaze sweeps over the wreckage, littering the medical bay. When she speaks, it's barely a whisper. Neo will hold the line. You find that serum. Remember what I taught you about the labels. Stay sharp, quick and clean. Understood, ma'am. Without a moment's pause, the students in the protective suit dives into the ransacked room. The hammering against the metal door intensifies. A massive, thunderous heartbeat that shakes the walls. The air hangs thick with disinfectant, laced with rot. A flashlight cuts through the swirling grey fog that recoils and shifts like something sentient. Time slows to a trickle. Crate by crate, Nia rips through the supplies, her eyes darting across each label with frantic precision. Eliana, 10 o'clock. Behind the medicine cabinet. Her voice is swallowed by the crack of gunfire. The line of iron cabinets slams to the floor, making a wall of noise that shakes the room. In the shadows, a twisted form lunges forth. Its claws rake the alloy floor with a piercing shriek. Nia, eyes forward, keep looking. Dagger drawn, Eliana moves without hesitation, stepping between Nia and the approaching danger. Yes! Her voice shakes, her hands never falter. She tears into another crate, then another. Wrong again. The tight space rings with gunfire and the whistle of steel as Vanessa and Eliana press the creature back. Nia's teeth clench. Faster, please, faster. Her eyes land on the crate. Oh, I see it! Over there! There beneath the overturned cabinets, right where the creature stands. The crate. Go, now. On it. In a fleeting pause between blows, Nia's jaw sets with a sudden resolve. She dives low, sliding into the twisted wreckage. Gaze fixed on the crate. Jagged edges her through her suit. Its hair doesn't register. Both hands seize the handle, clutching it with the strength of someone holding onto hope itself. Got it. Good. Get to cover. We're ending this. As soon as Neo is safe, Vanessa's gunfire erupts in a suppressing wave. Eliana takes to the air in a single explosive motion, her dagger driving downwards into the eye socket of the creature lunging at her back. Brutal and precise. Alright, it's over. For now. Sheathing her dagger, Eliana delivers a sharp kick to the creature to confirm the kill. Satisfied, she crosses over to inspect Nia's protective suit. There's a scratch on the outer layer, nothing to worry about. See? You put your head under pressure. And to pass with tactical support, at least. Try and use some extra field credits when we get back to FOS. In a situation like that, if you could read the eyes or somewhere as the weak point and act on it, that'd be a solid 80% tactical support. Right at the door, top marks. She checks the seal on the serum crate, her voice steady as she works to keep Nia's morale from cracking. You're seriously grading her right now? Hey, people need normalcy in times like this, right? Weirdly enough, I feel like it's gonna help people if you just treat it like it's a normal event. And keep grading them. Rolling with one hand, Vanessa flicks a glance at Eliana. Eliana dropped the academy scorecard. She's not in classroom now. Back at FOS, passing grades may get her through finals and into that construct matching hole with a chin up. But out here in this hellhole, passing just means you get to be the next on the casualty list. Nia stiffens at her words. Eliana exhales a sigh. I know Vanessa, but out here she still needs something to hold on to. A frown crosses Vanessa's face. She doesn't answer yet, her gaze drops to the crate instead. The status of the serum? Seal's clean, crate's intact. Might still be within its expiration window, even. 40 doses a crate, still not enough. Back at the temporary safe zone, no fewer than 50 gravely injured lie waiting for the serum. That'll do for now. Valen and I recovered 2 more crates on yesterday's supply run. Expired by a few days, but they should still hold. And after that... Vanessa echoes the words, biting down hard in the phrase. Vanessa? Without another word, her hand comes up. The shot rings out, catching the arm of a corrupted as it claws through the window behind Eliana. Beyond the glass, grey fog rolls and churns. The eerie space yawns infinite in every direction. After that... Once more, she repeats the words. Eliana hears what she doesn't say. We still have a future, any future at all. Chuck some real quick. If they were on the surface, Vanessa wouldn't doubt it. She'd keep them alive until the rescue. She'd keep them alive for here forever if she had to, but this... Of the starship, the dome is dark, no longer holding the stars. Only grey fog and punishing wires thick enough to drown in. The comms tower is silent. Electromagnetic signals are dead. The zone's boundaries can't be mapped, only beyond the small reach of the compact's purification filter. Exploration is only on foot. Disaster hit without warning. I still don't know where they are or what this is. In this fog-shrouded void, there is no day or night. When any disruption has rendered every mechanical clock useless, Vanessa tracks time by the most primitive means left her. An hourglass, once a collector's piece, now a lifeline. This is them now. The FOS starship, once proud, once glorious, now suspended in grey amber like a fossil. Uh-oh. Day 20? Day 21? When the FOS starship came under attack and the emergency protocols ejected it from Babylonia, everyone assumed the worst was already over. An accident, they told themselves. The communications tower had taken damage in the chaos, cutting off immediate contact with Babylonia. Still, the starship could track Babylonia's position, and that was enough. Everyone believed it was only a matter of time before they found their way back. Then the sky ripped apart without warning, revealing a rift straight out of hell. I'm gonna sneeze. No one ever understood how the FOS starship ended up there. Vanessa opened her eyes after the violent impact. Red mist was already pouring in. A lethal concentration of the punishing virus swept through the entire starship in an instant. Alarms howled. Red warnings blazed across the dome. The protective shield collapsed like paper at first contact, utterly useless. Is this some kind of training drill, or... Ugh. The punishing virus devoured his lungs and burrowed deeper, gnawing into his organs until blood spilled from his lips. Ooh! Fun. This hands scrambled at his throat, desperate for words that would never come, before his body folded and dropped like a spoiled fruit. Punishing virus surged through the starship's shattered shield in deadly waves, and the grey mist crawled over the floor like a living will. A punishing virus! This is a combat sim, right? She was a first-year cadet, born and raised in millennia, and had never faced the punishing virus. Her trembling hands groped for the weapon at her waist, but her fingers wouldn't obey. Warning! Warning! Punishing virus concentration exceeds safety threshold. Please put on a protective suit or respiratory equipment immediately. Warning! Warning! A mask! I need my... A hollow thump. The terminal hit the floor. Warning! Warning! Punishing virus concentration exceeds safety threshold. Please put on a protective suit. Still, the terminal droned, reciting instructions no one was listening to. Her fingers closed tight around her weapon as she stopped breathing entirely. Watch your steps. Follow the emergency lights. Get to the combat filter. Eliana shouted until her voice gave out, desperately directing people towards safety. But her words were swallowed whole by the screaming chaos. Follow the emergency lights. The starship is a combat filter. Don't panic. Good timing. I really needed to cough anyway. I just muted to cough, but then I guess my acting talents will come in handy. My coughing talents will come in handy. Warning! Warning! Punishing virus concentration contamination detected. Sealing all airlocks. No, we have to override the airlocks. They can't seal now. The doors seal and hundreds of students would be condemned to die, trapped within these walls. I'll find a way to... She skidded to a stop before the door. Red light flickered across the control panel, the punishing virus having eaten through its systems. But the manual override. Eliana's hands scrambled behind her, prying open the lower maintenance hatch. There's no time. Professor Vermeer! The system's fried. Someone has to go below and brace the drive gears manually to force this door open. The elderly professor hacked in broken spasms. There we go. I'm good at this. Bloodshot eyes peering through his glasses. I designed these systems. Let me do my job. Eliana never got the chance to speak. Professor Vermeer turned without a word and threw himself into the maintenance passage where grey-white mist churned like smoke from a pyre. The dense punishing virus devoured his skin on contact. Blood ran from his eyes like tears. Sight gone, the old professor crawled forward on nothing but instinct. 30 seconds, a minute 35, his fingers closed around the gear. The one that meant life or death for everyone. Open up, come on. What if I make a sort of fake coughing? Yeah, fake coughing. Yeah. Crazy. A strength beyond his years flooded his limbs. The rusted gear groaned then gave. The deafening crash, the heavy alloy hatch flew open. The door's jammed! Open! Go squeeze through! Follow the emergency lights, keep going. Eliana's voice reached him as if from very far away. The students, did they make it? The last breath slipped from his nostrils. He crumpled in the narrow passage, his grey, lifeless eyes fixed on something that was no sky over earth. Panic caught like flame. Survivors fled in every direction, desperate and directionless. But what escape remained? This eerie domain had already swallowed the starship whole. Tactical pouches of emergency masks. Deafening gunshot cracked the chaos wide open. Frightened, lost eyes swung towards sound like lambs catching the voice of their shepherd. There, Vanessa stood beneath the FS monument. A basic emergency mask her only shield. Eliana, take your squad and get the combat purification filter online. Got it. All operational constructs, evacuate the wounded to the purified zone now. Copy. The rest of you masks on. 30 seconds to reach the nearest escape pod and suit up. Move. The order followed one another. Shouted across the hall. With someone to rally behind, the survivors jolted into motion. Masks were pulled on. Protective suits were hauled from the escape pods. A low hum rose to the starship as the compact suit purification filter on the port side stuttered, then started to life. On the punishing virus detector, a faint blue light blinked awake. Its glow falling across Vanessa's pale face. Thank God, the filters are on. But no one had time to breathe. Rift after rift split open the airhead. Split the air overhead. And from them spilled aberrant creatures, mindless, merciless, striking everyone in sight. Battle had begun unannounced. Alright, suits are intact, serum's still good. Let's move. Vanessa? Vanessa? Aliana's gaze followed Vanessa to the square ahead, where bloodstains paint around. Her bodies lay still. The assault was so swift, so insidious, not even the veteran commandants stationed aboard stood a chance. The punishing virus spread before anyone could react. The real enemy remains unseen, and the FOS starship has already been gutted. That's not on you. You reacted faster than anyone could have asked. Who said I'm standing here feeling sorry for them? Standard tactical pouches all come with emergency respirators. The second the alarm sounded, putting on the mask should have been instinct. Vanessa looks away. This is war. The battlefield doesn't hand out second chances. You're right, the battlefield doesn't forgive. That's fine. I'll make sure they learn what they need to survive. Every last one of them is coming back to Earth in one piece. Aliana lets out a sigh. Alright. We need to head back. The wounded are waiting on this serum. I found some open medical supplies too. We'll bring those along. Sorry, I got like a itch in my eye. Does anyone else ever like scratch their eyes and then ended up what's the word? Like, it's only most people with glasses, but like anyone with like eye goop on your glasses? Or is that just me? Nia, grab those spare bandages. Get ready, we're pushing through on my signal. Nia? Yes. The frightened student straightens up. Eyes sharp, cadet. You zone out and these things get a claw on you. Don't expect me to come playing here. Pretty regularly, yeah, it's terrible. I've gone through so many glasses wipes just cleaning off like my own eye juices. Safety officer slips through the side furniture in the medical bay and gestures to Eliana. The hatch swings open. Gunfire tears through the air. She hammers the encroaching creatures back from the hatch, and without breaking near them, swings her gun stock into a lunging enemy as she reloads. She holds the line, covering Nia's escape while the student flees the room with the bulging pack of medical supplies. Something's not right. The medbay should still be inside the edge of the Hilda's range. So why are these things swarming us? What do you mean exactly? She drives a skulking enemy back against the wall and checks her remaining mags. A frown that crosses her face is everything. And now she's running short in ammo. Anyway, we gotta get back. A low muffled thud rolls down the corridor. By Eliana, the wall is dissolving, ragged holes spreading like rot as the dense punishing virus devours the metal. How are those pads on my glasses looking? Oh god, let me check. I'm pretty sure they're like... Oh! They are... translucent, we will say. Damn it, it's a rift! How the hell did a rift tear open here? Eliana pushes Nia back and hard and opens fire in the rift, but the thick fog floods through and up before her shots can land. The screeches of monsters ring out at their right their flank. Nia, run! Together they lay down a wall of gunfire, but the rift only yawns wider, swallowing every round. It isn't enough. Eliana, behind you! The fog splits, and a monster bursts through, claws gleaming at it as it lunges. Ugh. The claws shot through Eliana's shoulder in a flash. Instructor Eliana, are you... Eliana stumbles, pain searing through her. Nia spins around at once, reaching to pull her back to her feet. Take this. She knows exactly how this ends. As the mechanical claws slide from her shoulder with a wet, cold rasp, Eliana hears it. The sound of her own death. Her suit is breached. She pulls the punishing ice, bleeding through a tear, gnawing into her flesh. Go to the hatch now. Don't let them breach the safe zone. Eliana thrusts her gun into Nia's grip and lurches towards the control panel. Her blood speckles the static-filled screen as she works. Teeth grinding into her tongue, she ejects herself back from the edge of unconsciousness. Eliana, seal the hatch. I'm almost dry here. I can't hold them. Vanessa's gunfire never falters. Pulling back isn't an option, not an inch. One step backward and the corridor ruptures open. The safe zone will be overrun. The system, it's not responding. Punishing wires creeps deeper, and Eliana's sight begins to smear the edges. Gunfire, Nia shouting her name. It falls away, muffled and far like sounds traveling through deep water. All that remains is the hammering of her own heart. And then find the manual lever! Vanessa dumps the spent mag and reaches down for her tactical pouch. Her fingers find only one magazine left. No, this won't do. Vanessa turns towards Nia. Nia, open fire! The white fog strobes red with every muzzle flash. Nia grips the gun against her chest, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. Shoot, cadet, or we're all dead! Eliana's warmth still lingers in the gun, and it stares against Nia's palm. Wet heat tracks down her cheek, but it's here she can't tell anymore. She shoots up her mind, she squeezes the trigger. Together, their gunfire just barely holds the line. Eliana! A brutal kick sends enemies stumbling back through the hatch. Vanessa doesn't turn, she just shouts Eliana's name through the other side. I'm on it! Eliana's fingers are dead weight now. Nerves eaten away by the punishing wire spreading beneath her suit. Groping through the numbness, her hand closes around the lever and mark emergency manual shutdown. Initiating emergency lockdown. With every ounce of strength left in her, she throws herself against the lever. Her lights roll and electronic alarms screech above, a death knell ringing through the corridor. Idiot, the gun's dry! Vanessa tears the spent gun from Nia's grip, seizes her by the collar, and hurls her towards the hatch. Eliana, status! Whatever she's about to say strangles in her throat. Her eyes lock on the gaping rip in Eliana's suit. Eliana's body gives out. She rumbles against the control panel, blood bubbling at her lips, as she sinks to the floor. Take the supplies. Go. Instructor Eliana? Nia, keep moving. Don't stop. When you make it out, I'll give you an A in tactical support. Each breath scrapes through her, ragged and wet. With what little strength remains, she rips up the tactical pouch and hurls it towards Vanessa. Vanessa! Through the shattered haze of her visor, Eliana locks eyes with Vanessa. She tries to speak. Her mouth moves, but thick blood flows out. The sound that follows is so faint it barely exists. Get the kids home. It comes out as little more than a whisper, but Vanessa hears every syllable like a bell strike. Vanessa's jaw sets. She spins on her heel and runs for the hatch without a backward glance. No, Instructor Eliana is back there. The hatch drops like a guillotine. She's gone. Vanessa crushes Nia against her chest and holds on. No, she's still alive. Look at her. She's still moving. We can still save her. Nia shrieks until her voice gives out, bucking and thrashing, every muscle straining to escape Vanessa's grip. She's just hurt. I have medicine, bandages, and the serum. She only watches the hatch slams down, the shrinking gaps stealing everything from her. Instructor Eliana, wake up! Please look at me! Eliana is dead. Vanessa drives Nia to the ground, pinning her beneath a hard stare. Oh, 7? She's dead. No, that can't be. We still have serum. We have supplies. If she could just make it back. With grinding insufferable momentum, the heavy alloy hatch slams down, sealing away the hell of ash white fog and shrieking monsters beyond. Instructor Eliana. With a final grinding clang, the gate seals shut, cutting the line between the living and the dead. Nia stares at the empty door and blinking. And the tears break free. Everything she's held back, the terror, the grief, floods out of her, unstoppable. She drops to her knees beside the serum case, eyes fixed on it, as though she could burn the last few minutes out of existence if she just stared long enough. How is this? We were just... Vanessa doesn't move. She stands before the sealed gate in silence. She should be used to this, the war, the dying. Where people are there 1 second and gone next. Blood trickles from her cracked lips, the taste of iron filling her mouth. She runs her tongue over the wound and bends to retrieve Eliana's tactical pouch. Done crying? Her grief burns itself out, leaving only numbness behind. Nia's face is wet, her eyes fixed on the flashing warning lights above the door. Then get up, grab the serum. Don't let her death be a joke. Vanessa turns away. The shadows follow her all. If it was Starship. What was once a vast open deck is now crammed with salvage supplies. The compact purification filter is limited reach, and survival means squeezing into every inch they can shield. Instructor Rainer, the third scout team is back. They brought some canned rations from the kitchen reserves. A fresh-faced student trips over his words, giving the instructor a report. Still not used to being a soldier. How many hands? What kind? Are they damaged? I don't know. Alright, take them to the supply team and find Instructor Eliana. She'll walk you through about that. She'll walk you through sorting and logging them. But then Instructor Eliana go out with Instructor Vanessa to look for the serum. Alright. Alright, she did. Slipped my mind. Wait, they're still not back? It's been a while. But nothing went wrong. About that. Rainer's eyes fix on the hourglass where he etched in his face. He draws a breath to speak again, but the door runs open. Vanessa steps through, holding a heavy supply pack in her wake. Like this. One sealed crate, serum crate. 5 unopened rolls of bandages, assorted meds, all from the med bay. Vanessa, the serum! Thank God, that's exactly what we needed. We have 5 critically wounded waiting on this. Rainer snaps the logbook open, locks the supplies as fast as his hands will move, and waves the medical team forward to take them. Is that 3? I think it is 3. 2 in the when they first went into the fog, and then 1. No, 4. It's 4. Professor, the 2 students, and then Eliana is 4. Death count. Rainer snaps the logbook open, locks the supplies as fast as his hands will move, and waves the medical team forward to take them. Set us on the other scout teams? Actually, no, because if you count the superintendents, there were 3, I think, right? But do we? No, we do count them. No, because no. The 3rd survived. There were 3 superintendents, but the 3rd one survived, right? And started the project to make FOS the starship. So we're on 6? Two superintendents. And then 4 people on the starship. This is very important. Set us in the scout teams. Teams 1 and 6 are led by constructs. Push deep into the fog toward the far side of the deck. Went into enemy contact head on and only one of them made it back. Too many of those rifts out there. We still can't reach the engine room. Too many wounded, not enough hands. And we're still posting people outside the safe zone perimeter to keep the enemy from breaking the through. Damn it, next homecoming we're making it mandatory. I recommend it brings at least 2 squad members back to campus. Got sidetracked. Team 2 was supposed to reach the comms tower for repairs. Lost the way in the fog part right there. Only 2 made it back. Already sent Team 5, Eliana and Valen's old squad, to search for the missing. Teams 3 and 4 hit the cafeteria, brought back what food they could carry. Haven't had time to log it yet. Right, where's Eliana? Yeah, about that. Rainer doesn't catch the gravity in Vanessa's silence. He just keeps talking. I need her help right now. She's the only one left with biometric access to the backup med cabinet. The 60 has been asking for her. Can't open it without her authorization. We got wounded from 2 scout teams waiting on injections, and on top of that, the screen jumps to the next page. Rainer's finger is flying as he scrolls through the endless checklist. Look at me, can't keep a single thing straight. Also, the medical pod solution's almost gone. I need to ask which storage area might have reserves so we can send a team out to grab some. And the students from Scout Team 3 that just pulled back don't know how to sort supplies. And they're pretty shaken up besides. She's the best one to check on them. And lastly, Rainer is so absorbed in his checklist that he doesn't see the color drain from Nia's face. Eliana. He rattles on, assigning task after task to the logistics chief, oblivious. Each repetition of the name scrapes across Nia's raw nerves like jagged steel. Instructor. Right, Eliana, she's resting. She's definitely resting. Yeah. Eliana's gone to like a farm upstate. Nia grits her teeth. The words lodge in her throat. She wants to speak, but nothing comes. What's wrong? Worn out? Yeah, I guess. First mission like this, after all. Eliana's quarters are just in the back. Go lie down for a bit. She won't mind. Vanessa, you've been quiet. Where is she? Is there heavier cargo that still needs hauling? I can send Scout Team 3 out. Eliana's dead. What? Did she head straight to the storage, or...? I said Eliana's dead. She's not coming back. Eliana's dead. Vanessa's words echo from his own lips, and Rainer stops cold. Rush cut off off guard. Tore through her shoulder, and the punishing virus injection hit. She flattened into the spot. Sorry, out an itch. Where's her name on the KIA list? She's not coming back. But how? The med-based ship, midship. Those rifts had never reached the inner hull before. We'll figure out why it happened. Vanessa's eyes hold no sorrow. Just a forced, unbroken stillness that still feels heavier than grief. What's her name on the KIA list? And Nia. Get to the storage bay. T-Scout Team 3T out to sort the supplies. Use the method Eliana taught you. On it! The answer Eliana would have spoken to Vanessa becomes Nia's anchor. Shakily, she leans into the wall, gathers herself, and stands. But Rainer stays rooted to the spot, a terminal clutched tight in his white-knuckled hand. How could Eliana... Vanessa pulls the terminal from Rainer's unresting grip. The KIA list opens under her touch. Names, faces, FOS, IDs, life after life, reduced to entries on a screen. Vermeer Reggie, Professor of Mechanical Dynamics. Killed in action during the FOS Starship's initial entry into the anomalous domain. There we go, we're getting the official kill list now. Let's fit onto the ship's systems. He manually engaged the emergency control lever. His decisive action created a 30-second window that allowed other personnel to survive. Raina, student of command, killed in action while conducting reconnaissance in the anonymous domain. She was the first to identify the Chimera and to make the initial stand against the hostile monsters within the space. This is now 7? Orson, student of mechanical dynamics, killed in action while conducting reconnaissance I can't say the word reconnaissance. I'm very congested today. My nose feels very, you know. He was trying to map dimensional patterns and fix the starship's location when a rift materialized on the deck. That's 8, right? Page to page scrolls by. The screen's cold glow. The cold glow pulls in Vanessa's eyes. Her fingers tapping softly. The only sound in the crushing quiet. Eliana Leon, Director of Logistics on FOS. Killed in action aboard the FOS starship outside the medical bay. When a rift opened in the perimeter of the designated safe zone, she manually sealed the hatch while gravely injured, shielding the wounded inside. Cause of death confirmed as rapid onset punishing virus infection. Submits a soft beep. Line of green text marking her as alive turns to lifeless gray as it files itself into the ever-growing folder. Get from KIA. Alright, enough standing around. Move. No clearance! Pry the damn cabinets open. Don't know how to sort supplies? Pile it all up. Vanessa brings Eliana's tactical pouch down hard on the table. From its folds, a small storage device clatters loose. This is... The terminal reads the storage device. What loads isn't a fan message, it's a map, pinpointing every supply cache and storage area aboard the starship. Eliana's final act laid out in gold data. Pull yourself together and get someone to retrieve the medical supplies you need. But this was Eliana's. No buts. She snaps out the terminal shut and tosses it back to Rainer. Alert everyone, gather the wounded in one place. From this moment on, no one leaves the safe zone around the filter without my direct order. The comms tower. No buts! What did Vanessa just say? The starship's speakers hissed alive, spitting a thin veil of static into the silence. Hello, can you hear me? The comms tower. Comms tower repair is complete. Scout Team 5, mission accomplished. Eliana, did you catch that? I knew it. Your plan worked perfectly. Comms tower, they fixed it. Vanessa's hand smashes onto the comms button. This is Vanessa, command. Scout Team 5 hold position at the comms tower. Begin transmitting distress signals immediately. Huh? Vanessa? Where are you on the line? Also activate the comms tower tactical radar and sync the holo map to my terminal. Roger. The radar protection hums to life. Across the terrain grid, hostile signatures bloom in crimson. Too many to count, swelling the map whole. Darn it, the numbers are still climbing. It's the rift. The words down her lips, without warning the entire starship bucks. A brutal shudder running stem to stern. What's happening? Comms tower, report. Yes. Comms tower detecting spatial anomaly readings. Wait, what is this? Across the deck, amid the overwhelming tide of hostile markers, 2 small green lights flicker onto the map. Authenticated FOS signals. Who went out there? I just gave explicit orders. No one leaves the safe zone without my command. A frown settles on Vanessa's face. Could it have come from the rift? She zooms in the display in the markers. Fingers already pulling out the identification data. We came from the rifts! Abby and Lucia. I knew it. That way. On the safe zone's edge beneath the purification filter's reach, Vanessa's hand finds her gun. She narrows her eyes towards a likely point of contact where 2 green signals are expected to appear. ID signals cross-checked multiple times. No anomalies detected. Commandant Vanessa. Could it really be the Grey Raven Commandant and Lucia? I don't buy it. Vanessa's fingers tap an uneven rhythm on her gun. Her expression empty as she does the math. Could the rounds inside blast those 2 green signals right out of the safe zone? While friends is waltzing in and out this hellhole fog? Please. Even Baloney is trashy as well now with some more credibility. If it does turn out to be a Graven, if they're really here, we could... I'd have a look off your face. There's no if. Well, about that, Vanessa. Not looking back, Vanessa narrows her eyes, the swirling grey fog mirrored in her pupils. I'll confirm who they are myself. But this is gonna give the order to fire. You better not, hesitate and I'll put a round through your head before theirs. Understood. We can parry bullets. We're fine. Deathly silence claims a soldier who dares not pursue the matter further. Grey fog drifts and coils through the air as Vanessa studies the safe zone's boundary with an unnerving calm, waiting for the answer she's already anticipated. Heavy footfalls slamming against the earth, hammering their eardrums, and Vanessa's gun leaps forward toward the sound with exacting precision. Her breathing all but invisible. Something's off. Vanessa's brow tightens into a sharp furrow. The footsteps. It's just one person. She's no time to process it. A piercing shriek tears the silence apart, and from deep within the fog comes the sharp metallic ring of a blade. A construct using her blade. Captain Lucia, is it really her? You're not Lucia! There's a wet tear of severed flesh. And then a char-corrupted limb spins through the air, arcing before it slams into the deck. That's not Lucia. Fall back. Vanessa's order cuts through the air, signaling the soldier to hold up the gun. She leans forward, every muscle wound tight as the crossbow hits at its limit, her finger already kissing the trigger. Just dodging Matrix! Oh, it's Alpha! The fog splits. The blade has parted it, and there in the shadows beyond stands a construct. Not particularly tall, her eyes hold the calm of the abyss itself, and her black and red frame cutting sharply through the grey fog. Identify yourself! Something about the construct tugs at her memory, but Vanessa holds her weapon steady, the barrel fixed squarely on the target. Talk or turn around and walk. Could she have been dragged into this place by the fog just like them? And if so, how could she have survived alone here for this long? 21 days. Not long by most measures, but for the FOS starship trapped in this hell, it's been an eternity. Anything that survives in a place like this is either a monster or something worse. And right now the FOS can't afford another disaster. Silence is the only reply. Vanessa's gaze turns to steel and she fires out a flicker of hesitation. The round screams past Alpha's ear, and a hair's breadth from drawing blood. Alpha's eyes narrow, her hand drifts, coming to rest lightly on her blade's hilt. Last chance, there won't be another. Instructor Vanessa! Mia rushes in from the side and the tense standoff breaks, if only for a moment. Get behind me! Frowning, Vanessa steps forward with measured precision, suddenly placing herself between Nia and Alpha. He gave orders for everyone to stay in the safe zone. Why are you here? Instructor Rainer sent me. He said... Still gasping from her sprint in the bulky protective suit, Nia fights to relay Instructor Rainer's message verbatim, tipping a finger towards a different location. He said the 2 green signals on the holomap suddenly changed course. Looked like they're heading for the safe zone from that direction. No time to spare, Vanessa signals the construct soldier to keep Alpha covered and rolls towards Nia's outstretched hand. 2 figures slip out of the grey haze, silent as shadows. Who's there? Vanessa? 2 voices ring out almost simultaneously. Show yourselves. From the thick fog, 2 figures slowly take shape. They're none other than the Grey Raven Commandant and the squad's captain, Lucia. It's me, Abby! What's the situation of the starship? Vanessa doesn't lower her weapon. She doesn't step aside from the path to the safe zone either. And who's going to prove you're the Grey Raven Commandant? What kind of proof do you need? I can match your commandant. I'm Lucia, Captain of Grey Raven. Current designation VP-LO1, Power Version. That's public record. Anyone about Linnea could recite it. And also... This is all just like public information, right? Squad members are, well, that's in the public database. If you don't have real proof, turn around and leave. Now, her gun comes up. Vanessa's eyes find you, cold and wavering. Alright then. Through technical simulation exam, your pistol misfired and you almost shot Simon. Your shooting scores were terrible back then. You sneak into the simulation training room at midnight. Shut up. The furrow in Vanessa's brow doesn't ease. She pivots in one swift motion, her gun finding Alpha. That just leaves you as the problem. Don't bother, I have no interest in sticking with you either. Alpha doesn't intend to stay. She turns, already walking away. Wait! Oh now, another old friend of yours? She's a contact from the surface. We scramble to cobble together a cover story for Alpha. Vanessa's expression remains skeptical. Across the group, Alpha arches an eyebrow. Her stare is slicing through the distance to pin you in place. You want me to stay? More hands, better odds. The fog is the realm of nothing but the unknown. On the surface, Alpha is an enemy, but in this place, you will face the same threat and share the same objective. Besides, your mind must be stabilizing too. How do you... Alpha's eyes drift towards Lucia, off to the side. She goes quiet, holding herself back from further interference. If we don't prove it's us, we get shot. If we prove it's us by rage baiting her, we get shot. Good work, Commandant. We're getting a bullet either way. We ran into a drinking mission in the conservation area. Face Vanessa again, trying once more to spin a believable backstory for Alpha. And what guarantees her identity holds up? I'll stake my reputation on it. Fine, I'll take that for now. But if she causes trouble, you're going down right alongside her. Vanessa lowers her gun and turns back towards the safe zone. Once a small central square aboard the FOS starship, the space with its proximity to the compact purification filter and its generous expanse has been hastily repurposed into a safe zone. Salvage supplies from the fog sit in disordered piles, while makeshift metal barricades throw uneasy shadows across the floor. 21 days. That's how long FOS starship has been trapped in the fog. Food, medicine, and serum are dwindling fast with no resupply. The scent of decay lingers. In the corners, the wounded students and instructors sit or stand in scattered clusters. As your group enters, their eyes follow, silent and watchful. 89 survivors, 23 wounded. Aside from Scout Team 5 at the comms tower, this is everyone. When the command room door clicks shut, Vanessa's shoulders drop. Just a fraction, betraying a flicker of exhaustion. What's the situation? Bad. Why does it feel like we've had this talk before? Because every time we run into each other, things are already on fire. Anyway, it's already the 21st. The final grain of sand hangs for a breath. Spin it in the glass before dropping. Vanessa reaches down, flips the hourglass, watching the sand spill into its endless cycle once more. It's 22nd day. The shadow crosses Vanessa's face. When FOS came under attack, its defense systems triggered and ejected the starship. Surface attacks keep coming for a while after. I tried mounting a counteroffensive, but we couldn't lock on the enemy. Had to stand down. At first, nobody thought much of it. Comms tower went down, we lost contact, but we could still pick up Babylonia's signal. Until the ship got dragged into this hellhole. Dragged? I think someone deliberately pulled FOS in. Yes, the FOS was captured by the space, yanked it on purpose. The second we picked up the gravity anomaly, we pushed engines to full output, tried to wrestle back control of the ship. Didn't do a damn thing. One violent lurch and we were in. Has there been anyone suspicious? The most suspicious people who has shown up. You three. What about anomalous creatures? There's something big prowling in the ship. Can't confirm it's corrupted or something else entirely. Doesn't show itself much, only surfaces after the heavy tremors. We're calling it Chimera for now. Chimera? Yeah. Strange pair of horns, massive frame. The money's on it being the thing that Toro's ripped open. But I don't have the people to go on the offensive. All I can do is hold in the safe zone. She frowns. You've got wounded piling up. Sitting here isn't an option anymore. We need an exit. How do you three get in? Can we backtrack to your entry point? I'm afraid not. Command and I, along with this construct, are pulled into the old FOS surface site. Old surface site? I saw a picked up a strange recording there. Transmitted through Rosette's communicator. Lucia and I went to investigate. We crossed paths with this contract along the way. Thanks, Alpha. Alpha doesn't call out your lie. And then... Grey fog swallowed everything. Your eyes opened and the deck beneath your feet felt familiar and wrong all at once. Lucia? The ringing in your ears refused to fade. Your first thought was the construct. She should have been right there with you. Commandant, I'm here. What is, I know this place. Commandant, this might be the FOS starship, but it's also something more. Lucia rose to her feet. They're checking the punishing virus filtration system on your protective suit and confirming it functioned properly. She spoke in a quiet voice. The structure matches the FOS starship, but the space itself, it feels like the fog. That's impossible. Edo Tower had never shown itself, which meant there should have been no way into the fog. I'm not quite sure either. When I entered that fog before, it wasn't like this. She remembered how it used to be. The fog was an infinite grey haze where time and space held no meaning. She could only run senselessly, a headless chicken lost in the void. This place. Countless rifts yawned open, each a doorway to some other domain, and through them came grotesque monsters by the thousands, descending upon the deck in an endless writhing tide. Is this like FOS vanished? Even through the murk, the starship's monument stood out like a beacon. But the science was wrong. Too deep, too complete. Nothing stirred except the skittering of monsters and the bloodstains that painted the floor. The place was silent as a tomb. Are they really still alive? Ugh. A faint tremor rippled through the mind beacon. Lucia's bowed forward in response. Your mind? It's nothing serious, Commandant. Just the fog pressing on me. Did it affect you like this last time? I can't recall. It may be part of whatever's changed about this place. The Henlo Tower didn't manifest after all. Looking back, he had no return. The only choice left was to press on. Commandant, wait. Let's check the combat filter first. The FOS had disappeared on homecoming day, with seasoned commandants on board. Faced with the punishing by concentration this dense, they would have made straight for the combat filter. You raced for the worst with every step until at last human silhouettes emerged in the distance. Only then did the tightness in your chest begin to ease. The fog, huh? Never heard the name before. It fits, though. Vanessa accesses the FOS navigation logs on the terminal. So your entry point, which was near the FOS surface site, might connect to an exit leading out of the fog. But only 3 of us came through. It's still a lead. Is there like... I can't tell if there's like a... speck on my glasses or if it's just the light. I think it's just the light. We'd sitting on our hands waiting to die. Those damn rips won't stop vomiting monsters. Priority 1 is looking down the safe zone we got. After that, we'll work out. The hull convulses without warning. A bone-deep tremor that sets the alloy bulkheads groaning, warping under the strain. Alpha takes a half step back, barely perceptible. Her fingers locking tight around a blade's hilt. Another mind tremor rippled through. Same kind you felt about entering the fog. Could the Chimera be causing this? Number 1, Raymore. Rainer, grab the Reserve 7 scout team. Sweep the safe zone perimeter. No rifts open inside on my watch. And tell Eliana to... She caught herself and slammed her mouth shut. On it! Rainer acknowledges from outside the door and hurries off. And you, don't just stand there. Take us 2 and go check. She goes at the tactical radar's holographic projection, scanning for the densest enemy concentrations. There, another green marker, drowning in an endless swarm of red hostiles. You gotta be kidding me, a 4th of us signal? A 4th one? But how... Vanessa's head snaps up in shock. A position. Why is this person on top of Chimera? Huh? Who could the 4th person be? A violent tremor wrecks the starship, plunging everything into bedlam. Above the rift stirred with life in a sequence like twisted, malevolent eyes awakening the abyss. Everyone bolts from the command room. Inside the narrow safe zone, students or cadets, only days ago now, fumble into soldiers' formations. Have you traced the designation yet? Vanessa hurries out, checking her weapon on the move. No, we couldn't. The designation sequence doesn't exist in our records at all. What do you mean doesn't exist? Based on the designation structure that year, FOS had no female students with the ID Joanne registered. FOS College assigns each student a unique designation and codes detailed information, including location, enrollment year, name, and student number. Every enrolled student receives their own designation, and once a student has registered for enrollment, the record remains in the system without exception. Is the camera making an FOS signal? There's no reason for it to do that. You've nearly laid eyes on the colossal creature, yet Vanessa's account leaves no doubt that it could obliterate every human here in any way it pleased. And what is the signal playing at? Before she can finish, the deck convulses again. All around you, supply crates lurch into frenzy, the restraints snapping one by one. Watch out. You drag an injured soldier clear of a supply crate in a heartbeat before it tips. With a deafening crash, the massive metal container slams into the opposite bulkhead. What was that sound? The Chimera, right on cue. From beyond the compartment comes a piercing shriek, far up a cold to the bone. Vanessa, we're running out of time out here. The effort to secure the wounded is cut short as Vanessa's terminal shrieks to life. On the screen, Reyna's face looms, blood smeared across his cheek, his eyes wild with panic. Rips are multiplying fast and the punishing virus concentration spiking hard. Several just throw open right next to the comms tower. They're going after the tower itself. I've got teams 3 and 4 moving to reinforce, but I won't lie, we can barely hold the line. The tower does not fall. I'm on my way with reinforcements. You just... Lucia and I will hold the purification filter. Vanessa understands the starship's layout and the unfolding chaos far better than you do. You only just got here, trusting over this mission as his smartest tactical goal. Alright. Your eyes meet. A curt nod from Vanessa and she's off, rushing away with another construct who doubled back to reinforce your position. The fog carries sounds both mournful and grating, distant yet everywhere at once. The dense grey haze swallows all in its path, spreading through the starship. Punishing's concentration is off the charts. It's already crystallizing. Lucia's blade slices clean through one of the strange crystals creeping over the wall. Safety improvement is compromised. We need to pull everyone back. Is running all you humans are good for? The fog parts to a sudden blade, steel flashing cold in the murk. The creature inside has no time to shriek before its body smashes down onto the wreckage-strewn deck. Most here are just ordinary people after all. Not everyone can fight like you and Lucia. Food talk is impossible now. The chaos closes in again, consuming you entirely. Red alarm lights bleed through the fog at the safe zone's edge. Squinting up, it catches human silhouettes drifting through the haze. So fragile, so powerless. Lucia can't slaughter every threat that drags itself from the mist. Any one of them could cut those humans to pieces mid-stride. All they can only have is protective suits to filter out the punishing virus. But even that protection. Ready? Fire! She then gives the order and others clamp down on their triggers. Muzzles blaze, engulfing creatures close enough to touch. Alpha sees the terror in their faces. Still no one breaks. No one steps back. Push forward, keep attacking. Instructor Lester's voice is raw now, scraped hoarse. Around him, a cluster of FOS students presses tight behind cover. Reload! The students shouting commands hoist the FOS banner overhead, urging the others forward into another assault. Jaws tight, arms trembling, but every weapon stays raised. A petite female student in a protective suit slips through the trenches to the next sector, bracing the gun arm of her shaken comrade. If it's tight like this, Rico's gonna wreck your shoulder otherwise. Okay. His grip fails him. His fingers slacken, and no matter how fiercely he wills it, the trigger won't budge. Sorry. He bites down hard on his lower lip. Blood seeps from the cracked skin. I just can't. Hey, it's okay. You just wound up, that's all. Nia's eyes narrow. She steadies the student's aim, her finger pressing over the trigger. Erasing the trigger. The shot was clean through a nearby monster. Also, right? See that? In a situation like that, if you could read the eyes or somewhere else as the weak point and act on it. Well recounted, Nia. Well recounted. That'd be a solid 80 in tactical support. Right at the door of top marks. The voice stumbles over Instructor Eliana's phrases, repeating them like a mantra. Then gently, Nia releases her hold in his hand. Really? Of course. Got it from here. Once more, she helps Asu settle his sights on target. Ready? Fire! Don't let them near the barricade. Heavy guns thunder as one. I realize this is just like one PNG that's like repeating and with a wave filter on it. It's little tricks like this I find very cool. It's a clever way of doing it. The heavy guns thunder on as one. Their muzzle fire scorching blazing lines through the mist. Monsters shriek and collapse under the barrage, but it means nothing. More of them pour over the foe in a snarling metallic wave. The same volleys that would tear through steel plates cannot stop them. The tide surges on, right to the barricade's lip. Tap in the flank, they're breaking through! The roar of close-range detonations swallows the screams whole. The claw erupts from the enemy's side, too fast for the barrier-bearing student to react. Once held firm and high, the FOS banner dips, tilts, and crashes down as the student crumples beneath the blow. Pull back. Back to the build's perimeter. My throat really hurts today, I don't know what that's about. I'll drink some more water. Instructor Lester clears the shattered barricade in one leap. His twin heavy submachine guns roaring with an unbroken stream of fire. Instructor Lester! The monsters flood forward, swallowing the distance in an instant. Lester discards his empty guns, pulls a tactical knife and sinks it clean into an enemy's joint. Get back. Ugh. From a fissure in the deck, a dark form erupts. A shriek, a clash of claws, and then it's through him. Lester is slammed back and pinned to the metal bulkhead before he can even grasp. Instructor! You bolt out of the trench, rifle blazing, but the fire she pours into the enemy barely slows them. In an instant, Zero reaches the grab, flooding the trench and whipping savagely into the students. They're in! Don't panic, keep firing. Voices through the trench, a scream driven by nothing but raw instinct. Hold your ground. Don't let go. Shoot! The students clamber out the trench in a frantic rush. Nia spots the enemies closing from behind, tosses her jam rifle aside and roots herself squarely in the passage. For FOS! Her hand snatches the microbomb from her waist. A blade goes to the air, knocking aside an enemy mid-lunge. The impact jars the microbomb from Nia's grip, sending it tumbling into the mass of monsters. And then that strange, unshakable feeling switches through Alpha's mind again. Man, those rifts! You catch your breath for a split second, then glance up at Lucia shout. The rifts are still spreading around the vessel. From everyone pours an unending tide of enemies flooding towards the deck. Establish a new station near the filter. Evacuation takes priority. Understood. Alpha, you... I don't answer to you. I'll hold the line for... Ugh. The piercing shriek splits the air. Alpha reels, her knuckles bone white around the hilt of her blade. Whatever this disturbance is, it's reaching straight into your mind. Even your mind beacon flickers, its breathing spiking erratically. It's the Chimera. So that's the source. Alpha... Ooh. Alpha steadies herself and draws her blade. Alpha, wait! Reach out, but it's already too late. Alpha's gone, swallowed by the fog beyond the perimeter. Blood slicks the ground beyond the safe zone. Oh, wow. Somewhere in the fog, Chimera draws nearer to the starship. With every shriek it loses, the fog splinters wider. Rift after rift gapes open, disgorging packs of creatures that scramble into the deck like rabid wolves, surging mindlessly towards the safe zone. No objective, no strategy. Only the raw instinct to kill every human they find. You. Alpha stares through the shifting fog, her gaze finding the Chimera where it looms beside the starship like a waking nightmare. It seems sad. What? How can she even feel that? Why does it so echo in her mind? And the pain hits her mind, like claws digging into her psyche and squeezing. Alpha frowns, blaming the fog. It has to be the fog. Her blade lashes out, cutting through the creatures that throw themselves at her. If you're the source... She crosses the gap in an instant, boots hitting the blood-stained deck with a solid, unyielding impact. What do you want? A flash of steel and a creature is pinned to the bulkhead mid-climb, clawing limbs going still. Dragging all these people here. The FOS starship, me, the Graven Commandant, and Lucia. The massive creature looms in the distance. Alpha locks onto it, her blade slicing through the swirling fog as she takes 2 slow, measured steps forward. What are you planning? In the communications tower. A fog spirals in a slow training vortex around the tower. The Chimera's cries rip the sky apart, and with every rift that blooms, the punishing virus thickens and crystallizes. Corrupted structures form, winding around the tower like tightening coils. Where the hell is our backup? Maya! Just in time, Reino spins his gun up and fires one-handed. As their hand snaps forward, snatching the student by the collar and yanking her out of the creature's reach. Spacing out now, trying to get yourself killed. Get back there and cover me. Yes! Hair's bent from death, the student grips her gun and throws herself back behind the cover. If support doesn't arrive soon, the tower's done. Jaw clenched, Rainer squints through the dense fog. His bloodshot eyes fixed desperately on the nearby communications tower. The creatures are scaling the punishing virus crystals, clawing their way towards the tower's peak. Scout Team 5 throws every round they have at them, but it's barely making a dent. Open fire. A cold shout tears through the air above. The next instant, a vicious barrage of fire slams into the creature scaling the communications tower with surgical precision. Vanessa, thank God! Wait, where'd you get heavy artillery? Storage. Vanessa offers no further explanation. She snaps order at the 2 constructs to maintain fire. Her other hand already activating a terminal. Maybe Raptor looks like Alpha but baby Alpha? You think so? Nah, that's high praise. Scouting and fire, Raylan, you still with us? Of course. For a moment, only static and the sickening scrape of metal. Then the transition clears and a male instructor's voice comes through. Scout Team 5, full complement 3, all 3 standing. Vanessa, we're almost out of ammo, but we're alive, all of us. And stay that way. I'll handle the ammo. Keep broadcasting the distress signal. And hang in there. Never thought I'd hear that from you, Vanessa. Don't worry, I haven't proposed to Eliana yet. I'm dying here. Before Vanessa can respond, the line goes dead. Vanessa doesn't know about Eliana. He was going to tell him now. Vanessa doesn't even look up. She cuts Serena off mid-sentence, her tone icy and detached. Her eyes locked the tactical map. Yes, that's a death flag right there. That's what we call a death flag. Ah, forget it. None of us even knows if we're making it through today. He's gonna there's gonna be like a death sequence where he's gonna be like, oh, Eliana, we're gonna get married. The green light flickers and dies on the holographic display. Her lips tighten into a thin, bloodless line. Blaster's down. His fair drags Rainer's head down. He went straight through FOS College in Babylonia as his director of administration, wielding control over every asset aboard the starship. Now all that power is meaningless. Here in this nightmare, he can do nothing but bear witness as his old comrades are cut down one after the next. Quit standing there. I brought ammo. I need to get up to Valen on his team. She moves too fast, and the wound in her arm pulls hard. The last trace of color bleeds from her pale face, her brow creasing sharply. You're hurt. It's nothing. Change my suit, no infection risk. Don't fuss. Vanessa shifts, a casual turn masking something far from casual. Wound slashed deep to the bone. Ooh. Blood welling and spilling in steady rivulets down her arm. I'll find a way to get the supplies up there. Whatever it takes, that tower is not full. There's this last day on the force, oh god. Like, you could just tell when characters have death flags. So it's gonna be a nice couple hours before he dies. Rainer places his head, gaze fixed on the steel framework lining, standing isolated in the dense fog. A flicker of doubt crosses his eyes. Huh? Oh, there you go. But even if we hold the tower, can we actually reach Babylonia from here? Before I wasn't sure, now it's possible. On the holographic map, 2 green signals still flash, locked in combat, but his eyes follow them unwavering. That being Lucia and that suspicious construct. We made it into the fog, that proves the space is unstable. It's not a sealed barrier, intermittent exits lead back to the surface. Her eyes narrow, zeroing in on the wave band frequency scrolling across the terminal screen. As long as we keep broadcasting all frequencies, as long as Babylonia is still searching, we will reach them. Ah, come here in the background. I want to appreciate this. I love like how artistic it is. It's geese as well. Not just any bird, there's a geese. I noticed. Oh, what's this? According to Eliana's map, the warehouse should be right here. Vanessa, I advise against going in. The fishing ice levels inside are extremely high. And what am I supposed to do? Use you as a heavy cannon? Find a way to open the door. Yes. Covers, there are too many of them. Retreat! Retreat? Are you kidding me? Grab supplies, take everything you can. Vanessa, you're hurt. Quit talking and move, take everything you can. The heavy cannon ammo is crate too, hurry. That's how she got the ammo, I see it. Long as calling the day they left for the 21st time. She trudges through the endless fog. The fog is cold like the day they left for the 21st time. No, this is her memory. Whose memory is this? The fog has dissolved time, dissolved space, and dissolved her along with them. Who is crying? He's asking to go home, but where is home? She no longer remembers how long she has walked, nor how long she has been trapped in this nowhere. She only remembers that she must find those two. Until she does, she can only carry all this burden and slowly push forward. Slowly push forward? No, she can't keep searching like this. She still hasn't found anything. She still hasn't found them. Her thoughts flicker in and out of existence. Only the pain stays constant, rooted deep within her mind. The crown is still feeding on her flesh. She can feel it, but even now she cannot control it. The power bleeds outward, uncontrollable, spreading the fog. Rifts open in its wake and monsters pour through. Stop. She has to stop. Keep using the crown's power like this, and FOS will... There's no time. A multitude of voices erupt inside her skull all at once. They're dying. She's dying. Find that person. Find her. Find them. So we're seeing Chimera. Another shriek rips from her throat, and the crown's power surges through the fog once more. Then she stops. The great head turns, slow and deliberate, towards the space above the starship's deck. She sees 3 specks of light, each burning at a different intensity. Is that you? She moves closer towards the deck, desperate to discern their faces. It is you. She thinks she recognizes them. Her old friends. I have theories, but I'm keeping to myself for now. I'm gonna keep my theories to myself. With each second, the zone of safety grows tighter. The wounded huddle in a makeshift trenches pieced together from supply crates. Just beyond the crude barricade, monsters pound the splintering defenses. Wave after relentless wave. What is the status of the CPF? The filter's holding steady. As long as their monsters are still made of punishing virus, the safe zone will hold. But the problem is the mass of their bodies. They're piling up fast. Severed limbs and seeping blood into the cramped sanctuary, seeing what little round remains. The air reeks of burning, sharp and suffocating. Back to back, the wounded students hold their silent vigil, eyes sweeping the fog, bracing. Despair tightens its grip, the cold settles into their bones. Their breath, pale ghosts in the frigid air, is the only warmth they have left. Someone finally breaks the silence. It's so cold. That's Isabella's talking. He struggles upright and gropes blindly through a corner of supply crate, his fingers closing on the roll of stained bandages. Last bandage Inspector Liana left us before she gets back. Working with his good hand and his teeth, he helps cinch the girl's bandages tight to hold back the bleeding. Before she gets back, we'll have to make it last. The rations in that crate almost gone too, aren't they? We can stress them a bit longer. As for the rest, it all comes down to who gets there first. Us getting out or them getting in. If we make it back, we get to eat. They break through first, we're the meal. Either way, someone's belly gets filled. The hushed whispers fade in the flickering light. The student, while else taking its toll, slips into unconsciousness. Commanded. A blade arcs through the air. A grotesque monster slams against a supply crate behind you, pinned clean through. It clambered over the corpse of its own kind to breach the safe zone. They're breaking through. Four mechanical limbs screech and scrape like rusted iron. The centrifugation filter hums at full capacity, its safe zone slowing the events. But it's not enough to stop another creature from springboarding off the first one's arm to lunge straight at the wounded. They're using the corpses as stepping stones. A flash of steel splits the air. The blade arcs, near perfect, as Lucia grips its level and severs the enemy joints with one clean strike. Let's keep moving. Until a real solution presents itself, your only option is to keep shrinking the perimeter. At least the purification filter still holds. I'll clear the perimeter first. There are too many closing in. Lucia vaults the trench, the weight of his severed arm, and hooks his good arm around her shoulder in an unyielding grip. Don't. Just go. I can't move anymore. They're right behind us. The swelling in her ankle has turned vicious. She shoves her companion away. When she speaks, despair clings to every word. Oh, is YouTube dying? That's really on YouTube's end. It's not on mine. Great. Thanks, YouTube. Awesome. Is it stable or is it just like one buffer? On mine, it says nothing been dropped, so... I'm put my fan on because it's getting a bit warm in here. Ah, cool air. It's fine now, great. When she speaks, despair clings to every word. Claws rip through the air, bearing down on them. Shout! You drag the student down, tumble together with her across the ground. The instant you rise, you squeeze the trigger. Claws slice past inches from your faces. The shot staggers it backward, barely. It recoils, shrieking in pain, then surges forward again. A blade cuts through the air. The enemy's charge halts dead in its tracks. Thanks. You heave the now unconscious student upright, mutter a quick thanks to Alpha, and hand her off to another inspector still on his feet. I thought you were coming back. I said it'd help. My prey hasn't shown up yet, that's all. The Chimera? Yeah, it's closing in on the starship. Another tremor slams through the deck. Alpha steadies herself, pressing a hand to her forehead. Need my help? It's fine. Pain throws behind her eyes. Alpha lowers her brow, pulling it away by sheer force. So why did you go to the old FOS site? Evacuation quiets for a moment. You seize the falls and finally ask Alpha that question. Why did you? Find the FOS starship. We picked up an unknown signal at the location. Alpha freezes for a moment, seemingly surprised by your frankness. Consider it an exchange of intel. Even if we're not on the same side, getting out of here comes first. I was following some phantoms, and they led me here. Phantoms? We saw it all, how the rift opened and swallowed the FOS starship whole. We meant to warn you, but the power pouring out from this place, it started affecting Luna. Our power spawned all these strange phantoms. Some I recognized, others I've never experienced. The image surfaces again, herself standing beneath the FOS monument and talking. Then I ran into you. It started affecting Luna. With her frame upgraded, Luna should command most of the Ascension network. So for something to affect her like that, something must be hidden in the fog. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, I'll hunt it down. A chimera's shriek splits the air, cutting your conversation short. It's here. Alpha grips her blade. Without another word, she charges into the fog. Ooh. She goes through the fog, searching. She knows they're on the deck. Could it be you, or... you? My guess is that the Chimera is a former FLS student that knew the commandant. That was my theory earlier. That was my theory. We'll see how right I am, but I'm gonna say the theory now. And the 3 people she saw, I'm guessing, were like the Commandant and the Lucia Alpha. As the 3 lights. Open fire! Vanessa gives the order, her face grim as the Chimera materializes from the fog. The cannons roar, deadly fire erupts, and the massive beast barely flinches, turning its head just slightly. Damn it, why is it charging straight at us now? What is it doing? Hard sees Rainer's face. It only watches the Chimera plucks a struggling student from the deck. The dense punishing virus devours the protective suit in seconds. 3 minutes are all it takes. The student melts into a shapeless, bloody room before the beast flings his body aside. Not you. Stop! A storm of gunfire rakes the Chimera's body. Blood showers the deck. Metal dissolving to pitied ruin over it lands. The beast doesn't even flinch. Unhurried and unfeeling, it swoops and seizes another human. Not you either. Then all of you. Power ups from her. Uncontrolled. Within she, the starship groans and shudders. As she sees. Alpha stands on the deck, her gaze cold as she looks over. Guard the comms tower. I'll handle this. She leaps down from the deck, chasing the Chimeras or teeth into the fog. Damn it, a rift! Every alarm is followed by the Chimera's shriek. Alongside the comms tower, a colossal rift splits the air, slowly yawning open. The gates like the maw of some ravenous beast, waiting to feast on its next meal. Valen, do you copy? Vanessa doesn't hesitate. Having weapon in hand, she springs for the base of the comms tower. The terminal coughs back harsh static. Well, they really don't want us making it back, do they? Vanessa pours every ounce of strength into her sprint. Before the top of the comms tower, a small figure leans perilously over the edge. Valen, what are you doing up there? Sharing the good news, of course. A low chuckle escapes Valen. He slumped against the window frame, unable to stand, one finger still holding down the comms terminal button. The scout team's 2 other members are here with him as well. Or what remains of them. A distress signal got a response. Toby went out to install the signal booster. He fell. All he could grab was his left arm. Elle and I stayed to hold the tower. Enemies broke through. We were out of ammo. To keep the equipment safe, Elle took a micro-explosive and sealed herself outside the hatch with them. All we have left of her is her terminal. But we pulled it off. Scout Team 5 mission accomplished. He drags a hand across his bloodied mask. The smear clears, revealing a satisfied smile. We got a signal from Babylonia. Valen! With Valen's movement, its hour-long dark signal light flickers awake. A thin blue glow burns impossibly bright amidst the ravenous dark rift. Vanessa, listen. I'm routing Babylonia's channel straight to your terminal. Tower his hold until we get to the full transmission from Babylonia. It will hold. Beneath the tower, the first enemy claws his way out the rift, limbs twisted and grotesque. Vanessa, do me a favor. Tell Eliana I said hi. You only got yourself, man. Hits detonator. Tell her I'll be waiting at the end of the stars. He leaves into the open air. That's 9, is it? I've lost count. Oh, 7. Oh god. The storage device is found below the communications tower. Someone must have dropped it there on purpose, using the top fabric Manepha's instructor uniform as makeshift parachute. The device really works, but inside is a short video. Eliana, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. I couldn't save Elle or Toby. I'll be seeing them soon enough. We did it! We protected the communications tower. I do still regret one thing. I promised to take you to the restaurant in Babylonia. I don't even know how things are there now. I just hope it's still open when you make it back. Try that real fish for me, okay? Looks so good in the ad. Alright, I think it's everything. My camp password is your birthday. Use whatever money is left however you want. It's probably the last thing I can give you, so I guess this is goodbye. He's closer to the camera, his face is streaked with blood, but his eyes are still gentle. Eliana, don't follow me too soon. Take your time. Go back to Babylonia and grow old happy. Let me be selfish just this once. Please don't forget me. I'm waiting for you at the end of the stars. That's how we'll meet again. And Nehrim survived a phone after his death. Flaggy didn't. No. Oh god, man. From the yawning rift comes a deep, thunderous roar, and with it a detonation of blinding light. Amid shrieks of the monsters, the starship's terminal hisses with static, and Asimov's voice cuts through the chaos. It's Babylonia, broadcasting on all frequencies. Prodding emergency relay to the FOS starship. Distress signal received. Babylonia will guide you home. First make for the FOS monument. Remove the manual physical seal and activate the deep space beacon. Then restart the main engines. Full thrust, synchronize the beacon. Babylonia will be waiting at the outer perimeter. We're out of time. I don't know how much of this transmission is getting through, so commit this. Unlock the deep space beacon inside the monument. Restart main engines, maximum thrust, and leave everything else to us. You got it, Asimov. Thank you. Saving the day once again. Deep space beacon, engines, FOS monument, and the engine room both lie at the starship's stern, a long way from the fragile safety they've carved out here. Can we actually pull this off? Doesn't matter. We're doing it. The FOS monument stands on the opposite shore of the fog's endless sprawl. Vanessa stares across at it, and lets the last of her doubts fall away. I mean, we spawned here. So we can make it back, right? Let's move. Say something first. We should regroup with the Graven commanded. Nearby in another compartment, Alpha's still hunting the giant chimera. Strangely, the creature wants no direct confrontation, bolting the very moment she draws near. It appears to be in tremendous pain. Its life is draining away. Is the fog doing this? How is she feeling what the creature feels? In the split second Alpha freezes, the chimera shrieks and bolts, hurtling towards the outer perimeter of the starship's safe zone. Alpha bursts into motion, chasing it straight into the jaws of another battlefield. Alright, let's go for it!
Sever! Against all odds! Thunder! Not within.
I think I'm very good at playing her.
Against all odds! My blade!
Come on, Alpha!
Quench the fading light!
God, that's clean.
What are these things?
Is it finally over?
You okay?
I wanna go home.
I don't think he's okay. I'll stay here, you go.
How are we going to seal those rifts?
Looks like you're honest, Lucia. I'm not gonna lie. You looks like you're doing a good job.
Their attacks are still getting stronger.
Please! The upper platform needs backup.
Let's head up then, I guess.
Ah! Damn it! Another rift just opened over there.
What a pain.
Alright. Hit this.
Against all odds.
This music sounds awesome, by the way. Come on, Alpha!
So quench the fading light.
God, it's so clean.
Not without.
Oh, what did I just do then with the extra... There's like a different attack there. Hang on.
All odds.
Oh, back in the fog. Okay.
The one behind all this. I take it it's you?
FOS Starship, the fog. The safe zone has been anything but safe for some time now. Damaged emergency lights drove erratically along the bulkheads. The wounded and the exhausted huddled together in cramped clusters, panic carved into their blood-smeared faces. The monsters, they just keep coming. No matter how many we put down, they won't stop. They're going to break through. His voice, barely more than a sob, echoes softly through the silent trenches. Are we really going to make it? Can FOS really make it home? Only that vent's perimeter. Muzzle flashes splutter and fade as ammunition runs desperately low. Trapped in the strange stench of the fog, the FOS Starship is cut off from any hope of resupply. When the last rounds are spent and even the contracts are pushed past their breaking point, what options were made? Of course FOS is making it back. As the others fall silent, Nia lurches upright with a wince, her weighted leg barely holding her weight. So many instructors, so many of our classmates gave their lives here. Are we supposed to just leave them? Walk away and let them rot in this damned fog? It's not over. We're not giving up. What did FOS teach us? Fight the enemy, protect the living. There are still people alive right now. We still have strength left, don't we? The instructors and the Grey Ribbon Commanded are still fighting out there. So can we. But with what? We're nearly out of ammo. We're down to ration bars. We've been using expired serum and even that's almost gone. Even the FOS banner is... He shakes his head, dejected. The ammo, then we use our knives. Using her teeth, she tears through the bandages on her arm, then shreds off her uniform jacket. Rations. I still have Instructor Eliana's storage map. We can send out search parties, scavenge the supply bays in the fog. With her own blood, she paints the FOS emblem, stroke by stroke onto the blank back of her jacket. Oh god. Humanity does not fall here. And we, the students of FOS, don't break against something like this. She picks up a rifle, its ammunition long spent, and ties the crude banner firmly to its muzzle. Nia, first year cadet command at FOS designation 074. She raises the FOS banner high and charges past the perimeter, driving it deep into the mass of fallen monsters. For FOS! Eliana's voice echoes in her mind. She shines her grip on her dagger, and with an unyielding resolve, plunges it into the socket of a snarling monster. In the eyes! She's learning! That's an 80% right there. Deep within the fog, the Chimera stops. Under the blaring red emergency lights, the blade gleams like a cold star. Alpha spins around and lands directly in the creature's path. Nowhere to run now. The blade sweeps through the fog like a scythe of cold light. No time to recoil. The Chimera absorbs the full brutal force of the strike. You... It's wailing. The creature... No, she is wailing. Pain floods Alpha's mind, breaking her stance for a heartbeat. That's all the Chimera needs. It bolts towards the top of the deck. You. Don't go. She darts forward in pursuit. What's going on? Why can't she sense the savage bloodlust she'd expect from a beast? Instead, all she feels is an overwhelming grief, so thick it threatens to drown her. Moments ago, it was butchering humans without hesitation. How can that same creature now seem so utterly heart-stricken? Chimera stops at the center of the deck. You... The sound escaping her mouth is no longer a monstrous shriek. Our... Lucia... So it does know her. Who are you? Unfathomable grief pours from the Chimera's voice. Her hands stretched toward Alpha, open and trembling, blind to the blade hanging between them. Raw and broken sobs spill out. You... Alpha's caught. As grief-stricken eyes hold her fast, and without thinking, she steps closer. Alpha! Not far off, Lucia tears herself away from the enemy, is pouring through the rift, ready to charge with Alpha. But she's too late. The Chimera wraps its arms around Alpha and plunges into the endless fog below. I'm curious! Who the hell is the Chimera? Oh my god, wow. Alpha braces for violence, fangs, claws, and killing blows. Instead, the massive creature pulls her into a desperate embrace, almost bleeding. The moment their bodies touch, the white fog closes in, rushing towards them like a wave that has finally found its shore. Her mind splits at the seams, shredded and remade in the same breath. The fog turns around her as countless fragments, scenes, and distant conversations flood her memories. Her memories? Whose memories are they? Who is laughing? Wow, so pretty! 1, 2, 3. Oh, so many nightlights. Luna's gonna love this. Let me... Silly girl, you can't reach them like that. These nightlights are actually somewhere very, very far away. Who's talking? That voice, why does it sound so familiar? Lucia, tomorrow the others and I are going on a long trip. I won't take too long. Who is that? Why does hearing that voice make her feel so sad? Within her mind, countless viscous shards of memory swirl around her in dizzying vortex. Alpha drifts like a lone vessel caught in a riptide, struggling to navigate the storm of illusions. You're first class too, so maybe this one from FOS then. Because they said there was well, okay, I think it's one from FOS, maybe from a different timeline. Because it was an FOS signal, like it was named Joanne or something, but like there's no Joanne known in our timeline. So what if it's a different timeline FOS person that knew the command in... My name is Lucia! Different timeline FOS. His memories, are they hers? Who is it? Who is she talking to? Putting up in it, still calling yourself. That doesn't excuse what you did, you know. Phantoms drifting through her mind begin to fade, and she sees... a building on the surface swallowed by fire. She runs through the labyrinth built from countless fragmented moments she cannot rename. Luna! Have you started tidying? Lucia, protect your sister. I don't want to. I just want to find Mom and Dad. Lucia, what did you find today? Lucia, it hurts. Little sister who followed you around and couldn't live without you is alive and standing right in front of you. And now you're going to leave me. Lucia, the error must end here. To create new alternatives, I need a power of deterrence. Now I'm your cage. Visions last across her sight, distorted and surreal. Some battlefields she remembers carving with her own hands, others are never seen by her. Her teeth grind against the pain. Each step is a white-hot blade, and through her mind, the memory shards of Alpha scream like a blizzard. Her mind is fluctuating, slowly and stably. Not from fear or emotion, but from something deeper. A spontaneous repulsion and attraction towards the truth. With every step, as the shell named Alpha fissures a little more, peeling back to reveal the raw, bloodied nerves of Lucia beneath. She stands alone at the center of this desolate void. Lion's shadow cleaved through her spine, laying bare flesh and blood. Time rewinds around her. She sees herself fighting the Ascension Network. She sees herself running through the frozen sea. She sees herself hiding in the ruins. She sees herself standing in the snowfields. The long blade shrinks rapidly in her grip. Barefoot now, she runs across the boundless snow. She must push through it all, break past the surface, plunge into the deepest depths of this raging torrent. Her silhouette blurs, merging with the stardust of years gone by. Through this strange weave of fate, something waits for her at the end. Her starting point, hazy and indistinct. Suddenly your consciousness flickers out. Silence follows everything. Then she sinks into something warm. An embrace. Oh, look at her. She's so pretty. Her eyes went open. The world is reduced to a soft blurred light. It's color, Lucia. A gentle voice sinks her down into sleep. Alpha slips away, cradled in the fog. The end is the beginning? What's going on right now? This is the world lost in time itself. Humanity at last peered into its fissures, and devastation, chaos contamination, came without warning, Agent Zero, unraveling everything. Their failures condensed into crystal layer upon layer, heaped into a tower that reached for the heavens. How much longer must we wander through this spiral of life and death? And when from that spire's peak a pale presence in full without end, everything, whole and shattered alike, crumbled to nothing in an instant. Afterwards, silence. The land never spoke again. Though somewhere deep in the ruins, a tiny heart refused to stop beating. That is the origin of light. Lucia. Origin chapter 2. Ah, okay. Light is gone. Great start to the chapter called Light. Oh, just go to the origin. Great start to the... What do I think it's called Light? What is wrong with me, man? Great start. Light is gone. Behind them, the Hatter Tower's core melts down. A glaring white light swallows the world. Then comes the violent ejection. There's no grace to it. They're wrung from the folds of that domain like excess water. A colossal hand flinging them down into the earth. A cough breaks the silence. No one knows who started it. It spreads. One voice, then another, then a ragged chorus. Context shouldn't need to cough, but their frames already ruined if shattered further. Conduits are split open. Vital fluid seeps into cavities it was never designed to fill. They've been thrown into a half-collapsed ruin. A fractured ceiling leans overhead at a precarious angle, barely sheltering a small pocket of space. No one is missing. 12 bodies strewn across the rubble, each wearing their own shape of ruin. Cute! Where a woman holds herself up through sheer will, trembling with the effort. She sways, then starts to check on her team. Is everyone alright? Voices rise one after another. With each response, her shoulders ease a little more. Nearby, a man with a scruffy beard drags his sleeve across his face, spewing away the vital fluid. Did we make it? His voice echoes through the ruins. There's no answer yet. Julian, anything on Agent Zero? June's visual model sweeps his surroundings. Streams of information cascading across his sight in rapid pulses. Then he speaks, the words dragged through ruined vocal cords, emerging as a weary, metallic crackle. The signal's gone. Completely. Not even residual radiation. His report comes slowly, haltingly. Every word carries the weight of disbelief, as though he's speaking to make it real to himself. We made it! We actually made it! A laugh escapes number 2, and the force strength drains from his body all at once. He collapses back against the floor, head tilted, and releases a long, relieved sigh. On December 25th, 2197, chaos contamination fell upon the world. Within a single year, humanity witnessed the birth of its brightest dream, only to watch it twist into a nightmare under the corruption of chaos contamination. Those who ventured into hell, seeking salvation, could only stand helplessly as the home they sought to protect marched steadily towards ruin. Time and again, they reached for the light. Time and again, they were plunged back into darkness. These 12 weary souls have long been scarred and broken as the homeland they swore to defend. But today, their dimmed eyes finally catch a glimpse of dawn breaking through the abyss. Worthless smiles bloom across every face. They smile as though every failure along the path has just been forgiven. Number 4's gaze drifts to the corner, where a pale young man rests against the wall. Nemo the core? The young man Nemo uncurls his fingers. There against his right palm sits an eerie cube. Its surface shivers and pulses, as though still straining against some unseen restraint. The head of a tower's sealed core, the only remnant left behind after the tower was scattered from existence. Here! Alright, Professor Dominic, you should come take a look at this. The girl's voice rings out across the fractured landscape, unanswered. Wait, Professor Dominic? A laughter cuts short, strangled into silence, as though an unseen hand has clamped down over it. Professor, what's going on? You know what happened, Dominic? Before he can offer any explanation, the young man collapsed from exhaustion. Nemo! Number 5 moves on instinct, catching Nemo before he hits the ground. That's when he sees the cracks popping across Nemo's entire frame, the unmistakable signature of force field overload. Let him rest. We made it back from that place thanks to him and the key he carries. Liara, where's Dominic? Your rest is as good as mine. After we returned to the Hetero Tower, Dominic was just gone. Number 2 pivots sharply. His eyes sweep the group, looking onto each face as he counts. 12. He knows every one of them. Dominic is not here. No, that's not right. He starts rippling into the wreckage, hurling slabs aside, shouldering through collapsed beams. Dominic could be buried into here. Give it up, Chris. Dominic must have been thrown into the fog. You're where the hellhole, do you? The cold voice from across the rubble snaps out Chris's hope in an instant. His hand freezes on a broken slab. Number 8 is right. Chris knows. He saw himself the moment they tried to pass through the gateway. Dominic was already... Chris's hand slips away from the stone. His hands flood to space. That brief spilling joy from just moments ago collapses in on itself, soulless as a punctured balloon. Soundless as a punctured balloon. We just pulled it off, right? We got the coordinate and Zero's gone. This is what Dominic staked everything on. So at least... A tremor runs through his voice. He wrestles it back, forcing each word into something resembling calm. At least the world is safe now, right? Not a single voice rises against him. You'll need this to be true as much as he does. Yeah, it has to be. As long as chaos contamination is erased, we can work with this virus. We rebuild our city. Everyone will have a place to call home again. And we can finally leave that godforsaken base. Life goes on. Let's check outside. They rise one after another and file out beneath the half-collapsed ceiling into the open air. Familiar sickening crimson light seeps through the cracks in the walls. Devastation stretches out before them. Roads reduced to rubble, buildings stripped to skeletal frames. Rebar twisted towards the sky like snapped bones. No city remains. The survivors call out. Nothing left to defend. Crimson crystals that they know all too well carpet the corpse of the city. The ruins roll outwards in every direction, an unbroken wasteland to the edge of sight. And there the Hetero Tower still stands, grotesque and unyielding. Chaos contamination? How? But we already took the tower's core. Above the tower, a menacing rift tears through the sky. That's from the gateway when it opened. From the rift, pale fog spills in eerie silence. Creatures inhuman, innumerable, come with it, flooding it down onto the land in an endless tide. The horror points to a single crushing truth. The human vanguard team's 21st Hetero Tower expedition failed. Someone... Number 21 keeps coming up. Numerical repetition. Someone retches, someone sobs. The sounds are faint and the dead world devours them instantly, leaving only silence behind. No, this can't be right. There have to be survivors. She drops to her knees and starts digging, bare hands prying into broken slabs, clawing through the wreckage. A body face down, already cold. Hey, May! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, everybody! Everything's gone to shit in the story. Everybody is dead! Yay! How was the stream? What were you up to? How are you doing? Welcome in English. Welcome in, everybody. I'll chug some water real quick. Ime, I hope you had a great stream. Distortion detective. Ah, okay. I hope you had a great time. Lucia, your wife. Everything's gone to shit here, mate. I'm reading the new chapter. Everyone's dead. We're getting a new world and a look into the new into a new world. Everyone's dead. In case the city being completely corrupted is any indicator. This is if anyone is up for the new chapter yet, spoilers. But she rises and moves to the next pile of debris. And their body crawling inwards, arms wrapped around something that's no longer there. The knife protecting nothing. She rises, moving on again. 1, 2, 3. Too many. Then at last she finds one still breathing. That's not a good sign. Chaos contamination. Crimson crystals have devoured half of the man's body. Welcome, invaders! time for you guys to join. Crimson crystals have devoured half of the man's body, creeping across his flesh like a living disease. Blood pulses from the gash in his abdomen. His breath scrapes in and out in wet, ragged gasps. In his eyes, those inhuman patterns are dying, flicking out like spent embers. How can this... He heaves another concrete slab aside. The two of them work without speaking, each taking a side, sifting through the wreckage. Pile after pile after pile. And each one gives up the same things. Corpses, or worse, the contaminated ones, still breathing but already lost to chaos contamination. Leora, we need to go. Something's coming through the rift. Multiple contacts, closing fast. We can't fight like this. We don't move now. Jillian's voice comes from behind, trembling with unease. Give me a second. Leora! We have to face it. We lost. We were crushed. But when that gateway opened, everything was destroyed. Just a little longer. There has to be someone. Trips at the ruins with desperate bleeding hands. Every slab she heaves aside splits her wounds further open. She doesn't stop. One survivor, just one, might make all of it mean something. Is there anyone left? Anyone who could prove her heart didn't die for nothing? It broke long ago when the world did. She's been standing in the ruins ever since. She tears into another pile. Beneath it lies a child. That's a familiar silhouette. Dust blankets her small body from head to toe. Her eyes are pressed shut. Her lips are cracked. Her skin a ghostly pale. Her chest is still. Leora's hand freezes in midair. This is the only child they found. She begins clearing the rubble, each stone lifted with unbearable gentleness as though the child could still feel pain. When the last shard of rubble is lifted away, the child is fully revealed. She rests on her back without a word, impossibly docile. Leora lifts her into her arms. She weighs almost nothing, like the forsaken thing this world forgot to take with it. Her skin is deathly pale and ice cold. I'm sorry. Her words slip out, fragile and quiet. She isn't speaking to be heard. Sorry, I'm so sorry. They were the ones who opened the gateway. They tore the rift wide open. They explored recklessly without a care. They lost humanity's leader. It was everything they did. I'm so sorry. Chris, crouching beside her, turns his face away. Then a tiny movement in her arms. Or so it seems, no more than a finger stirring. Leora's every muscle locks. I love so much getting to use my like terrible lungs to for the story. The sound is so small that the wind nearly stole it. Leora hears it anyway. She catches the flutter of the child's lashes and her heart stutters along with them, unable to settle. Her tears land on the pale dust-covered face. Leora's voice trembles. She's alive! She's still alive! The wounds within her, broken open for so long, begin to close. Thank goodness, thank goodness! Her body trembles with the joy she cannot contain, as if the one being saved isn't the child at all, but herself. Chris turns. Sees those tiny lips moving, barely, and stares for 2 full seconds where his hands come up to cover his face. Has to be going good though, right? Forcing myself to cough as often as the end does? No, cause like, I cough like this anyway. About 10 times a stream I'll mute the cough without like you guys ever really knowing. If you see me kind of going like... I'm coughing, which it just did now, I muted the cough. I just cough, I have a chronic cough. I've had one for like most of my life. I just have a cough. From the rear, number 8 surges forward. Her leg was injured back in the Hedora Tower, and she's been dragging behind the team ever since. Now she limps through the rubble, but she's moving faster than anyone where that ruin has right to. Put her down, let me do a quick check. Leora eases the small body into the ground. Her right hand goes straight to the carotid. Her fingers finding the familiar groove. She strips back an eyelid, pinches for Turgut, drives the thumbnail into the flesh and counts the second still finger toads. It's a ritual of efficiency, every motion born smooth by repetition. Helga, how's she? Severe dehydration, hypothermia, vitals barely registering. By every metric, she looks dead. She snatches the final vial from her waist, cradles the child's head, and feeds the liquid 1 drop at a time. A child's arm lifts slowly, drifting up beneath the grey sky, moving faintly as if searching for something. Luna! Easy now. Easy. Your body's still very weak. The child heaves herself up, but her arms give out almost once. And she crumples back down. Her round knots a flicker of fury at her own powerlessness. You got those good coughs, the ones that scratch lungs in just the right soothing way? No. I'm always left coughing. None of my coughs are ever satisfying. I just have to keep coughing. Leora catches her shoulders before she can try again. Around them, the Vanguard members rush over as if they just found a lifeline. Who are you? Where's Luna? Luna? My little sister. Her voice sharpens with sudden urgency. She was with me. I was holding your hand when the place collapsed, and then... Words quicken, but her voice shrinks as if clawing through the rubble of memory itself. She stops abruptly. She stares at her hands only to find them empty. She can't piece it together. When her grip failed, when her consciousness broke, when her sister disappeared. I have to find her. She fights to rise one last time, but her body gives out all at once, folding like a wind-up toy mid-step. She falls into Leora's arms. Her fierce resolve had held her upright is gone now, emptied in a breath. Julian, take a look around and let me know. She's the last one alive and unaffected. I see. Kid, listen to me. Your sister might be still alive. It isn't a convincing lie, but the light that had died in the child's eyes flares back to life in an instant. Where is she? We're having trouble finding her right now. We know for certain that she's not in this area anymore. She shifts slightly, and the wreckage behind her comes into full view. What happened? Sandra's near the head of a tower. Wait, I'm so sorry. He looks at her, his eyes heavy with regret and confusion as he can't shake. How did a child end up in a place like this? There's no food left at home. Nothing nearby either. I could only find some here. I just shared a cookie with Luna, and now she's gone. This what happened. Where did Luna go? I'm so sorry. Leora lowers her head, her fist clenching ever so slightly. The world has become very sick. We're doing everything we can to cure it. When the world recovers, and when you recover, you'll find your sister. I promise. Don't lie to children, man. They're not dumb. They know if you're they don't lie to children. This place is too dangerous for you to stay. Would you like to come with us? Who are you? What did you do? We are... Leora hesitates, searching for the right words. She opens her mouth to answer, then stops. The question is so simple, yet it catches her off guard. What are they exactly? Vanguard. The word might be too grand for a child to grasp. Rescuers, but if they really saved anyone. Researchers, that wouldn't explain why they're out here in the ruins. Warriors. Right, we're warriors. The child's gaze drifts, faint and unsteady, across the devastation surrounding them, and over the 12 battered adults standing before her. Understanding settles in, and she quietly places her hand on Leora's arm. I see. Thank you for saving me. I'll come with you. The child weighs almost nothing, frighteningly light. At Helga's nod, Leora lifts her carefully. Oh, right. I never asked. What's your name? I'm... Lucia. Beneath the boundless night sky, the Vanguard team makes its way back to base. They trudge across the collapsed bridges, through shattered streets, past the skeletal remains of a city consumed by chaos crystals. Everything they fought so desperately to protect has become a silent procession lining the road, mourners in an endless funeral. The ashen sky holds no promise of dawn, as though it has forgotten how to brighten it all. Now and then they glance down at the small figure sleeping in Leora's arms. This cruel world offers them nothing. No victory, no answers. A single flickering light, fragile and faint, still breathing. Froggy! Lucia was there when her father left home and never came back. A mother told her he'd gone far away. And in the too small world of a toddler, Farah made nothing at all. Only later did she understand that he's never coming back. Her mother was a researcher. Her presence was more felt than remembered. A ghost of a kiss pressed to her forehead past midnight. The careful script of notes left beside plates that still holding their heat. Loving, yes, but always elsewhere. So most days it was just her and Luna. Luna was the younger one. She never learned to fix her hair by herself, always wearing her clothes inside out. They showed her how to brush her teeth, how to tie her shoes, how to close when the night stretched long and terrifying. They grew like that, twin saplings braided together against the wind. Then chaos contamination came. Faces in the street grew twisted and hollow, one by one winking out until no one remained but the two of them. Shop doors hung open, shelves lay toppled, and she picked her way through snarled glass, searching for the reason for whoever might sustain them for another day to carry home. One day her mother stopped coming back. Lucia didn't wait. She had learned that lesson long ago when she was 3. She held Luna's hand and wondered. The world was dying slowly, and they wondered for a long, long time. From crumbling buildings to stores still standing, the scavenging went on and on. When Luna cried, she just told her that it would be okay. She'd always be there. Luna was hungry, she split her own cookie and handed half over. And the head of the tower vanished. With this disappearance, the ground shuddered violently. Amidst the collapsing world, she held Luna tight. And then nothing. Lucia woke to empty hands. Her sister was gone. Around her stood 12 battered adults. A woman with white hair gathered her up and said, "We'll help you find her." She believed them because belief was all she had left. Liara turns the page. To know the child better, she has to take note of the essentials. Name, approximate age, physical records, and a date. Birthday. Her gaze lingers on the date for 2 seconds, then she closes the file and pushes open the conference room door. Harsh white light cuts across every face in the Vanguard's cube. The scars that Edo's tower left behind have yet to heal. But no one in this room may face the gravity of the hour. The head of the table sits empty. About that rift left behind when the head of the tower disappeared. Julian, can you walk us through what you've seen so far? Julian leans against the wall. When he speaks, his voice is still hoarse, thinned out. Non-linear acceleration in progress. White fog bleeds outwards from within, the affected area expanding every day. Yesterday when we returned, the expansion rate was 0.05%. Today we can't even get a lock on it. The fog is creating intense interference with our instruments. Interference isn't even accurate anymore. It's more like consumption. Our signals, any matter that touches it, it just takes it all in. At this rate, it won't stop until it's swallowed everything. I wish I could tell you that you were wrong, but this is the truth we have to carry. She looks down at the terminal resting on the table. A recorded message waits inside, left behind by Dominic. This terminal... Mila and Dominic always kept 2 plans ready. I think it's time we go through it again. A terminal emits a thin light. It coils upward, shaping itself into a translucent silhouette. Dominic standing there as if no time had passed. Chris's hand stiffens on the table. Knuckles drawn tight. The voice that follows is achingly familiar. Calm and wavering, the voice of one who once held the world in their shoulders. If you're seeing this, it means my plan failed. My plan A failed. I vanished inside the tower, and that experience brought no victory. The figure in the projection pauses as if giving the audience time to process what was just said. Then my theory was right. The worst kind of right. The kind that none of us wanted. The Hetero Tower isn't the source of the chaos contamination. It's only a symptom. Our world alone doesn't have the strength to save itself. We must truly unite with the power of other worlds. It really comes to that. How do you unite with other worlds? A question from one of the Vanguard team members echoes from within the projection. We send out a call to arms to other worlds. From the place closest to our civilization's end, the most dangerous place of all, the Hetero Tower. We have to broadcast a message to as many other worlds as we can reach. The other projection falls silent. Dominic's plan isn't just empty words. Everyone present knows there's more to come. But simply learning about the civilization filtering isn't nearly enough for a world to survive. Without power, a civilization will only end up like ours, marching towards an inevitable collapse. Before their world sinks into the same stagnation as ours, they must be given the power to resist the filtering. These people are spent, hollowed out. If any power still remains to them, it no longer resides in their broken frames and weary limbs. It lies elsewhere. Every gaze shifts to the cube beside Nemo. The key forged from chaos contamination with the Hetero Tower's core sealed within. Well, then remember the terror at least. The core of the Hetero Tower. We must harness its power. Absorb the Hetero Tower's core. Use it as a template to replicate and generate technical blueprints that can actually be deployed. I call them Sephiroth. Chris mutters under his breath. He knew it would come to this. You always been planning for the worst. Dominic in the hologram doesn't stop. The voice continues, flat and level, throughout, as if reading off a weather report. Yet no one forgets the moment these final words came. At that moment, Dominic turned to the window, gaze reaching past everything visible towards this something far away, a place that did not yet exist. Only by uniting with other worlds can ours be saved. The projection freezes for a moment. Dominic's image tilts his head slightly as though something just occurred to it. It's all up to you now. Hologram fades away. Someone rests silently on the table. Its paint glow dimming into nothing. In silence, Leora's gaze holds the empty air while the terminal light once lived. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Sorry. It's because I was like pressing. I didn't realize middle mouse button skips. I accidentally clicked it. In silence, Leora's gaze holds the empty air while the terminal once lived. Then softly she speaks. Nemo, you know more of this stuff than any of us. Could you help us understand what we're working with? Nemo leans back into the chair. He doesn't want to use the key, sealing the core in the head of our tower. And the strain it placed on his mind still lingers. The key that absorbs the head of our tower's core is essentially a technical blueprint. We analyze it, we replicate what we find, and the results are what we are calling Sephira technology. If we want to reach more possibilities, we need to master as many Sephira as we can. There's a catch. The head of our tower's core needed the key to contain it. Sephira technology that stemmed from it isn't any different. It needs an appropriate vessel. Right now, the only vessel we identified is the mind. When I made contact with the core, the sensation was immediate. Part of its power was accepted while the rest was repelled. Only a mind with compatible properties can house Sephira's power. Compatible mind? She repeats his words as if tasting the truth of it. Yes. And once the technology is developed, how do we actually put it into use? It depends entirely on what other worlds are out there, and what each of them needs. Nemo lets out a sigh, barely audible. Dominic must have known from the very beginning. Seeing the core would not grant the death Nemo was reaching for. There would have been no other reason to pass this information on. So once you've got the Sephira tech ready, how do you deliver it to other worlds? If Project String is going forward, if we're going to distribute the Sephiroth, we'll have to enter that rift. Go back into the fog. Everyone knows the horror hidden behind that rift. Even now it's still expanding, silent and slow. White fog seeping through like an open wound that refuses to close. Go back there. The silence returns deeper than before. Leora sits at the table's edge, quietly studying the faces before her. She knows every single one. Their names, their fears, the loss they carry in their bones. The last thing she wants is to tell them this is necessary. I don't know where this path will lead. Dominic gave us a way forward, but even someone like Dominic couldn't tell us what we'll find on the other side. There's only one thing I can say with certainty. Dominic believed this was worth it. That person gave everything for that belief. She paused for a moment. So I want to ask all of you, are you willing to walk down this path? Chris answers almost immediately. You don't even need to ask that. His voice rises. Dominic put everything on the line, even his life. What the hell are we still sitting here for? Let's move. Helga says nothing. She only gives a slight nod, the smallest acknowledgement. Julian sniffles. I'll handle communications. The signal protocol for Project String will take time to decrypt, but I can do it. Are you sure about this, Leora? Developing a Sephira requires a temporary mind container. Dominic said your mind is the only one with enough resilience to hold it temporarily, but... He spares the details of the pain. Everyone knows in the room exactly what it costs. Yes, I'm ready. Alright. I'll go to collect the data we need. One by one, the Vanguard team speaks their resolve. Each in their own way. Leora's gaze moves across the faces of the companions she worked alongside for so long. Then drifts to Dominic's empty seat at the head of the table. Complex emotions flicker through her eyes, gone in an instant. She simply holds their gaze and offers a soft smile. Let's get started then. The Vanguard team sets to work. Nemo ventures in chaos-contaminated zones, gathering data for the Sephiroth. Julian tracks the... I'm not pressing anything. He checks the fog's expansion rate while doubling his team communications relay. Helga takes charge of medical care. Leora compiles the data. I'm not pressing any... Okay. The best rotate through their duties in shifts. I'm not... Huh? Okay, I'm pausing like this. I didn't actually hit auto, did I? No, I didn't. Hang hang on, I can't read. Sorry, that was weird. Okay. Emo ventures into the chaos-contaminated zone, scouring data for the Sephiroth. Julian checks the expansion rate while doubling his team's communications relay. Helga takes charge of medical care. Leora compiles the data and begins developing the Sephiroth. The rest rotate through their duties in shifts, scavenging supplies, eliminating hostiles that crawl out the fog, maintaining the defensive perimeter, and always coming back with fresh wounds. But no one stops. They can't stop. No one in the rift overhead widens with every passing day. Everyone appears to be functioning, but beneath the surface, a quiet disarray is taking hold. 2 days after waking, Lucia spends most of her time in bed. Helga forbids movement, and honestly, she can barely manage it anyway. Lying still for so long unravels her sense of time and sleep, which is when she begins to notice grown-ups always pass by her room. Always coincidentally. Helga lingers a little longer than necessary after each routine check, waiting until Lucia's eyes are closed. Leora sometimes slips into just her blankets. The men mostly linger outside the door. Just a moment, just long enough to let her to know that she's still alright, then move on. Doesn't understand why they care so much, but she can feel a warmth she can't quite name. She notices something else too. The grown-ups aren't keeping things tidy. Mistakes on the windowsills, discarded parts gather in the hallway corners, Chris's bottles scatter across the floor. Leora's documents have crept from a desk all the way to the doorway. She knows this state of things. Home like the same during those days when her mother didn't come back, and back then she was the one who tidied it all. On the 3rd day, as Helga's away in the lab, Lucia eases herself out of bed, their feet pressing silently against the cold metal floor. Leora's walking down the hallway when she sees her. Lucia, what are you doing up? I'm feeling better now. I want to help. Oh, you don't have to earn your place here. All you need to do is just stay safe. As long as you stay safe, that's hope enough for us. Leora keeps the words to herself and simply crouches down, meaning Lucia's eyes are level. Lucia lowers her head, thinking for a moment. But you will come back to check on me every day when you get back. Leora pauses, caught slightly off guard. And before, when Luna was still with me, I was the one who took care of things at home. The sentence trails off unfinished, but Leora catches the rest of it in silence. She presses a gentle hand to Lucia's forehead, her face soft with concern. That's when Helga strides back from the lab, all brisk efficiency and familiar bluntness. Absolutely not. Back in bed. One wrong step and you'll undo everything, and I don't have the resources for second round of treatment. Leora catches Helga's eye and gives the smallest shake of her head. Well, the movement won't hurt her, Helga. Staying in bed all day, that is its own cost. Helga studies Lucia. Her face is still pale, yet her 2 small feet are planted firmly on the ground. Fine. No running, no lifting anything heavy, and if you feel even slightly dizzy, you stop immediately. Understood? Okay. Chris lives in the hammock by the entrance. Every time he drags himself back from a mission, he collapses into it, takes out a bottle, takes a swig, and stares at the wall with hollow eyes. The floor around him is a graveyard, empty bottles mixing with scattered weapon parts. Magazines, energy canisters, replacement joints, all of them together, indistinguishable. Before a mission, he spends ages rooting through the mess. Swearing quietly hunts for usable pieces among the garbage. Lucia watches him struggle a few times, then she waits until he's gone out the next mission, kneels before the pile and begins to sort. She doesn't know the model numbers, but shapes she understands. Sizes she can read. Things like things with broken apart from whole. Spent casings gathered into one corner. Lucas returns and reaches into his usual chaos. Something feels wrong. Looks down and freezes. Magazines on the left, energy canisters on the right. Replacement parts organized by size. Who did this? No one answers. Lucia's already elsewhere, long gone. The following day, his gear check flies by in half the time. When he returns from the mission, he quietly puts the new parts he brought back in their designated spots. Aww! Julian's comms terminal sits at the heart of the perpetual disaster. Cables snake across the floor, components, strip modules, handwritten frequency logs, all of it scattered within the 2-meter radius according to an internal log known only to him. Internal logic only known to him. Lucia doesn't dare touch components. She has no way of knowing which are critical. Instead, she works the edges, discarded packaging cleared away, tool rack straightened. Then she crouches low and carefully gathers the dangling cables, binding them together with a length of old rope she scavenged from somewhere. A small act of care so no one catches their foot. When Julian comes back, he trips over nothing in the doorway, his leg lifts by muscle memory to clear a hazard that isn't there anymore. He tilts his head in confusion, scanning the area. Where's my stuff? Then he sees it, the heart of the chaos. His chaos is still there, undisturbed. Only outer edges have been straightened. The cables no longer sport across the floor like tripwires. Oh! He lowers himself back down before the terminal. For a while, nothing. Then quietly, he noticed an empty casing by his foot over to the trash pile. Lucia's really like pulling everyone together, man. This is nice. Helga's medical station is the tidiest spot in the base. She keeps it that way herself. What she doesn't maintain is herself. A crack running from her shoulder to her wrist has never been repaired. Resources go to others first. Lucia once sees her organizing instruments one-handed. She walks over, positions herself at Helga's left, and begins passing instruments to her one by one. I didn't ask for your help. But Lucia doesn't leave. She stays right where she is. Fine. When Helga needs the next instrument, she passes it over. When she doesn't, she waits quietly nearby. Helga doesn't tell her to leave again. Nemo's room is always locked. Lucia tries the handle once, finds it firm, and doesn't try again. As she notices something. Every time Nemo returns, he stops at the end of the corridor and sits against the wall. Just for a while, eyes closed, doing nothing. The floor there is cold. At least Lucia thinks it must be. The metal panel is completely bare. The next day, a small thermal blanket appears in that spot, neatly folded. The first time Nemo comes back and notices it, he pauses briefly, then carries on like any other day. The third day, the blanket is slightly shifted. Someone sat on it, then put it back. It's now folded differently than how Lucia left it. Leora is the last coffee drinker in the base. Constructs have no use for caffeine, but she's never let go of this one human thread. A cup is always within reach when she works. A ritual from a life she used to have. She often forgets to refill it when it runs dry, forgets to dump it out when it goes cold. Sometimes 3 or 4 half-finished cups sit lined up on her desk like abandoned thoughts. After watching for a few days, Lucia figures out how to use the coffee machine. That day, Leora worked in the lab for over 10 hours straight. She finally turns to her room. The old cups have been cleared away. Documents have been stacked neatly aside. In that clearing sits a single cup of coffee, still hot. Already dazed from exhaustion, Leora stares blankly at the coffee cup for a long moment. Then she picks it up and takes a sip. There's far too much sugar in it, like something a child would drink. She used to make it that way back when she first started drinking coffee. Now she prefers it bitter. Way too sweet. She takes another sip. Days slip by like this. The grown-ups go out, come back with fresh wounds, and keep working. Lucia finds her place in the rhythm. She tries her best not to disturb anyone, but when no one's looking, she works bit by bit to shape the cold metal base into something that resembles a home. Cloth laid down, corners tidied, folding things sit upright, small traces of life pressed into every cold surface. Her movements are always quiet and careful, as if she's afraid of being caught, the same way she used to pull blankets over Luna in the dark. One thing gnaws at her. The base shows no trace of vibrancy. Digital plants bloom on screens everywhere, but the real ones are nearly absent. Digital plants, oh god. Sometimes she finds herself standing before the empty garden plot, staring. The space feels like it was once meant for beautiful flowers. Now there's nothing there at all. Chris lies on one side, Nemo on the other. Both of their frames have been partially opened up, the damaged structure lay bare. Chris's left arm joint is shattered again. Completely. Inside Nemo's chest cavity, a deep fracture runs long and jagged, still bearing traces of where it was welded shut before being torn open once more. On the next bed over lies Julian, the only patient in the medical station without external injuries. He curls in the corner, his face ashen. His modified eyes have lost the usual restless darting. Now they stare vacantly at the ceiling. Helga moves between them, 3 beds. When Lucia enters, she's working on Chris's joint, her tools in her right hand. Lucia crouches beside Helga's toolbox, a row of instruments spread out before her in varying sizes. Ow! Can you just turn off my pain receptors? Can't. Why not? Ow, wait! Mind deviation. We ran out of stabilizers a few days ago. Shut off the pain receptors, and your deviation rate will just keep climbing. Or just keep climbing. Grit your teeth and write it out. Chris grits his teeth against the pain, his face in odd tension. His fingers curl around the edges of the bed, gripping so hard the knuckles go pale as bone. Lucia takes in the entire scene. Quietly, she walks to Chris's bedside and holds out a folded piece of cloth. What's this for? I used to let Luna bite down on something when she had to get shots. She said it helped. Chris stares at the cloth, then at the small Luna's face, gazing up at him. Kid, I'm not your little sister. Grumbles for a good while, then bites down on it. Helga finishes with Chris and turns to Nemo. Nemo's chest fracture is worse, far trickier than Chris's joint. The welding requires absolute precision, and with the repair site so close to his core, the pain receptors must also stay online. The young man's hands clutch the bed sheets, knuckles white, a sheen of sweat covering the bionic skin on his temples. But his face betrays nothing, and not once does he make a sound. She keeps stealing glances at him as she passes tools to Helga. Once the procedure ends, she walks to his bedside and hauls out the cloth to him too. You can bite it too. No need. If it hurts, holding it in will make it worse. It's already over. He doesn't say no, he just lets out a weary sigh, takes the cloth and sets it aside. Outside, Leora leans against the door frame, watching the entire procedure. She doesn't enter until Helga straightens up from Neo's bedside. How's everyone? Chris's joint is rebuilt. The spare parts we had left were barely enough for one final set. Neo's factory has been welded shut, and there's only enough material left for one more repair. That's it. If anyone takes this level of damage again, I can't promise I'll be able to put them back together. Leora makes no comment, her gaze drifting silently to Julian. And him? Mind boil over. Fried his brain. Julian. You maintained the relay for over 20 hours straight again. A weak response drifts over from the bed. The fog sweeping from the rift. The advance was too heavy. If I let the relay drop, everyone out there would have gone dark, and today there'd be 5 or 6 more lying here instead of me. And that's not even the worst of it. While I was holding the relay open, I could feel it. The fog, it wasn't just interfering. It was actively suppressing every construct in the field. And then something new came through. Not the usual entities corrupted by chaos contamination. Weakly, he turns his head towards Chris and Nemo. Whatever those things were, that's what did this to them. Silence settles over the medical station. By the toolbox, Lucia works in quiet focus, wiping down each instrument, slowing them back into order. Her movements are gentle, but in the silence, each tiny click of metal sings out, sharp and clear. Chris hasn't let go of the cloth. He speaks through it, the words coming out dulled and indistinct. Hey, not in front of the kid. Julian shrinks back slightly. Lucia continues wiping down the instruments as though she hasn't heard a thing, but her hands lose their rhythm just a little without her noticing. Leora walks over and gently lowers herself beside Lucia. Lucia, you were a huge help today. Let Helga handle the rest, okay? Go get some rest. You've earned it. Lucia's gaze shifts to Leora, then across the room to Helga. Helga answers with a slight nod. Okay. Hey kid, hold up a second. Got something for you. Notice you keep staring at that flower bat outside. Nemo said you'd know what to do with them. I was just reminding you not to step on the dandelions. Flowers are rare now. Yeah, here kid. Take these dandelion seeds. Lucia accepts the seeds with a dazed, uncomprehending tenderness, gathering them into her arms as if they were something fragile and precious. Thank you. She slips out quietly, her footsteps receding down the metal corridor. The medical room only holds the adults now. Helga, if we keep pushing forward with Project String, we'll need to run more missions toward the rift. Given where we are right now, you're asking for casualty projections? Yeah. Like I said, Chris's joint parts were the last set inventory. Nemo's welding material is good for one more repair, and that's it. And that's just today's damage. Prolonged heavy silence settles over the medical station. Chris pulls the cloth from his mouth, feigning nonchalance, then cries out as the movement tears at his wound. Nemo's eyes lower from the ceiling to Leora's face. Julian uncurls slowly and closes his eyes, exhausted. Leora exhales, a sigh so faint it's barely there. Something nameless tears at her heart. She stands there for a moment longer, then turns and walks out the medical station. Night. Lucia crouches at the empty garden bed, tucking in the dandelion seeds into the soil with care. She remains there for a long while, gazing at the freshly planted earth. Even knowing they won't bloom anytime soon, she can't help but be captivated by these small, fragile things that hold the promise of life. On her way back to her room, she passes Leora's laboratory again. The table outside still holds the discarded drafts Leora moved out a few days ago, now sorted into several file folders. Curious about what the adults have been working on, Lucia finds herself picking one up. The words make no sense. But she recognizes most of them, but strung together, they might as well be another language. World attenuation coefficient, Sephora load threshold, Project String Signal Protocol. She lifts the cover and finds the files marked with marked with strange letters. Omega. She stares at it, her lips moving as she tries to sound it out. Oh, that's not quite how you say it, little one. Lucia jumps, the folder nearly slipping out from her hands. Her gaze snaps at the fine Leora in the doorway. She hadn't heard her approach at all. I wasn't trying to snoop, I know, it's alright. There's no one left to read them anyway. She draws Lucia down beside her, takes the folder from her hands, and skims it with a brief glance. Can you make sense of any of it? Lucia shakes her head, her expression open and guileless. This letter is called Omega. It's the last letter of the Greek alphabet. Lucia nods, all sincerity, her lips moving soundlessly around the unfamiliar syllables. Lior can't help but smile. Alright. These really are meant for you anyway. She closes the folder and sets it aside. Then watching Lucia's gaze linger on those 3 letters in the cover, she pauses in thought. Tell you what. Instead of all these boring files, how about I tell you a story? Do you know about the stars? I mean the little nightlights up in the sky? Mom told me about them a very long time ago. 1, 2, 3. And so many, many more nightlights. The childlike fancy brings a smile to Lior's face, but it fades just as quickly. A tightness builds in her throat. This little one always puts on such a brave front that Lior often forgets she's still, after everything, just a child. Lior's hand finds her hair, stroking softly. There are so many stars up there. Nightlights your mother told you about, more than anyone could count. But each and every star is lonely. They shine all on their own, scattered so far apart that their light can never reach each other. Each star believes it's the only one in the whole wide sky. There's no anyone else is out there. Lucia listens without a sound. She curls up at Lior's side, talking herself small and listening to the fairy tale. For once, she doesn't have to be anything but a child. But then one day, a group of people looked up and said, no, that's not right. Stars shouldn't have to be alone. They should be able to see each other. If someone could carry one star's light to another and then pass it along from that star to the next, then eventually the whole night sky would light up. How do they pass the light along? They turn themselves into light. They set up from one star, carrying its spark with them. Then they fly to the next star and plant that little flame there. Then they fly to the next one and the next. To research the next star, how far do they have to fly? Is it as far as from here to my home? Much, much farther than that, I think. But if it's that far, how does light of the stars find its way home? Maybe they can't. Maybe they never go home again. Something dims in Lucia's expression, but she nods all the same as though the answer makes sense. Those people, the ones who turn into light, what kind of people are they? The silence settles over Lior. She finds herself retracing her thoughts to that first time Lucia asked the question. And the answer she had offered in return. Warriors. They're warriors too. Lucia's quiet for a moment, thinking. Then she raises her little hands, a single finger extended from one, the other closed into a tight fist. She presses them together, fingertip to knuckle. Then in deliberate slowness, she begins to pull them apart, the gap stretching until her arms spread wide. So far. They'll go so far away. Yes, even though they travel to such distant places, they might not accomplish anything. Maybe they set up and never reach the other stars at all. Maybe they set out and lose their way, somewhere in the universe. Maybe even after they leave, the night sky just stays just as dark as before. But they're brave. Even with the universe this big, this dark, they aren't scared. To carry the light, they still choose to fly towards the stars, no matter how far away they are. Like cutting through all that dark. It sounds so cool. If Luna were here, she'd love it too. So I think they're heroes. Liara's lips part. Her mind floods with tangled things to say. And she meets Lucia's eyes. Eyes that hold no doubt, no attempt at comfort. Only the absolute unreasoning certainty that belongs to only to a 7-year-old. She cannot bring herself to break the child's hope. Yeah. Maybe they really are heroes. So what are their names? The heroes. Liara pauses for a moment. It was just a story she made up on the spot. She never prepared names for its characters. Never imagined they'd be called heroes. She looks up at the ceiling, she knows all too well, then lowers her eyes without meaning to. Lucia's gaze follows, drawn by their movement. Together they find themselves looking at nearby... there's like an unfinished document lying nearby. Really cute, beautiful narrator, thank you! I'm glad that my narrating isn't grading for people that listen to. Omega. They've been fighting all this time. They've been able this time for this research to cure the world. In Lucia's imagination, a streak of light suddenly shoots across the pitch-black night sky. The hazy figures in the story begin to take shape in her mind. How does that sound? She She hesitantly utters the letter, only to be met with a gleam of pure wonder on Lucia's face. That's so cool! Hero Omega! Yes, Hero Omega. What happened to Hero Omega after they flew? I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about Alpha right now. Let's carry the light to other stars. Hero Omega flew to the farthest reaches of space. But there were no other stars to find. They traveled too far. The light inside them faded and scattered into the universe. How? There wasn't just one hero. Behind Omega, there were countless others. Hero... Something, is that Sai? I think that's Sai, right? No, the first one's Sai. Which one's this one, then? Hang on. Look at the Greek alphabet. Oh, that's Theta! No, it's not. That's a vertical line. Hang on, which one's... Phi, not Psi. Oh! I was close! It was Phi, not Psi. Really close. So that's... Psi... Oh, we're going backwards now. Okay, Psi, Chi, and Phi. Oh my god, Neil set out. Okay, we got this. Using my brain. It was Psi, Chi, and Phi. Little Lucia counts on her fingers, cycling through them again and again, until the designations blur and she can no longer remember which names belongs to which finger. So many heroes! What's the last one called? They all left one after another. Did the last hero fail too? The final hero represents the beginning of everything. Alpha! The first letter. Alpha. Alpha? What kind of hero is Alpha? Hero runs her hand tenderly through little Lucia's hair, her fingertips brushing against the soft, delicate strands. She gazes at the child as if peering into a future far, far away. No! Alpha's different from the heroes who set up before. She's still a child. Everyone's little hero. She pictures the child walking through school gates, attending classes and studying like the ones did in their own childhood. Lucia's eyes widen, looking somewhat dissatisfied with the answer. A little hero? The smallest of all the heroes. Does that mean Alpha's weak? Unlike the others? No, sweetheart. It's not like that at all. You see, she's the hope of other heroes. She's their light. As long as she exists on this planet, the other heroes have a home. A place to go back to. I'm getting emotional reading this. She pictures the child making friends, surrounded by companions as sweet and dear as she is. But if she's so small, how can she pass the light like the others? She's small now, but she'll grow. Slowly, surely, until one day she shines just as brightly as all the other heroes who came before. Little Alpha is the hero of heroes. She pictures the child finding the one meant for her and eventually walking down the aisle. Our one and only. Our most precious little hero. So far away, this isn't the journey ahead of them. She cannot help but long to see that future come to pass. She recalls something Dominic once said, long ago before everything turned into a nightmare. Standing by the observatory window, gazing up the night sky, the person said it so casually. One day every star in the sky will reach one another. Eventually, we'll light up the whole universe. Someone laughed back then, teasing Dominic for dreaming too big again. The dreamer's gone now. Lucia? Omega, Gamma, Beta, and Alpha. We gave this hero some great names, didn't we? Lucia's lips curl into a subtle, quiet smile. Go on now. Wait, but they weren't Gamma, Beta, and Alpha. It was Psi, Chi, and Phi. Leora, you forgetful. Go on now, time for bed. I'll tell you more tomorrow. Your hand finds Lucia's, pulling her gently up. Lucia follows without protest, but a few steps later, she turns her head. Her gaze drifts back to the cabinet. Leora? Do the heroes ever light up the night sky? Yura stops. Primitive memories flood her mind, seizing the moment without hesitation. The gateway torn open, the tower looming, their lost leader, and the ones still fighting, marked with everything they've endured. Not yet. They're still flying. They will do it. They'll light up the night sky. I know they will. Alpha. Lucia mouths the name again and again, as if savoring something precious. Perhaps one day she will be the pride of them all. Perhaps one day she will become that final hero. She follows Leora back quietly, her mind still wandering through futures yet unwritten. After tucking Lucia in, Leora sits by the thermal blanket for a while, watching her until her breathing steadies into sleep. Then she rises and walks along to the observation platform. Above her, the sky is grey and wounded. A rift cuts across its surface, white fog seeping out in silence. She takes the spot Nima used to take, tilts her head back and watches the sky being devoured. There are no stars. Not a single one. I never got this one. Hang on. Oh no! Come on, man! How does a cracker lies in the ruins? One side still bears the mark of small gripping it tightly. And this place joins the place. Who can avoid to throw you half a cracker? Like a tide that never ebbs, the crimson chaos contamination presses against the force field, shielding the base. Sometimes it thickens, congealing like old blood. Sometimes it thins to a pale red haze, but it never recedes. In the distant sky, the rift of the fog yawns wider with each passing moment. Replication of the keys proceeds at full speed. More people are getting infected every day. Sephiroth, cool. The days grow shorter while Lucia stays awake longer and longer. Every time she closes her eyes, the force field generators hum a ship's pitch. Or something thuds dully against the barrier in the distance. Unable to sleep, she starts counting those who return. 5 went out, 4 returned. 4 went out, 3 returned. The red fog outside thickens with each passing day. They used to see the outline of the ruins. Now visibly ends at 3 meters. The medical station storage compartments empty one by one. The last little repair filament runs out. 2 vials of repair fluid remain. The stabilizer bottle, held inverted, yields nothing. Not even that final reluctant drop. Leora's absence is stretched longer and longer. She locks herself in the lab, sometimes going a full day without emerging. When Lucia brings her water, she finds her slumped at the desk, pen still crated in her fingers. The ones who return are more broken each time. The damage digs deeper, spreads farther, pushing in territories even Helga cannot repair. That day, Helga summons Lucia to the medical station. On the operating table, she has laid out a row of instruments in precise formation. We'll go over broken conduits today. To breathe first, align the ends, then wrap with repair filament at this angle. She runs through the demonstration before Lucia can respond. Got it? Yeah. Your turn. Lucia replicates the steps from memory. Some of her wrapping is slightly off, but she gets it right overall. Next, pair fluid injection. Locate the junction first. 1 finger joint up from the break. Angle the needle in shallow. Keep the floor steady with a single smooth press. She demonstrates again. Got it? Yeah. Now you. Lucia picks up the practice needle, trying to align it. Her hand shakes when she inserts it. You got the position right. Practice more on your own when you have time. Next. That's enough, Helga. From the bed beside them comes a thin voice. It's Julian, just out of another mine boilover. She's just a kid. So? So quit drilling her like she's a recruit. Teaching how to keep people alive. You have a problem with that? Silence settles over. The eyes he'd labored to keep open drift closed once more. Whatever. Doesn't matter anyway. There's no hope left. Helga's hands pause over the instruments upon his flippant words. What did you say? I said there's no hope. Staring at the ceiling, he lets out a sigh. You know how thick the fog is? I said visibility is nothing past 5 meters. Those things throw themselves at the barrier every single day. And every day our people go out there and come back half dead. For what? The barrier just keeps shrinking anyway. Me? I've got it easy. I sit here at base relaying signals. One thing I'm supposed to do, and I can't even do that right. Quit your whining. You're the only functioning conversation we have left. Which is exactly why you're back here. Too much damage throughput and your mind boiled over again. Well, as long as you're still here, you'll just pass me up again, right? Helga offers no response. Julian, unfazed by whether anyone cares, just carries on talking. Yesterday I botched the relay. The warning came in 10 seconds late. Number 9 didn't make it back. The day before that, same thing. The range collapsed on the west flank. Couldn't reach them in time. Enemies broke through and hurt Chris and Nemo again. They just healed a few days back. The words come out flat, but his fingertips betrayed him, scraping at the bed's edge. Why did they give me this ability when they modified me? I can't see the signals, but I can see the signals, but the moment my mind boils over, I can't transmit. My head's really been really killing me. I'm just a busted relay station, that's all I am. Helga approaches him and leans down, her gaze setting on him. You finished? Yeah, I'm finished. And shut up and rest. She returns to the operating table and picks up where she left off with Lucia. Her voice fills the medical station once more, as calm and precise as her medical equipment, stripped of anything unnecessary. On the bed, Julian shuts his eyes, but his fingers won't stop. They keep scratching at the bed's edge in a restless rhythm, as if typing on keys no one else can see. Julian? Your mind requires a minimum of 2 hours of complete rest for every 12 hours of sustained relay operation. That's not a suggestion. Not if you're medication. You keep pushing past the threshold, and one day I won't be able to pull you back. Fine. No more relaying. If you want to throw out their lives away out there, that's on them, not my problem. You better mean that. A few days later, the team set out early that day. Chris, Nero, Helga, and other team members. Having inspected each person's equipment in turn, Helga looks back again towards the medical station, where a small figure peeks out from the doorway. Helga makes her way over and kneels down in front of the little one, meeting her eye level. You remember everything I taught you? Yes. Don't mix up the steps. I won't. I'm efficient, Helga hesitates for once. She's about to stand when she feels a light tentative pull at the edge of her coat. Helga, there's still a lot I don't know. So you have to come back to teach me. I'll wait for all of you. Helga reaches out with her left hand, a wound still split open, and rests it gently on Lucia's head. Stay here and keep yourself safe. Helga gives no explanation. No reason for leaving, no destination. She rises, turns, and walks away. Lucia remains rooted in place, watching Helga's shape blur and vanish into the white fog. Night is settled by the time they return. The first footsteps reaches Lucia's ears, and she's already out the medical station's door. Nemo leads the way. Chris slumped over his shoulder. Chris's right leg is severed at the knee, his full weight sagging against Nemo. Behind them, 2 more stagger in, but on the other upright, meta fluid bleeding out from both. There is no 5th person. Lucia stands in the doorway. She counts, then counts again. Where's Helga? Team falls silent. Nemo puts Chris in the bed and reaches into his pocket and sets something on the operating table. It's a medical module, standard issue for support and amplifier constructs. Lucia recognized it instantly. It was Helga's. What happened? A force field protecting the base. It got breached. Before anyone could steal it, they poured these things from the fog. We had to hold the breach and take out everything that made it inside before the repair's done. Helga didn't stop. Not once. Working at anyone she could reach, her leg was already broken. His voice is thick with exhaustion, each word coming slower than the last. Ran through every supply she had. And that wasn't enough, she started taking parts from herself. In the end, she took that off too. He looks at the medical module on the operating table. She said, save it for the others. The adults say nothing, caught between the grief of losing their comrade and the child standing before them. Lucia crosses the operating table and takes up the module. It's small, light, marked by residue of a dark vital fluid. She cleans it with care and places it into the empty storage slot. And done, she gathers remaining medical supplies and walks to Chris's bedside. I'll help treat your wounds. Her voice remains calm as though she has buried all her grief deep within. Oh, that's how Helga was. Helga never cried. Helga never made mistakes. Helga treated everyone with machine-like precision, steady and unmoved. So Lucia cannot cry. Lucia cannot make mistakes. She follows the procedures Helga taught her, step by step. Debride the wound, align the brakes, wrap with the repair filament. She's nearly done repairing Chris's abdomen when something catches her eye. Inside the wound, nearly visible to naked eyes, tiny dark red crystals. She thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her. When she looks again, they seem to have vanished. Nemo's injuries are lighter than Chris's, but the fracture in his chest is reopened. The 4th time now. When she injects him with repair fluid, Nemo's fingers curl. Noticing that, Lucia passes him a piece of cloth without a word, and Nemo takes it just as silently, clutching it in his hand. When the last wound is dressed, Lucia stands in the center of the medical station and surveys the room. Chris lies on the bed, his right leg joint damaged. Of the other two, one has a shattered shoulder, and the other force field cracked the throat of the way through. It came back, but part of them stayed there forever. It was Julian. Does it to the ceiling, voice rough and sudden. Fog was too thick out there, couldn't see a damn thing. If Julian hadn't been relaying coordinates, we wouldn't have even known which way to go. It seemed like it cutting out on the way back, though. Where is he? Guys would be completely spent by now. Meliora pushes up the door open. Julian's still there, seated at the terminal as he always does. Before those unblinking eyes, waves of intricate data still flicker endlessly across the screen. But his body can no longer move. An unfinished message waits on the terminal, typed as though his mind was collapsing mid-sentence. Breathing frequency adjustment log. Forever takes over next. Western signs lost coverage. Needs manual compensation. Formulas in the dock at the top left. The document in the top left corner is filled with numbers and symbols. Well... For a long time, the base has been engulfed in suffocating silence. The numbers grow fewer. They leave more often. The wounds they come back with grow worse. Lucia's days blur into a single looping thread. Wait for them, tend to the wounds, clean the medical station, wait again. She wipes down the empty beds in silence, packing away what is left behind. Until one day Nemo comes to her, something held in his hands. It's a scrap of colored wire insulation and a thin metal sheet bent into a curve. Lucia, your birthday's today after tomorrow. I made you a hat. Oh. Oh. That's really sweet, man. He lifts a crooked object for her to see. Red and blue insulation wraps around the metal in rough, alternating bands. Amid the gloom of this world, the birthday hat claims its own vivid colors. Good morning at the RB moves. This morning, I'm glad. Good morning. A cooling data hat? It's a hat. It's a crown. It's really cute. The birthday hat. Looks like a wire hoop with regrets. Nemo doesn't respond. He's wrapping the metal insulation. Didn't know you knew how to make stuff like that. My father used to make them for my birthdays back before he cut ties. Well, my gift can't be worse than yours anyway. He pulls a knife from his waist and hands it to Lucia. It's a Kodachi with a blade too short for standard issue, retrieved from the very bottom of the weapon rack. Lightweight gear meant for smaller frames. For Lucia though, it's as heavy as an Odachi. Stares at camera. Her small body sinks beneath its weight the instant she closes her hand around it. It's yours. Thank you. Her birthday's not for 2 more days. Are you giving it to her now? Doesn't matter. His voice stays light and casual, but his right hand never leaves his pocket. Gifts are better given early. You wait too long and you might not get another chance. Okay, that's really dark. While the two of them talk, Lucia's hand is already moving towards the blade. In those cartoons she and Luna used to watch every day, every superhero swung a blade like it weighed nothing, as easy as flicking a pencil. Ha! The blade is heavier than Lucia expects. She barely lifts it with both hands, the handle too thick for her small grip. Her fingers fumble, searching for a position they can't find. Whoa. Hey kid, that's not how you hold a blade. What do you have there? A knife! No! Lillian says, what am I gonna do with you? Chris lowers himself to her level and repositions her hands on the grip. Grip it for him. Lucia obeys, but her hands still can't find their place. The blade droops, heavy and uncooperative, tipping to avoid the floor no matter how hard she tries to hold it steady. Take your time. You haven't found your reason for holding a blade yet. That's why the blade won't listen to you. But for a kid, you're doing better than alright. He stands, brushing off his knees with a grin. The day after tomorrow, we'll celebrate your birthday together. When Leora steps out the laboratory, she finds the 3 of them, 2 grown-ups, and 1 little child happily gesturing away at each other. A hint of a smile seeps into her weary face. That's right, we're all celebrating Lucia's birthday together. The 3 adults turn to Lucia in unison. She clutches the Kodachi with both hands and answers with a firm nod of her own. Okay. Chris spends the day talking Lucia's ear off. From when I was your age all the way to every middle-aged man's favorite tale. Back in my day, Dominic and I. Or back in the day, Dominic and I. Only when he catches little Lucia's starry-eyed wonder and the deadpan stares of Nemo and Leora does he finally turn away, satisfied. Back in his elementary kid studying her blade. Gotta start him young. Back in his quarters, he closes the door, something he rarely does, and leans back against the wall. Dark red lines of crap from his wrist all the way up to his forearm. Searing pain and a subtle tingling numbness. He gasps for breath, and at last a hoarse laugh scrapes out of him. It's pretty cool, isn't it? On the morning of Lucia's birthday, Chris sets out. He tells him the cleanup area is small. He'll be back soon, he says. Wait for me, kid. I'll be right back. Lucia remains at the doorway, still clutching the kodachi, watching as his silhouette fades into the white fog. She stands there unmoving, as Leora calls her name several times before she finally hears. Because on his way out, Chris glanced back at her. He never looked back before. Beyond the force field, Chris walks alone through the woods. He told a lie. The cleanup area was never small. He's gone far, deliberately pushing into zones he'd normally avoid. He's not going back. First wave of 3 monsters. We practice E as he raises his left hand and fires twice. Second wave 5. One of them's a mutant, his body armored in plates of crimson crystal. Come on. He charges head on, his knife aimed for a crevice in the crystal shell, when a searing bolt of pain tears through his right hand. It spasms. The blade veers off target. The mutant's claws tear through his chest plate. Teeth gritted, he dives the knife home with his left. Last one. The final enemy collapses. Chris slumps against the wall, each breath a wet, labored rasp. Vital fluid seeps from the gash in his chest plate. He glances down at his right hand. Those dark red veins are crept past the elbow now. I can still fight. Third wave, 7 monsters. 2 of them are mutants. The 5th one does it. His left leg joint fails and he goes down hard. He's on his knees too, injured to dodge the 6th when it comes. The claws rip across his left shoulder, opening a huge ragged wound. I'm so good at the coughing, man. Bright red vital fluid spills from his mouth as he crumples into the rubble. When he lifts his head again, the 7th monster walks towards him over the debris. Crunch, crunch, a pendulum ticking toward death. Suddenly, its shape begins to shift. His vision fades at the edges, and the twisted silhouette warps into something else entirely. The monster that took his wife and daughter. He'd never seen that abominable creature with his own eyes. Had no idea what it truly looked like, but in the grip of countless nightmares, his mind gave it a shape. Now that thing stares back at him. Huh. He grips the dagger tight and holds himself at the shadow, stumbling forward on broken joints. The moment his blade sinks in, a claw drives through his abdomen and out the other side. His face contorts with rage as he roars and buries the dagger deeper, watching until the light fades from the creature's eyes. He lifts his head with agonizing effort, spits a mouthful of bloody froth, and stares up at an ashen sky. The sky didn't always look this bleak. Gotta go home. It was June and the sky was a clean, cloudless blue. Oh, this is gonna be a good old death sequence. He stood over the heavy plaque slung along his shoulder. Chris, wait! A woman in an apron rushed out after him, carrying with her the warm, sweet scent of something just pulled from the oven at home. Cinnamon rolls are still warm. I put a double frosting on them, just the way you like. Take them with you, something warm for the road. And there's mushroom soup too. I've packed it in the thermos. He turned a little impatient. The one behind him couldn't reach the zipper of his backpack. Nah, I can't take them. Pack stuff with medical gear. She didn't complain. She simply set down the steaming food with some hesitation, then moved in front of him to smooth out his rumpled clothes. He waited his wife's gentle gaze, turning his face aside to stare into the distance, towards the place he was going. After all these years, just when you were about to retire, but you'd finally be home with our girl, and now you're leaving again. Her eyes were rimmed with red, but she still wore the tender smile. I heard it's really far away, 500 miles from home. The Vanguard team needs me. The Vanguard team needs me. The lady is doing something great. I need constructs, people who can handle things. Someone like me should be out there being a hero, not stuck in a little home for the rest of my life. He waved it off with a carefree gesture, looking for all the world like a great hero. A little figure came pattering out the room. Patty, my birthday's coming soon. Please don't go, okay? Patty's gotta go because there's thousands of little girls just like you who deserve a happy birthday too. Nothing but grand, lofty words. He bent down, meaning to scrub his stubble against his daughter's cheek, the way he always used to, but she ducked away and hid fuming behind his wife. He grinned at the sight. Relax, alright? This chaos contamination thing, nothing but a little ruckus. Hey, kiddo. You like that Kodachi, right? When I home, it's all yours. I see you. You can use it to protect Mom in our home. How's that sound? His daughter has had a rough, affectionate tussle. Alright, I'm heading out. His wife's gentle smile. His child's adoring eyes. The smoke wafting in the kitchen. The sweet scent wafting from the oven. The door swung shut, sealing away those precious memories he once dismissed so carelessly. And the chaos contamination hit, and that door stayed closed forever. He never made it back for his daughter's birthday. Go home. Over the debris hangs a sky no longer azure, bleached to a dull ashen gray. Hey, it's the UK! His hands find nothing to hold. He can only fall. Cheeks scraping the grit, he crawls across the ground like an infant. His awareness dims, but a single image holds fast. Lucia, the base entrance, that crooked little hat perched on her head, watching and waiting for his return. He said to come back. His voice rests dryly in his throat as every trace of his humanity bleeds away, little by little. This time I'm not breaking my word. The base, the blue candle is long since scattered out. Lucia remains at the table, staring at the uneven little round of a heart attack before her. The rest is beside her, telling a new story she made up, while Nemo leans nearby, listening in silence. Lucia seems distracted, her gaze drifting to the door now and then, as though waiting for something. Time crawls by. Just Lucia looks outside again, the force field reading spike. Is it a corrupted or something? But he's come back as a corrupted or something? Go on. Kiss the brick before you throw it at me, man, come on. Something's outside. Heavy footsteps sound from outside, as if someone is dragging themselves forward with their last bit of strength. The door shutters open. Chris drops, collapsing to his knees at the threshold before everyone can reach him. His armor has been ripped away in great jagged sections. His left arm hangs at a sickening angle, the knee detached from the shoulder. Body fluid seeps from wounds riddling his body. His force field has failed completely. Only shattered fragments remain, still clinging to his broken frame. Lucia! Chris! Lucia lanks back the child, trying to rush forward. She sees the dark crimson veins threading up Chris's arm all the way to his shoulder. Chaos contamination. Chris knows it too. Through tremors wrecking his broken frame, he forces himself to go still. Don't come closer. He remains kneeling at the door, his breathing rapid and ragged. Happy birthday, Lucia! This is not a good birthday gift, man! No! I made it back this time. With the final fraying thread of his sanity, he lets out a roar in a voice no longer human. You will help me one last time. I feel like it would have been better for Lucia's sanity if you didn't come back at this point. Selfishly. Because now this is gonna be a memory that she has of her birthday forever. We die as a human. He gritts his teeth and with agonizing effort draws the blade from his waist. The next instant, Chris's broad figure surges toward him in a blur. His blade plunges deep into Chris's chest, a sensation he knows all too well. Nemo looks down at his face, and the last trace of consciousness draining away, until nothing human stares back. He's seen this before, in the courtyard where he grew up, on an ordinary evening in dusk. His father stood before him then, light in his eyes guttering out. That day, he had to. No. Why does he always end up on the same path? Nemo's arm trembles. No matter how he tries, he cannot pull the blade free. Ugh. Chris's body seizes again. The dark red veins are spread across half his face, creeping towards his eyes. But just before they claim him completely, Chris goes motionless. His gaze lifts, drifting beyond Nemo, and settles on something in the distance. Chris! Lucia clutches the Kodachi in her small hands. Is she gonna... She gives it with effort, using the whole Chris told her. The blade is trembling slightly in her hands, but she stands there nonetheless, placing the blade herself in front of Leora. a child of 7 holding a blade longer than a forearm, standing between everyone and what Chris had become. Chris looks at her, and across his face, which has nearly lost all trace of humanity, fleeting human expression surfaces. His lips tremble, then impossibly they curve into a faint smile. Finally, the center of his vision crouches the monster that slaughtered his wife and daughter. In countless nightmares, he's watched them die in his claws, and he was always the one step too late. As soon as lifted that long overdue blade in his place, you found what you want to protect, kiddo. He smiles with quiet relief, watching that monstrous form fade until there's nothing left. His feet begin to move again. 500 miles, 400 miles, on and on he walks back towards the starting point of his journey. Everything seems to return to how it was at the beginning. Sweet steam still curling from the oven, the fireplace aglow. His wife's gentle voice, the noisy chat of his daughter. I'm back. He collapses, his arms still locked in an embrace. Numerous pupils tremble. Before his eyes, his father's face, the faces of one broken patient after another, and Chris's face. They swim together, overlapping and drifting apart. He seems to see it again, that setting sun. The sky tumbling once more into endless night, and he's powerless. His fate has never been anything else. Time stretches, heavy and soundless. Then at last, a small hand comes to rest on the back of his. Nemo. For some reason, she seems to be desperately holding back her grief, her eyes and nose red. The crooked little crown she wore has tumbled off somewhere. She only crouches down and closes Chris's painful eyes. Seeing that her hat has fallen to the ground, she stoops, picks it up, and sets it back on her head. And on her tiptoes, she reaches up and tenderly wipes Leora's tears away. Leora, don't... She means to say, don't cry. But her mouth opens and the words never comes. A world's worth of sorrow crashes down upon that small chest. Chris's death brings no comfort to anyone. A mirage of happiness existed only in his own eyes, in the very last moment of his life. And when that flickering candle is snuffed out, all it leaves is living is a damp, bone-cold, and unending night. Outside the window, the fog grows ever thicker. I need to go pee. Can I go pee real quick? Hang on. Now this is like a good time to go pee. Pee time. 1 second. I've been checking Borderwell stream, so... 1 second. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Yay! 1 second. Wait, is that even like the right... Ah, it's the right text. Cool. Give me 1 sec. Hey, yo, I'm back. Oh, you know what's really annoying me this whole stream? I have like, inside of my, like shirt. How do you describe that? It's like the ribbons that like they put on to like hang it up on coat hangers. Does that make sense? And I haven't cut them on this, and it's like it's really bothering me because I can feel it like against my skin, and I need to cut this. It's getting on my nerves on like both sides. I'm tired of this, man. I'm gonna crash out. Anyway, I'll chug some more water to replenish what I just lost, Mao, and then we'll continue with the story. I've heard Node 13 is good. I don't know what's happening in the 13 one. Ribbons? I don't know what's cool. Like, it's ribbon material, but it's like little strings that you like. They hold your like shirts on like hangers, coming from like inside the shirt, like up like by the sleeves. I hate it. I'm like tugging on it because it's really bothering me. Ugh. I don't know what the technical term is for them. The little terrible things. I hate them. The little thing is, yeah, the loops. I don't know what they're called. Ah, the new bottle of water's gone warm. Damn it. I'm gonna top this off after the stream. Never seen anything like that? You sure? I'm gonna look at what it's called. They're called hanger loops. Hanger loops. If you looked at, wait, that's not right. That's a different. That's a different thing. Hang on. Locker loops. But they're for clothes hangers. I think it's looking it up right now. Apparently, it's because like, women's clothing is more prone to stretching out or getting damaged when hung on a coat hanger. So it might be like more of a women's clothing thing, which might be why no one's no one's seen it. I've seen my YouTube analytics. I know my audience. I don't think anyone really has experienced it then. But it's on like the inside of your shirts on like either sleeve is like this sort of loop of ribbon, and then you put down the hanger and stuff if you hang it up, which I don't usually fold my shirts. Well, folding is a bit of a stretch. I leave them in a pile inside my wardrobe. That just kind of go like it just keeps stacking vertically. And then if like they're not, it's not neat in there. But I'm not talking about the one that's like at the back of your shirt by the tag, but like the ones on underneath the sleeve. I think it's more of like a women's clothes thing. See how many girls result to subscribe. It's I can guarantee you that the analytics for the stream are gonna be 100% male. There is the rare woman on my channel, and I am very grateful for them. But I do not get the ladies. The ones behind you? No, the ones behind you is like for coats and stuff, but the ones on like either side, I would like put a image on the stream, but it's if you look it up, like loops on like women's clothing. You'll find the examples of what I'm talking about. Like two little loops that exist. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. There's your fun fact. I want to get to Node 13 because I've heard that's where like that one's very good. Two girls in the audience want to sell. I mean, yeah, give it up for those two girls. Yeah, round of applause for those two girls. Chris is dead. Dominic's Vanguard team, the coalition of remarkable minds from every corner of a broken world, once numerous and united in their desperate bid for salvation, now numbers only 5. By dawn, the 5th replica of the key is completed. Leora sinks back into her chair, her gaze fixed on 5 steady pulses of light. Slowly, the data bleeding across the screen blurs into a haze. Finally. Is Wolverine guaranteed thanks to the raid earlier? Yeah, he may, as far as I'm aware. She mutters to herself, her voice scraping out dry and rough, like sandpaper against bare metal. Holding against the door frame, Nemo stares into the blue glow, filling the room. He pinches the bridge of his nose, exhaustion setting deep in the gesture. The chaos contamination is spreading faster. According to Julian's projections, the base's force field can only hold for another month at most. I know. We have to go soon. And Lucia, have we decided? Nemo stops mid-sentence, correcting himself. Somewhere along the way, the small figure has become someone they all care about, but we can't say exactly when it happened. Leora lowers her head. Her fingers trace something on the desk, absent and aimless. It's a green frog plushie. Froggy! Fish old fabric. It seems crooked and uneven. She worked on it in secret these past few nights. And once Lucy drifted off, she would sit beside her and sew, stitch by careful stitch, lit only by her terminal's dim glow, prickling her fingers again and again. If we leave, she'll definitely want to come with us. Leora lets the thought flicker through her mind just for an instant, before she closes her eyes, pained. I'll be terrified of seeing it. How she runs after us. What awful adults we become, Nemo. What's your plan? You don't have one, I'll use mine. Leora turns the green frog in her hands, letting her gaze fall to its back. The tail of the stitching ends in a knot. Not the neatest work. Not the neatest work. Sorry. It's alright, I'll do it. Lucia's a good kid. She loves stories. Let's end this goodbye with a kind one. That day, for the first time in a long while, Leora steps away from her station in the lab. She helps Lucia water the dandelions in the flower bed. The plants have grown crooked and stunted, some already yellowing. Artificial light, she knows, can never truly replace the sun. Later, she sits with Lucia on the hallway bench and teaches her a few new words. Lucia makes them all quickly, but the writing is slow. Each stroke is traced with such deliberate care as though she were carving something into stone. You're doing great, Lucia. You pick things up so quickly. Head still bowed, Lucia writes on. She completes one line, hesitates a moment, and lifts her gaze. Leora, you came out so early today. Usually you don't come out until dark. My work. I have finished sooner than I expected. A soft smile crosses Leora's face. She reaches out and smooths back the fine hairs from Lucia's brow. Your hand! What happened? Not thinking, Leora draws her right hand behind her back. Her fingertips are dotted with small needle marks. I bumped into some equipment in the lab. It's nothing, really. Just like, 10, 15 spare syringes I left lying around the place. Yeah, it's fine. For 3 seconds, Lucia holds Leora's gaze. Her lips tighten. Then she drops her head and says nothing more. Core work area. Evening. The program for keyframe adaptation is ready. We'll proceed tonight and leave at dawn. Alright, so what did you tell Lucia? Haven't told her yet. Something knots behind Leora's eyes. She's turning it over, struggling. No one answers. The lights drone overhead, a mosquito hum threading through the quiet. Nemo rests her against the corner wall, the dressing on his arm still dark with old seepage. He reads Leora's face, then lowers his eyes. We're out of time, Leora. I know. Leora opens her eyes and takes a deep breath. Just let me have one last night with her. That night, Leora closes the work area door behind her for the last time. She slips into bed beside Lucia as she has done every night these past days. Lucia's tucked it tight inside the thermal blanket, curled into a tiny knotted shape. Leora lays her hand on the small of her back and strokes, steady as a lullaby over and over. For a long, long time, they simply watch each other in the silence. In the end, the adult is the one who speaks first. Lucia. Tomorrow, the others and I are going on a long trip. We've finished making the keys, but we need to send them somewhere very far away. We have to go ourselves. Lucia looks at Leora, still quiet. Why do I get the feeling that she's gonna try and do it herself? It won't take too long. Leora's voice wavers, thin and slight. She presses her teeth to her tongue, holding the quiver at bay. Once the keys are delivered, everyone's going to work together to cure this world. As though something is lodged in their throat, Leora lets each word out one at a time. So Lucia, you wait for us here at the base. Eat well, sleep well, take good care of the dandelions. Wait for us to come back. Okay? Okay. Her answer comes fast as though it had been ready long before it was asked. Liora wanted to say more. She wanted to tell her not to be afraid on her own. She wants to tell her which cabinet holds the food, the water for pure photos interchanging every 3 days, how to manually switch modes if the force field's power runs low. She doesn't want Lucia to take this as her last goodbye. A sorrow too large for words lodges in her throat. She's nearly voiceless now. Good night, Lucia. It's lighter than any good night she has ever spoken. Good night, Liora. Liora is the first to close her eyes. Her hand keeps rubbing Lucia's back, slow and steady as she listens in the dark for the even cadence of sleep. But the minutes stretch on and the girl's breathing never evens out. Lucia hasn't learned how to fake sleep yet. Running, chasing, racing across the soft grass of the backyard. The afternoon light still holds its warmth, golden orange. The wolf's coming! The wolf's coming! Run, guys! Oh, just watch me catch you, all you little cupcakes! Liora throws her arms wide, laughing and calling out as she runs across the grass. Before her, a tumble of children shrieks with laughter. Got you! Laughing, Liora lunges for the boy trailing at the back. But the moment her fingertips graze that washed-out shirt, the softness in her arms dissolves into cold nothing. Huh? Liora freezes in confusion, but the game's momentum drags her forward all the same. And you! She turns, arms outstretched towards her girl with her hair in twin braids. The instant their skin meets, the child crumbles, her form flaking off like porcelain struck too hard. Where'd you go? One, then another. Each time she reaches for a child, that child dissolves before her eyes. It was the last afternoon she ever played with the children from the orphanage. When she returned, they had all perished, claimed by the corruption of the chaos contamination. One by one, these long-buried memory fragments drift past her, her bright aching with sorrow, and then gone, sinking back into the dark. She stands now at the orphanage's ruins. The small building, the one whose roofs she once fought to mend, has been reduced to a single half-standing wall. The children's drawings are still there, tacked to the crumbling plaster. Rain has bled the crayon into soft watercolor blurs, but she recognizes them. In the largest one, little figures join in a ring, hands clasped. And in the center stands someone with long hair, just a little taller than all the rest. Liora! She reaches for the drawing. Her fingertips graze the wall, and the papers turn to ash in an instant, spilling through the brickwork like a whisper. Then she hears those voices. Liora, what's that hero called? She doesn't have a name yet. Liora, it hurts. Jackie, hang in there. Liora, help us. Amy. Multiply these voices pulling farther and further away, blurring the edges into a fractured murmur she can no longer parse. As if many people are speaking at once, somewhere far off, all saying the same thing. It hurts, Liora, help us. And the voices drift further, fading into the distance until there's nothing left to hear. Time loses its shape. She finds herself standing in the darkness without end. Then somewhere far ahead, a light flickers into being. It's just a small point of brightness, the kind from this story Liora once told. A lone star burning softly in the black, asking nothing of the dark around it. It's Ushio who's lying beside her. Lucia's curled there in the heart of the light, fast asleep, tiny and tucked into herself. Liora watches her for a long, long time. From her pocket, she draws out the finished prop plush and lays it gently beside Lucia's hand. Her fingers drift over the crown of Lucia's head, hovering there for a long, aching moment. Then slowly she withdraws. Have you lost me with Pity Yang like you? Yes, and I was Pity Gang once. And then pulled on Fate and got 2 more dupes in like 30 pulls. So I'm 1/3 Pity Gang, I guess. And then I went like 40 into Pity on the Fate banner. Don't do that, don't be like me, don't. Yay, Pity Gang! I'm sorry, Lucia. She gets to her feet, slow and heavy. Then she turns away and walks into darkness. Someone has to become the hero of this story. In her daze, the drawings rise softly beneath her feet, crumbling away into luminous dust. The dust lifts, scatters, and slowly shapes itself into a path. She must leave now. Step by step, she walks, each footfall crushing another drawing. Each step sending fresh sparks of light drifting into the air. Ahead, only the endless dark. Behind her, the light shrinks, smaller and smaller. Her fingers find the doorknob. Leora. Leora stops in her tracks. Lucia? Lucia stands at the far end of the corridor, barefoot, the green plush clutched to her chest. Her hair is still a mess from sleep she never fell into. Don't worry, I heard some unusual noises from the force field. Just need to check on it in the work area. As Leora speaks, she turns her face slightly away, her gaze slipping from Lucia's eyes down to her shoulder. It's barely a movement, but Lucia sees it anyway. She sees the tremor in Leora's lashes. While her fingers clench the hem of her shirt, trembling, bone white at the knuckles. Just go back to bed. It won't take long, and then I'll... It's okay, Leora. Lucia bends over softly and reaches out, resting both her hands on Leora's with, the lightest touch. Leora's hands are cold. They're trembling like a string drawn too tight, on the verge of snapping. Now another word, Lucia tightens her grip, her small hands wrapping around Leora's much larger one, as if she could lend her strength, as if she could hold her together. Lucia? I know, Leora. Lucia speaks with a quiet evenness, the kind of steady tone the adults have used around her, day after day in the space. She has learned to sound like them. You've been through a lot, Leora. A lab lights stay on every night. Sometimes past midnight. I can hear you in there. When you cry by yourself, you close the door, but the light below the door still moves. Leora's mouth draws tight, a flicker of tension running through her jaw. When Aunt Helga died, you stayed up all night holding your things. The day Julian died, you sat in the comms room for hours just looking at the screen. Every time you come out of the lab and see me, you smile, but when you turn around, your face grows all tired. You carry everything by yourself, Leora. Lucia's hands tighten a little more around Leora's. Emo, Chris, Helga, Julian too, all of you. She pauses as if searching for the right word. You've worked so hard. Harder than anyone. Leora hammering herself to turn. One look into those eyes and she knows, and the pretense would shatter. So, I'll be good. Just go. Lucia releases Leora's hand and steps back a pace. She straightens her spine, stands as tall as her small body allows. Even so, she only comes up to Leora's shoulder when she's crouching. You can take care of things at home. I'll water the dandelions. I don't have to change the water filter every 3 days. The food is in the 3rd cabinet. I counted. There's enough for a long time. Chris, he taught me how to use the weapons in the storage room. I haven't used a laser gun yet, but I think I can figure it out. And if the force field goes off, turn the right knob 2 clicks to left. Nemo showed me that too. Lucia lists each task one by one, her fingers tapping a quiet rhythm against her side like she's reciting from a checklist. So don't worry about me. Just go do your thing. She stops short. When she speaks again, her voice carries the hint of a held-back cry. I'll take care of everything here, but... She musters all her strength and manages to a warm, trembling smile. Just come back soon, okay? The moment the words leave her mouth, her eyes flush red. But she holds it back. Her mouth draws thin, but her jaw squared. She fights against it like she's struggling to keep something locked inside. I'll water the dandelions every day. And wait for you. Her voice starts to shake. By the time you come back, the new ones will have bloomed. The little yellow flowers. She draws a sharp, noisy breath through her nose and drags her sleeve across her eyes in one hasty motion. I'll show them to you then. She knows what it means growing far away. Her father went, her mother went. She's always known. She should still say her goodbye with a smile, because that's what grown-ups do. God, that's a rough line to read. What dependable people do. Dependable grown-ups will smile at a farewell and say, travel safe, come home soon, and swallow their tears until her back is turned. She's seen it so many times. So you have to... Teardrops from her lashes, her hand flies up to catch it, but the next one is already gathering, ready to spill. You have to come back. Her words fracture as they leave her, screaming past her teeth in broken pieces. And lastly, Leora turns. She sees Lucia's face, a child finding to hold a smile in place, her small features working so hard to keep it from slipping. Leora thought the stories, the false promises of I'll be back soon, would be enough to convince the little girl. But Lucia has always known. From the beginning, she knew everything. She understands, too, that grown-ups sometimes need someone to believe their lies. Lucia... Leora opens her mouth and her voice comes out stronger than ever before. I'm sorry, Lucia, Tears come first, big unrestrained, streaming from Leora's eyes. Then her arms open wide and she wraps them around Lucia's small, slight body. See, I'm crying too. The grown-up is crying, so you can cry now. You don't have to hold it in anymore. Never again, Lucia. Ah! I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. We failed. We made a child become a grown-up because of it. Thank you for taking care of us all this time. Lucia's face pressed into Leora's chest begins to pinch and crumple. A slow collapse of her head. This is making me tear up, man. So glad I held together bravery. Just be a kid, Lucia. Run around, make a mess, get mad at stupid things. However you want. I want to see another child forced to grow up too fast. Who can't even say they're scared. Tip of Lucia's nose flushes a bright, raw red. Everything we did, wasn't it all so you could just be a kid? A carefree kid? Lucia chokes hard and the grief caught in her throat, and then it breaks loose. A wail spills out of her, loud and shuddering. I don't understand any of those big papers. Except for low threshold, Project Sting, single protocol. I know what they mean and it scares me. They're not fairy tales I can understand. It scares me. I was scared when the dandelion seeds were not sprouting for days. I was scared when Nemo wouldn't talk to me at first. I was scared when Helga and Julian were gone. I was scared when Chris was going to hurt you. I was scared everyone's going to lose their minds. This world made me scared. This place made me scared. Leora, I was scared. I was really scared. Lucia burst into loud, unguarded wailing. I tried to be brave because you were all still here, but now everyone's leaving me. Oh! Lucia's small shoulders convulse against Leora's chest. Her crying is buried in the fabric of Leora's shoulder. Her words lost, but the wetness seeping through is unmistakable. Leora cries with her, arms locked tight around that tiny body, one hand pressed to the back of Lucia's head, striking hard again and again as if the rhythm might hold them both together. It wasn't a long while. Maybe goodbye only takes hold when the tears will run dry. Leora's tears soak into Lucia's hair. She doesn't wipe them away. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll come back as soon as I can. Her voice is still trembling. When I come back, we'll look for Luna together. We'll go see the dandelions bloom. Stop lying, Leora. You're making this harder. She gets her face buried, nodding against Leora's chest. Leora's hand finds the plush toy cradle between them and presses it softly. This one, it's my gift for you. Same as Froggy. Froggy? A really cute cartoon. When I come back, we'll watch it together, okay? Okay. She gives the answer begrudgingly, a childish stubbornness surfacing. It'll keep you company while I'm gone. When you hold it to sleep, it'll be like I'm right there. Alas, Lucia raises her face. She hugs Froggy to her chest and grips it hard, holding on as though it too might slip away. And the dandelions bloom. When the chaos contamination is gone, Leora extends her hand, running her thumb gently across Lucia's flushed cheeks to wipe away the final streak of tears. We'll be back home. Okay. I'll wait for you. Just don't break your promise. Leora wraps Lucia in her arms one final time. She holds her and holds her, long enough to learn it all by heart. The warmth of that small body, its weight against her, the steady pulse beneath the skin, the faint smell of dandelions caught in the fabric of her clothes. Then she lets go. She gets to her feet and turns away. The corridor stretches ahead, long and bare. Her footsteps echo on the metal floor, each one a little quieter, a little farther away. She holds back her tears, no looking back. The corridor's end, Nemo leans against the wall. His gaze settled on her, heavy with quiet understanding. In silence, he pushes off the wall and walks towards the exit. The other three stand ready at the door, their gear secured, the 5 keys glowing faintly within their frames. Not a word exchanged. All 5 of them stop for a breath before the final door. Goodbye, Lucia. As one of the Vanguard team draws a deep breath and steps forward. Then the corridor holds only Lucia. Lucia stays where she is, clutching Froggy barefoot on the cold floor. She listens as the footsteps travel from near to far, from crisp to muffled, until the low hum of the force field generator swallows them whole. Until nothing is left to hear. She looks down at Froggy in her arms. One black button eye, one grey. Both stare back at her, crooked and uneven. Lucia dusts his arms, folding the bigger one down a little, pulling the smaller one up. There, now they're almost the same. Trailing Froggy close, she makes her way slowly back to her room. When she passes by the flower bed, she stops, her gaze falling on the dandelions. A few have begun to bud. Small green bulbs are forming, tucked tight at the tips of their stems. Lucia crouches down and touches one lightly with her finger. Bloom soon, okay? She rises, holds Froggy closer, and steps into her room. The corridor settles back into silence. The force field generator hums on, low and steady, like the only heart still beating in the base. In the flower bed, the dandelions sway gently beneath the lights, growing without a sound. To save Lucia's well and all the worlds beyond it, the Vanguard team set out once more. My spine hurts, man! Hang on. I'm trying to stretch, but it's like... I need to be put in a hydraulic press at this point. Someone needs to, like... Oh, no! So in the wound. Someone needs to, like... run over my back with one of those, either a paint roller or, like, one of those, like, pavement rollers. A few dandelions find the Institute's flower bed. They're small and crooked. Their leaves tinged with sickly yellow. They've stayed alive in the flower bed, quietly watching it all. I don't like the saying it's Lucia opens the door. I'm terrified now. What does it mean? What does that mean? One day after the Vanguard departed, after a long tearful farewell with Leora, Lucia remains at the starting point, left behind. With permission, she decides she will no longer be the obedient child. From now on, she will do as she pleases. She first abandons her strict 2 meals a day routine. Today she feels like eating, so she has crackers 3 times. The familiar feeling of a full stomach brings a brief contentment, but it also convinces her to eat only once tomorrow. Then she mimics Leora and the others, standing before the complex instruments, nodding and shaking her head, wanting to review data, to look through files and grasp what they mean. Finally, before bed, she stands before everyone's doors and says, "Gotta figure it out, you know? I'll be so surprised when you come back." Every door stays hushed, offering no reply. A child's rebellion can only stretch so far. 2 days after the Vanguard departed, Lucia gets up early. She lingers for a few minutes, standing still and looking towards the direction the Vanguard team took, until she finally accepts the truth. They won't be coming back today either. She gathers Froggy into her arms and begins another day of living alone. Her first night is to water the dandelions 3 times. Then she breaks up a small morsel from her own rations, grinds it to powder, and lays it over the soil. She hesitates briefly, but in the end she commits, fishing on one of her hoarded candies. The very last one Leora gave from her red box. She dissolves the candy in water and feeds that too into the earth. Puts something nutritious into the earth, and it becomes fertilizer. Lucia knows this well. Her mother taught her that much. When she's done, she crouches beside the flower bed with quiet satisfaction, gently choking the green leaves. I don't think the candy's gonna grow. Nor is it particularly nutritious. This way you'll bloom sooner. Actually, did anyone else used to put like candy in the soil, thinking it would grow? Was that just like was that just a me thing? Morning comes. The alarm clock rings. Lucia sprints at full speed towards the water purification unit. She scrambles up to the top of the tank and slots in the filter cartridges the oils prepared and left nearby. With the mission complete, she races at her second fastest speed towards the little flower bed in the hallway. Patter, patter, patter. The sound of bare feet flying across the floor, then a sudden screeching halt at the doorway corner. No one else? It was just me? Damn it. I used to love gardening as a kid. I was like terrified of like worms, but you would find me in the garden on my knees with like a little spade thing, just digging for the sake of it. I didn't think I planted anything. I think I was just digging. And then I think I planted like candy in the garden. No! You see, that's not the universal shriek, the one every child unleashes when something they love is torn away from them. She stumbles around the corner, racing towards the flower bed, and gives into her skin and slides all the way to the nearest dandelions. Her hands tremble as she reaches out, aching to touch the yellow wilted leaves, terrified that even the lightest touch will be the end of them. What did you wrong? You gave them candy, Lucia! She knows that you slowly and tears seep into the already burned soil that starts out just before they fall. She has no choice but to attempt to rescue on the handful of dandelions that still cling to life. In the sword, she retrieves the smallest entrenching shovel and gently scoops them from the flower bed, one by one transplanting them into Leora's coffee cups. Leora had many coffee cups. Before she left, she scrubbed each one spotless. There'll be nothing inside them that could finish the dandelions off, far better than Crystal liquor bottles. This knowledge eases Lucia's heart. When I think of Alpha's new frame, it's beautiful, man. The new coating as well, the drop with it, so good. After Lucia arranges the 5 surviving dandelions and cups back into the daylight lamp. Lamplight filters through the leaves, illuminating the delicate blades until they seem almost transparent. Lucia calls herself beside them, chin resting on her knees, and watches the yellowish-green veins in stillness. But she cannot see life flowing through those veins, so she has no way of telling whether they will live or die. The warm yellowing light wraps around her, pulling her towards sleep. A faint despondency and loss enfold her, giving her the strange sensation of sinking through something unreal. Her thoughts begin to drift. How far have the grown-ups of the Vanguard team traveled by now? Alpha guys are valid. I love Alpha so much, man. Like the coding, I said this is sort of the stream, but the coding I think is just the best coding in the game by far. It's so good. It's exactly my kind of like like the kind of fashion I like. It's so good under Brad. She turns over and over until sleep claims her, but as no understanding comes, it's something far beyond what the alpha beta materials ever taught her. She simply cannot grasp it. Perhaps when she's older, when she's grown the way the dandelions grow, then she'll understand. She sinks into a deep sleep beside the ravaged flower bed, oblivious to the low, rasping roars that drift in from beyond the door. Early morning, the alarm hasn't rung yet. Lucia is jolted awake by a clamor of footsteps. It takes her only 2 seconds to go from dazed to certain. These footsteps do not belong to anyone from the Vanguard team. She springs up immediately, races to the console that controls the force field, and fixes her eyes on that crucial knob. Something wrong with the force field? Did it run out of power already? But I didn't hear any alarm. Should I turn the knob? Lucia doesn't know that turning the dial means depleting the power reserves. With every adjustment, her own chances of survival shrink right alongside them. Still, she does it anyway. She turns the knob 2 clicks to the left. This is the howling outside till he subsides. And then does she let herself breathe. A day as the tips of the 5 remaining dandelion stems, the first traces of yellow petals begin to show. Lucia sees blooming as the arrival of happiness. In truth, it's a countdown to the plan's end. But Lucia doesn't know that. Unaware, she drifts slowly towards death, carried along by the passing days, by the quiet wait for the dandelions to bloom. Days after the Vanguard departed. The Vanguard team is yet to return with news of victory, but the monsters born of the chaos contamination have clearly evolved, and they are closing on humanity's last sanctuary. Lucia goes back to the storage room, pouring weapons off the racks with hands and feet, both. She remembers the knowledge Chris passed on to her, just in case. Activate, aim at the monster, and pull the trigger. She killed the enemy for the first time, but she also realized something for the first time. The enemies knew her name. Who are you? Fear of the unknown had never faced her. She could simply label it as something wholly bad and eliminate it. The creatures howl as they press closer to the door, with those shattered syllables similar to words she knows by heart. Like a mother calling for her daughter, like Luna calling for her sister, like Leora calling for little Alpha. Like Chris calling for his wife and child. No, it can't be. Not you. Now a fear of what the familiar seized her heart. Now a fear of one of the familiar seized her heart in a crushing grip. Beneath those tender claws, she can no longer tell whether monsters are bad or not. And she no longer knows whether she should strike them down. No. No! Monsters are scaling their way closer. Lucia does not shoot again. Instead, she flees, scrambling up the stairs, and wrenches the stairwell's fire door closed behind her, sealing it with a desperate... Got it, turn of the lock. She stuffs Froggy into her backpack and bolts towards the flower bed beneath the dialight lamp, gathering at the 5 of Leora's coffee cups, finding dandelions on the verge of blooming. Clutching into her chest. She keeps running, nearly crashing through every Vanguard member's door, grabbing anything that feels familiar and comforting, and packing it into her backpack. She goes to Chris's room first, the room no one has entered since the day he died. She bursts through the door, then falters, frozen in place. The familiar chaos she remembers has been erased, every surface tidied into meticulous order. A note rests on the floor, just to no one but her. I cleaned the place up, making a kid to deal with my mess day after day is not right. I'm sorry, Lucia, I'll pay more attention from now on. It was written before her birthday party. From Chris's room, she takes the note along with a set of weapon components. From Jillian's a communication terminal. From Helga's medical station, a single syringe. Nemo's room is no longer locked. She slips inside and her eyes land instantly on the thermal blanket she'd given him, laid out on the table. It's now folded with care, folded her way, and placed there with quite intention. Atop the blanket rests a tiny transparent keychain containing a wisp of soft orange-white fur. The fur of a cat, perhaps. Aside from this, Nemo's room holds almost nothing. He joined the Vanguard empty-handed. Now he is left the same way. Lucia shoves these useless things into her backpack in a frantic heap and bursts out again. As she runs, carrying everyone's belongings on her back, she feels as though she is only just beginning to know these adults. Adults who are so good at hiding pieces of themselves. She glances down without thinking, and suddenly notices the dandelions in the coffee cups have bloomed. Cute small flowers. Bright vivid yellow. I don't like the symbolism here, man. What does this mean? They're gonna still haven't come back. Those grown-ups are so bad at lying. And so Lucia abandons the ground floor. It's no longer safe. She retreats to the second floor, carrying everyone's regrets with her. She can hear them, the monsters she no longer dares to fight. The ones she could never hope to kill, piling against the door, straining to reach the only survivor inside. She shoves every heavy thing she can move against the door, then presses her own back flat against the thick metal plate. Tears well in her eyes, but she clutches the backpack and the coffee cup dandelions to her chest and keeps them from falling. Everyone's here with me. The flower's still blooming. We haven't lost yet. She gets her teeth and races against the shuttering door, holding firm until the pounding stops. The monsters leave at last and retreat to the parallel square. Days after Vanguard departed. It's been a month. Lucia's been driven back step by step, floor by floor, until she's cornered at the very top of the base. She sits curled up, arms wrapped around her knees, too weak to speak. In her desperate scramble upwards, she has lost every last supply she had. She can no longer remember the last time she ate anything. Numbly, she gives the nearly exhausted red marker and begins to write slowly across the floor. I want to eat. I want water. She licks her cracked lips, tastes a faint trace of blood. Ooh! The worlds before her, a plea for food. The words before her, a plea for food, begin to blur. Then impossibly they wobble upright, sprout spindly legs, and go for a little stroll around her. They a brief farewell, then scamper off. Where are you going? Even my wishes are leaving me behind. She staggers to her feet, stumbling after the fleeing words. Beneath each unsteady twitching step lies every wish she has written across the floor in all this time. I want to see Mom and Dad again. I want to see Luna again. I want to be Mom and Dad's child again. I want to be Luna's sister again. I want Froggy back. I want Leora back. I want Helga back. I want Julian back. I want Nemo back. I want Chris back. I want... The words begin to shift, no longer the simple wishes of a child. Something larger swells beneath them. I want success. I don't want failure anymore. I want the research to go well. I want everyone to make it back. Red writing sprawls across every wall and every floor, crammed together in a dense, desperate mess. She walks the full length of her wishes, only to be stopped by a door on the top floor. The rest of the words slip through the cracks beneath it, escaping her grasp. She leans weakly against the door, her body slowly sliding down until she sinks to the floor. Perhaps the fleeing words have drawn attention. From beyond the door comes a growing rustle, the sound of something creeping closer. Even research reaches the door handle, pressing down on it, testing. Don't open it. She presses her weight against the door, and whispers reassurances to herself. It's gonna be okay, I'm not scared, I'm brave. Nothing can scare the brave little hero Alpha. She keeps watch over the dandelions in the coffee cups, her eyes fixed on the 5 fluffy white puffs. The flowers had long since bloomed and faded, withered away into these delicate, fragile seeds, so fragile that even a single breath would scatter them. The grown-ups probably aren't coming back. Beyond the door, where her eyes cannot reach, the void is consuming everything. After the fog is spread across the entire world. The steps in the stairwell crumble to dust, each one dissolving into grey with a soft rustling sigh. The shrieking of monsters fades into distance, or more precisely, it's devoured by something unseen. And the hum of the FOS laboratory instrument dies away, even the sound of dust settling upon the floor falls silent. But before her blur is stretching into streaks, bleeding away like runaway ink. The world is turning into chaos, into nothingness. Even with a child's mind, she understands this. The world is collapsing. In all the world, only one small ordinary little girl remains. Knock knock? Huh? Two rhythmic tremors pulse through the door. Sound and sight have both vanished. All that remains is the raw vibration against her back. Like her mother gently knocking, rousing her from sleep. She lifts her head sharply. Only now does the truth strike her. Nothing is left in the older world but her and the door she leans against. Like a tiny boat drifting alone through the fog. On this day, in this world, little Lucia picks herself up from the floor and with great caution opens the door. As Lucia opens the door, behind the door there's nothing. Only the graveyard of civilization. Far away, a faint glimmer flickers in the distance. Like a path emerging through the ruins. A trail left by the Vanguard team. She shoulders her backpack and with the utmost gentleness, cradles the coffee cup Danny lands in her arms. At first, she simply traces the tracks, feeling her way. And like a child learning to walk, she follows the scattered points of light. She must be deliberate with every step, carefully commanding the muscles in her legs. The involuntary spasms have been growing more frequent lately. That's a devastating line to put there. I must... There are no gods in this world. Lucia can only demand more of herself. Just a little harder, a little further. But even the muscles that shape her voice are faltering. Soon she'll barely manage a whisper. I must find the Vanguard team. Her legs give out beneath her and she falls. The coffee cups shatter on impact. Dandelions tumble out with clumps of soil and the white puffs scatter everywhere. No! She stares at the scattered fluff. In them she sees the 5 remaining Vanguard members she once watched depart, now all fallen, all lost. At last she breaks down and weeps. Oh God, don't leave me, not again. This is though the wish she clung to for so long has been shattered. Scattered to nothing. Her fragile hope crushed in a single blow. She pushes herself onto her hands and knees, reaching out to gather the scattered seeds. Then a gust of wind, cruel and perfectly timed, sweeps through. They all drift away. The tiny white parachutes drift onward. Lucia scrambles to her feet, weeping and chases after them, just like those kindergartners she once looked down on, the ones who cried on their first day, running after the adults they couldn't bear to lose. Tears blur her vision. Smearing sticky. I can't read. A blur across her face. She keeps chasing forward. The glowing footprints beneath her grow fainter, fewer, and as if the last trace of an adult step vanishes, she throws herself upward with the last of her strength and crashes hard to the ground. Oh! Still, she catches nothing. The dandelion seeds both scattered in the wind, never to come back. Beneath her palm, all she finds is something smooth and soft. A ribbon. Her hand begins to tremble violently. Fresh blood still wet coats her palm. She lifts the ribbon and holds it before her eyes, studying it. Striped in blue and yellow, soaked in blood, it's Leora's soft hair ribbon. It says, I broke my promise. God, mad. No. She keeps crawling forward. Soon enough, her hand finds a construct, or more precisely, the wreckage of a female construct. And a second body, a third, a fourth. She wants to gather up the remains of the Vanguard members, to hold them close, but like the scattered dandelion seeds, they can never be gathered again. The fog's corruption has devoured her tears. She can cry no more. She clutches Leora's ribbon and remains frozen in place for a long, hollow moment. Only then does she slowly lift her head and fix her gaze on Leora. I heard what you said. I read the files too. I know you, the warriors turned into light, became hero... Omega... Hero... Sai... Hero... Chi... I'm glad I kept the tab open so I could double check that. You went somewhere very, very far away. To most of the bodies, her voice fragmented, recounting the story Leora once told her. You have to deliver the Sephiroth. And those Sephiroth, they are in your frames, right? The dead do not speak. Her silence answers the question, offering no encouragement. She takes it as consent. I told you! Your Alpha knows everything! She lowers her head, her resolve hardening into something final. And I also told you, Hero Alpha can keep flying, just like you until she lights up the whole universe. She gazes down to the vast fog and spots a bridge in the near distance. On its far end, a rift is slowly sealing shut. She forces herself to move again, pushing the bodies forward, struggling to drag them into this bridge that spans across dreams. The bridge feels familiar to her. Most comforting, yet for reasons she cannot fathom, it repels her with violent force. Please don't push me away. Lucia cannot hear the bridge's silent screaming. She pushes the bodies forward regardless. If what you said is true, that sending the Sephiroth to other worlds can save everything. No. Everyone will come together and stand side by side and meet the bad guys. You probably couldn't make it. I probably could make it happen. I'm not doing so good either. I can't go find Lunar anymore. Then let me help you finish your mission. After she's pushed the last of the bodies down, she has the Vanguard's belongings onto her back and crawls along the bridge toward the rift, sealing herself with quiet encouragement. She will follow the dandelion's roots, wherever they have drifted. Little Hero Alpha. She spreads her arms wide. It's heading out too! She leaps. My turn to rise with all my might. The void feels endless. She falls and falls, the bottom never arriving. Lucia squints against the rushing dark, clutching tight to her memories and the keepsakes the adults left behind. But the fog keeps trying to strip them away. Nemo's cap for a keychain is devoured first. Then Chris's note tears free and vanishes. Leora's hairpin snaps apart. Soon she'll have nothing left to hold. One moment she glimpses the crimson world. The next, debris drifting through the fog slashes her cheek and cuts into one eye. Her body is soon covered in wounds. As her skin begins to peel away, she gets her teeth and casts everything she can no longer hold onto into the fog. Her hair is torn out strand by strand. All that remains corrodes to ashen white. She's lost all her color. Her flesh corrodes next when her muscles and bone can rip nothing more. She clamps the remaining keepsakes between her teeth. She can give up everything, even herself. All she wants now is to light up the stars with whatever is left of her, to carry forward the hope that every Vanguard member, one after another, gave their lives to deliver. She's about to plunge into the depths of the fog, or perhaps into entirely new world. When a sliver of light, a cold glow of an offering table, finally reaches her eyes, the fog has already consumed everything she was. Not even her precious memories remain. She feels someone holding her, an embrace that gives permission to cry out again. And so she does. Her lungs expand and she wails. This is... the story begun by Lucia. Wait, what happened? Okay, wait. What is... what is going on? This is another Lucia? Another timeline? A cry rings out like a green sprout breaking through the soil, like a door pushed open, like someone who just journeyed from somewhere impossibly far away, at last reaching the destination. The room glows with buttery warmth. As the nurse lays beside her mother's pillow, the first soft rain of summer begins to fall outside the window. Mother turns her head. Strands of sweat, damp hair clinging to her temples. Her breath still laced with the exhaustion of labor. Yet she forces her eyes wide, drinking in this tiny new life. The crumpled face, the moving hands, the delicate tuft of wet newborn hair. She reaches out, gently grazing the baby's cheek with her fingertips. Her voice so hushed it seems she fears waking something sacred. Lucia! She speaks the name twice as though to anchor it in the world. As though to make a wish. Her eyelids are so heavy she can scarcely lift them. Though her voice is so frayed it barely carries, she still bows her head and brushes her lips against that tiny forehead, whispering so gently. So very gently. As if confiding to the child in her arms. As if confiding to the world itself. Help you live a life filled with happiness, Lucia. Outside, rain murmurs against the window. Lucia stares in her arms, but does not open her eyes. Lucia is born. Into a world distant and strange. Perhaps not so strange after all. Once again, she becomes her mother's child. Huh. Bit by bit, time slips past. The day her mother fills the last page of the first baby diary. Lucia learns to speak her name. The journal notes that her father was so jealous that day, he couldn't bring himself to eat dinner. Later, Lucia learns to run. From the edge of the bed to the door. From the door to the yard. From the yard to the little lane her father walks down when he comes home from work. She runs faster and faster, so fast she can no longer stop herself, barreling straight into his arms. Her father catches her, laughing as he lifts her into the air. Suddenly catches the police badge on his uniform, gleaming bright. Lately, Lucia seems to drift into long, wandering dreams. When she wakes, she remembers nothing. Only a strange heat remains in her palms. As though she just let go of something she's been holding for a very long time. She cannot recall what the dreams are about. What lingers is a feeling she cannot name. A sense that something is yet to be finished. 3 years later, her mother finally comes from the... So she has white hair this time around. 3 years later, her mother finally comes home from the hospital. Lucia's father lifts her to the bedside. And there she sees a tiny life. Even more fragile and new than herself. Look, she's your little sister. Her father's voice is soft, brimming with undisguised joy. Little sister? Her name is Luna. That means from today, you're a big sister, Lucia. You'll play together, eat together, sleep side by side. You'll teach her how to talk, how to walk. Actually, it's a parent's job. No matter what, you have to be good to each other, alright? Okay, I will. Lucia nods happily. She doesn't fully grasp the words, but the knowledge that a new playmate has arrived at home is enough to bring a smile spilling across her face. The following winter, when the first snow begins to fall, Luna's still deep in her afternoon nap. Lucia leans on the windowsill, gazing out at a world turned white, the very shade of her own hair, and her sister's too. The snow falls heavier, deeper until it finally blankets the trees in the yard. Mommy, look! Snow! Mother is in the kitchen, her hands still wet when Lucia tugs her by the arm and pulls her over the window. So much snow. Isn't it beautiful? Mom is beautiful. Isn't it beautiful? Do you like it? She stoops low with a gentle smile, her own eyes sparkling with a wonder that mirrors her daughter's. I love it. It's so pretty. Then when Luna wakes up, let's all go outside and make a snowman together. What do you say? Yeah. Lucia nestles into her mother's arms, watching the snow beyond the window. The house is warm. A gentle aroma drifts from the kitchen, and Luna's lost in her dreams. She sways softly from side to side, though she can't quite tell what such happiness fills her. All she knows is that her mother's embrace is warm, and with her baby sister here, the little home feels whole. One morning when Lucia's 5, her mother wakes to a faint rustling sound. She makes her way to Lucia's bedroom door and finds the light already on. Crayons are scattered across the floor in a loose circle, and Lucia is sprawled out on her stomach, absorbed in drawing something. Lucia, it's still so early! What are you drawing, sweetheart? The mother kneels down and studies the paper. Shades of grey and white crayon cover it entirely as if the child has drawn a great expanse of fog where nothing can be seen. Grey and white wax fills the page. A thick mist made of crayon strokes. Inside the fog stand a few stick figures in a row, with some trail off halfway, their bodies overtaken by the grey, fading as though they're being swallowed up. In the very center stands the smallest figure, arms spread wide, but the space around her is empty. There's no one for her to hold. So did you have a bad dream? Alas, Lucia's crayon goes still. She stares down what she's drawn, looking just as puzzled as anyone. I think that was a fog. A really big fog. And lots of people. They're walking in front of me. Walking so fast I tried to run, but I couldn't catch them. The mother draws Lucia's onto her lap and gently rubs her back. Who are they, baby? You know them? I don't know. They all went away. One then another. All gone. She turns her hand over and shows her mother her palm. There's nothing there. Nothing at all. And she stares at the empty space for a long, long moment as though waiting for something to reappear. I was right there, but I couldn't do anything. The mother gathers her close. Lucia doesn't cry. She simply presses her face into her mother's pajama, her voice coming out soft and muffled. Like, sometimes, my son is confused about Alpha's name and Lucia's is the same person. No, I know this. Like, I know they're the, well, I'm not confused about it. They're the same person, but they were the same person, but they took different paths. It's more to say that Alpha is Lucia, but Lucia is the path that diverges from Lucia, right? Mommy, the father comes. Let me protect you, okay? A tender smile crosses her mother's face, and she bends to kiss the crown of her daughter's head. Of course, sweetheart. My Lucia will protect me. And Daddy too, and Luna. Everyone can stand behind me. I'll protect you all. Alright, well, I'll rely on you then, Lucia. She doesn't smile. She nods with grave seriousness, then folds her drawing carefully and slips beneath the pillow. The next morning, when her father rises early for his run, he discovers Lucia quietly following behind him. She's only 5, her small legs pumping furiously. After just a few hundred meters, she's already grasping for breath. When she stumbles and scrapes her knee, tears well up in her eyes, but she refuses to let them fall. Lucia, what's all this? You want to run with me now? I want to get strong. As strong as you, Daddy. Oh yeah? What do you need all that strength for? Lucia pauses to think, taking off on her fingers one by one. Protect Mommy, protect you, protect Luna. She counts to 3 on her fingers, then glances down at the one still curled against her palm. And lots of other people too. Lots of people, huh? Yeah, one day I'm gonna protect lots and lots of people. Her father laughs, utterly charmed, and in one smooth motion, swings up into the shoulders. Alright then, but first I'll teach you how to protect yourself. Then you can protect everyone else. Deal? Perched on her father's shoulders, Lucia sits higher than she ever has before. From up there, she can see the lane beyond the yard switching far away. Lucia we know as Alpha, and Alpha is the original Lucia. What? Lucia do the code, unfortunately, still the memories of Alpha, so the story of Lucia is 90% Alpha. Yeah, exactly, right? And then she can see the lanes beyond this yard stretching far, far into the distance. Deal. If she gives her answer, her little hands tangle in her father's hair. Then it strikes her. If only she could climb a little higher, perhaps she'd see the figures hidden behind the fog. After that, Lucia lives through many ordinary happy days. Then one day she straps on a school bag, steps out the front door, and begins to explore the vast, wondrous world waiting beyond. She picks her first dandelion, learns multiplication tables by heart, discovers rock music. She cooks beside her mother's for the first time. Her fingers find the first chords in a guitar. She takes Luna to her first movie. She steals her first ride on the father's motorcycle. She meets the green cartoon frog for the first time. Alpha equals first. Yeah. Alpha is like, if you consider like a line, Lucia, Alpha, and then like Lucia, it like branches off, and that's like our Lucia. If you want to consider it like that, I guess it's a little bit philosophical as whether or not you consider our Lucia to be a continuation, like a diverging path, or like a new person, but with like the path. It's too philosophical for me to consider. But yes, I know what you mean. Emma's diary, the one dedicated to her 2 children, grows thicker, fuller, its pages brimming. It's just growing up, loved and happy in the plainest, most precious way. Before she knows it, Lucia arrives at her 16th birthday. She always forgets this day, forgets the number circled in red on the calendar by her mother's hand. Forgets she has grown another year older. Someone always remembers her, the dishes she loves best, the record she's been longing for but can never bring herself to buy, the extra seconds she lingered before the katana models on display. That morning, she pushes open the door to find balloons bobbing through the living room. Cake set with 16 candles. Luna's holding up her terminal to capture the moment, her father standing to the side with a soft smile, and her mother peeking out from the kitchen, her apron still dusted with flour. Happy birthday! Their voices ring out, mismatched and joyful, with Luna's rising above the rest. Lucia stands in the doorway, frozen from it. Then a smile breaks across her face, too. Everyone's smiling because of Lucia, because she exists, just as they did 16 years ago on the day she first came into this world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a figure in white stands before the commandant's tower, floor-to-ceiling window. The cold gleam of data terminals on their back, the view of the entire world that's before them. On the distant horizon, transport fleets glide into the port in tight formation. They come from different continents. Some hulls still bearing the faded emblems of old borders, but now they touch down the same runway, engines sighing into science together. Tens of thousands of containers settle into place like pieces on a vast chessboard, sliding precisely into the predetermined grids. Superconducting coils, high-density energy storage modules, precision machine vacuum chamber components. With each shipment that arrives, engineers lift their eyes from the stations, their gazes skimming past the screens for just a heartbeat, as if to confirm something is truly steadily taking shape. And deep in the heart of the port, a skeleton of 0-point engine already rises toward the sky. This is Dominic. ELF concludes technician report number 0170, submitted to the world government. Given the extended time frame this report covers, a brief overview of the background may help the council members better understand the context. It has been exactly 16 years since the Science Council's Landau probe intercepted an anomalous signal at the L2 Lagrange point. I can't speak now all of a sudden. 16 years ago today, the deep space probe Landau detected a non-natural electromagnetic pulse lasting approximately 11.3 seconds during a routine gravitational wave scan. The primary receiver array captured the anomaly. The pulse did not originate from any tidal or celestial radiation source, nor did its special signature match any known cosmic background noise model. In short, it was a set of information. After 16 months of decoding, Dr. Is it Neathart or Neathart? Extracted a complete data schema from the 11.3 second signal. What's happening in my brain now? Like, I see the words, but I'm reading them out wrong. The total amount of information far exceeded the theoretical capacity of the carrier wave. This means the sender achieved information compression through methods we have yet to fully understand. As for the contents of the schema itself, with the assistance of linguists, we deciphered 3 distinct components. First, a mathematical model based on 11-dimensional manifold topology. Describing an entirely new mechanism for particle interaction. This mechanism falls outside any known extension of the standard model. Yet after exhaustive verification, its internal consistency proved flawless. There we go. Putting upon this foundation, the Science Council developed a comprehensive plan for artificial gravity field generation. I designated Project String. Second, a set of engineering parameters for materials and energy science. It was as if someone had already completed all the theoretical derivations and experimental validations, and simply handed us the conclusions and operational procedures. And interestingly, these parameters aligned closely with Dr. Villiers' research. Inspired by this knowledge, we completed our quantum fluctuation models, making the development of zero-point energy possible. Third and most perplexing, at the schema's end was an unclassifiable data fragment. It wasn't mathematics, it was an engineering parameters. It wasn't even a recognizable form of encoded language. It was a waveform pattern resembling biological neural pulses. Human? I don't know yet what carries it. It could be memory, an emotion, or merely noise. For now, I can't offer any scientific explanation for it. Regardless, this marked the first time human civilization received a message from life beyond Earth. 200 years after Wayfarer 1 embarked on its journey, our world had finally received a reply. I'll forward this note to you all. Driven by public enthusiasm and armed conflict alike, the world major powers finally reached a consensus. The time had come for humanity to unite and venture beyond the cradle of Earth. Following the signing of the new Earth Codex, the world government emerged alongside human unification movement. Aerospace technology received unprecedented support, and under the Science Council's leadership, planetary terraforming projects and space colonization initiatives surged forward at full force. Ow, sorry. I knocked something over with my foot. Ah, there we go. Ow, sorry. The oral report has entered its final summary when Dominic's brow furrows, almost imperceptibly. Familiar premonition hits, the kind that always buzzes just before an experiment goes wrong. The chief technician pays no mind to this minor interruption and carries on with the presentation. Gestalt, the Bifrost Orbital Accelerator, the lunar base, the Atlantic Eye, and the zero-point reactor scheduled for completion in 6 years. Over these past 16 years, humanity has brought many dreams into reality. A prickling urgency still refuses to fade. Almost simultaneously, voices cry out somewhere beyond the room. Huh? Dominic looks out the window, eyes going wide. A transport craft is screaming through the sky at full speed, hurtling straight towards the warehouse packed with equipment. Boom! The vault is open with a deafening roar. A blinding fireball erupts skyward as the blast bursts through the air, the searing heatwave surging outward, threatening to swallow half the port district. The highest level sirens shake to life. Thousands of tons of industrial supplies detonate a chain reaction, one after another. Like a string of firecrackers erupting into a sea of flames that lights up the entire coastline, guards and firefighters surge forward, scrambling to establish a perimeter. Well, well. You see now, little Dominic. A woman of refined elegance sits draped in shadow, her legs crossed with languid poise, her ornate mechanical fingers dramatically against the leather armrest. Keep placing your faith in humanity's better nature. But it will never ever win against the beast of self-interest. I gotta pee. She inhales a slow stream of smoke, her tone casual as if she were commenting on the weather. without Cassandra. Ah, such a killjoy. Woman shrugs, then with the touch of knowing compliance, stubs out her cigarette in the ashtray on the table. An ashtray placed there just for her, since no one else here smokes. How do you expect to convince the world to erase its borders, melt down its planes, tanks and nukes, or chase some star they'll never live to reach? And for what? A drifting bottle you fished out of space? Don't be absurd. These are nations built in centuries of bloodshed. Peoples, dynasties, corporations. Oh, let's not forget the life's work of brilliant minds like myself. Naturally gifted, of course, yet ceaselessly driven. No matter how many treaties you sign, how many rockets you launch, or how many you parade around like singing songs, humans will always be selfish creatures terrified of getting hurt. Your darling little utopian fantasy is still 2 million light years away. A light year is a unit of distance, not time, Cassandra. Yeah, Cassandra. You really have no sense of humor whatsoever, do you, little Dominic? She waves her hand with a theatrical flourish. Cassandra, you're a businesswoman. You operate in different positions, different fundamental perspectives. I can hardly expect you to grasp the true scope of what these initiatives will bring to Earth. I suggest we table this discussion here. No point in squandering any more time or energy on it. Oh, absolutely. I poured far too much money into you to do anything but accommodate me whenever I decide to drop by. She helps herself to another cigarette, lighting it with a deliberate, almost taunting composure. I've seen plenty of idealists like you. They would end the same way. Crushed by the world, and they tear themselves apart first. Tell you what, little Dominic. Can I make a wager? Cassandra raises an eyebrow. I'll bet that one day you'll die for your ideals. I will write my bestial instincts, train today's 3 books, and live on forever in glory. Dominic has never been one to throw dice. Faced with the investor's sharp provocation, Chief Nishin holds steady. Silent, gaze locked in the chaos unfolding along the shoreline outside. A firefighter emerges from the wreckage, cradling a child. The little face is smeared with ash, but the child is still crying. Still alive. The staff member's blood, no doubt, brought it all this way, only to witness disaster. The silent card again. You're no fun at all. Now, you're done with your report, yes? Can we finally get to the point? What did you actually call me here for? Had a new idea these past few days? Dominic knows that every cutting word Cassandra speaks carries truth. Humanity's bestial nature is real. Greed, fear, violence, all of it undeniably real. But beyond the wall of flames, the soldiers of different nations, the firefighters hurling themselves into the blaze, the engineers drawn from every corner of the globe. They too are just as real. Ideals and bestial instincts have never been mutually exclusive. Humanity carries both at once. The real question is, when the darkness truly falls, which one tips the scale? And that is precisely why I need to gather more of those ideals together. Dominic's voice sinks low. The words seemingly meant more for Dominic's own ears than for hers. 1 or 2 individuals can't shoulder this burden alone. Not even the best-funded laboratory in the world can manage it. But a whole generation of people can. Dominic returns to the desk and opens a file. On the page, it's a line yet to receive official approval. At Westminster Command College construction proposal for a draft. Oh? Chief Researcher isn't enough for you anymore. Now you want to play Headmaster too. Cassandra, if you discovered that some billionaire had bundled up their entire fortune and cast it into the ocean, what would you make of it? If they've lost their mind or they're on their deathbed. The same logic applies to the drifting bottle we found. Cassandra pauses mid-gesture. For the first time, a trace of genuine gravity settles into her features. So what? Do you honestly believe there's an ET waving at us from Alpha Centauri? I can read. Roman logic rejects conclusions without premises. The same holds true for actions. I don't believe this is an act of charity. Or isn't the message from beyond our corner of the universe did so out of necessity, not goodwill. If I were in their position, I would send it 1 second before the Earth exploded. I'd burn it all to ash before I let someone else get their hands on my fortune. I don't know what became of them, but I do know that one person inheriting that legacy isn't enough. I need more people to join the voyage. People who will take this knowledge and devote themselves to the unification war, to scientific advancement, to pioneering the stars. I thought this was going to be something dramatic. It's just a school. Did you really need me to come all this way? I should go look up a Pasha voice there. Did you really need me to come all this way down here for this? Money's not the issue. Just call my secretary later, the one I hired last week. Don't get the wrong person. Yeah, I feel like British accent works well for evil characters. You know? This kind of character. Cassandra sits with the air of a child who's has wearied of a game. Her expression shifts without another word. She makes way towards the door. Endless will be a crucible for the fortunate generation. Everyone who graduates from here must be prepared to build a new world. And also, should the worst come to pass, what would be the worst? She pauses at the door, resting her head on the handle. Dominic does not answer. Perhaps there's no answer to give. It's a feeling, something deeper than reason, heavier than fear. The same way a sharp, sudden ache glanced through Dominic's brow upon seeing the human neural waveform tucked in the trail end of the signal. As if someone somewhere impossibly far away had spent the last of their strength poured out in the very flesh and blood to press something forward across the void. You don't smoke, but you keep them anyway. Cassandra lets out a light laugh, flickering a meaningful glance toward the expensive cigarettes on the table. Oh, right. And the thing from last time, what was it? A Sephora prototype? I still don't understand it, but it looks interesting enough. Keep at it. I want to see the results by the end of the year. Cassandra pulls the door shut behind her, humming something off-key, and nods to her secretary. Foliage. What a pretty word. Lucia remembers the sunlight that day. It was too bright. So bright that when she stepped out of the exam hall, she had to lift a hand to shield her eyes. Late spring and the notice board is hemmed in by bodies. She doesn't fight her way through. She waits on the edges until the crowd thins, then steps forward to look. Comprehensive selection. Global Standards exam. Round 1 pass rate 4.3%. Her name is on the first page. 16 years old, she stares at her name on that first page and draws a long, slow breath. Something settles deep inside her, as though she's been preparing for this for a very long time. And now at last, the hours come to set out. She slides her earphones. Her steps a little quicker on the way home. 3 months later, on June 10th, she stands at the gates of FOS Military Command College. To be precise, the gates of FOS College, which also mark the entrance to Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. I can pronounce that. Yep. FOS is not built within any existing city. It's a super complex constructed by the world government near the equator. Constructed with 0-point engine as its heart and a mass driver track as its spine. The largest single edifice humanity has ever raised. From the ground, the platform gleams like a blade of silver-white steel thrust into the clouds. A track climbs the support tower in a single unwavering line, its far end dissolving into the blue of the atmosphere, through a bridge, as though a bridge truly exists, reaching from the earth to the heavens. The day Lucia arrives. Dawn 3 is already secured to the launch cradle of Bifrost. Following the directions of a terminal, the operating convocation site, she wanders instead to the observation deck overlooking the launch complex. God, this site design is so cool for her! The area is already packed. Different faces, different skin tones, different accents, but every one of them wears the same cadet uniform. Or selected through global standardized examination. Their ages range from 16 to 19, 420 in total. The inaugural class of FOS. Before her looms the immense silhouette of Dawn 3. Behind her, her peers buzz with nervous, excited chatter. Lucia glances down at the roster on a terminal, and studies her fellow cadets gathered around her on every side. It's like they were crammed its entire planet into one square. Who in their right mind owns an opening convocation like a launch site? And this whole look. The decor, these uniforms, this square. It's all so hopelessly terrible. Love to meet the genius who thought military chic meant zero taste. Room for my sister, I'd be filing a transfer request right now. Excuse me. As a member of this academy, I don't see how tearing it down in public can reflect well on you. I'd ask you to take back your remarks. Huh? And who are you exactly? Last I checked, my opinions didn't need your approval. Adelaide, Cadet Designation 004. As your peer, it's my responsibility to uphold the reputation and good order of our college. 004? Wow. 4th place, you've already appointed yourself full monitor. Cadet designations are not by grades. Oh, so there's even less to brag about. I'm not boasting, I'm correcting the record. We said earlier about also constitutes a violation. 10 Article 7 of the FOS Code of Conduct, defending the Academy's image or its facilities, is explicitly prohibited. Adelaide looks at Alpha. She does, but it's cool. I'd like a red. She also got like my She got my 2 black hairpins. She's got the same thing. Oh my god, a code of conduct sedation already. I bet your blasted parties. Do you even have friends? Why are you in a military college? Genuinely. My personal relationships have no bearing on this discussion. Please stay on topic. That's a no then. Lucia takes place at the rear of the formation, since she was assigned. Off far ahead, 2 students are arguing. The voice is loud enough to draw a small crowd. She glance over no more than a flicker, then looks back down to double check the roster in a terminal. Few people back here, then things are just fine. She slides in her earphones, leaning against the railing of the observation deck, and waits for the ceremony to begin. Crap, 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 I'm gonna be late. Thud. Something bows into her shoulders from behind, knocking her earphones clean off. Huh? Cute! Her body acts before her mind does, pivoting to soften the blow. She staggers forward half a step and spins around, catching only a blur. The glint of glasses, elusive hair, one flailing arm. It's a girl her age, pinching forward in a completely uncontrolled tumble. Ah! Lucia doesn't hesitate. Her hand moves up before thought, snapping out to catch the girl's forearm with precision and pulling it back. The girl's tumble stops mid-full, her body lurching with the leftover momentum. Her glasses slide all the way down her nose and drop. Huh? Ugh. She makes a frantic grab with her free hand and misses. She crouches down to retrieve them, bending too fast, nearly pitching over a second time. Lucia has to catch all over again. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was rushing around and wasn't looking where I was going. Are you okay? Oh, my lungs. I'm fine. Walk around with your head down, especially not in a crowd like this. No matter how much of a hurry you're in, you need to watch out for yourself. Ushio glances at the name tag pinned to the girl's chest. Instead of Prim's scholarly photo, the name reads, "So that's Joanne!" Slow down, you'll make it. Thank you. Lucia watches the girl vanish into the crowd, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Absently, she reaches up to touch her right ear, and it hits her. Her earphones are gone. Hey, excuse me? You dropped this. Your earbud. Us? To her left is... So that's... Okay, so I was right. I was somehow right. Not quite. So I'm guessing then... Chimera is Joanne. And Joanne recognizes Alpha. And us. From FOS. Nailed it. To her left is... I'm guessing now. They're probably going to confirm it later on, but I'm guessing that's the, thing. Just a student stands holding her missing earphones. Thank you. Lucia reaches out to take it, and their eyes meet. Huh? Lucia's hand pauses just for a split second. So briefly, the person likely never notices. A strange, inexplicable familiarity washes over her. Passes as quickly as it comes, like a gust of wind across water, like ripples dissolving before they can even form. She takes the earphones, suddenly self-conscious, and rushes to fill the silence. You're first class too. Yeah? My name is Lucia. She has no idea why she's introducing herself. This is not the sort of thing she ever does. I know. The student nods towards her chest. Lucia looks down and sees her cadet name tag, name printed clearly and facing outward. Dawns on her that her introduction was entirely unnecessary. The student doesn't laugh, but she catches the faintest twitch at the corner of the other's mouth. I was just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to stand, and then earphones came flying at my shoulder. I'm sorry. It's okay, good thing I caught it. Just then, the observation deck speakers crackle their life. A voice tests the microphone, cutting through the chatter. Sounds like they're getting started. Yep, thank you again for the earphone. The other student smiles, nods slightly, and glances down at the position over on the terminal, then pauses mid-step. Looking up, the student's gaze moves from Lucia to the formation marker on the ground below. Looks like I'm right next to you. Lucia glances down too. Their assigned spots are indeed side by side. What a coincidence. True. Just then, the speakers around them come alive, and the crowded students gradually fall silent. Lucia glances at the person beside her. I swear there's like something in my glasses. Oh well. Only now occurs to her that she never asked for a name, and she feels that she doesn't really need to. She'll know it eventually. Somehow that feels certain. Hello? Can everyone hear me? Cassandra's voice rips through the speakers, shrill as nails breaking down a chalkboard, yet laced with an unabashed, almost gleeful excitement. On top of the platform, a woman in a long, elegant dress climbs to temporary stage in high heels. A gust of wind pulls at her hem and her hair, laying bare the sleek mechanical framework of her right arm, which stirs a wave of hushed voices through the assembled students. What, nervous? Don't be. Standing before you today is none other than your trusty writer, talk show host, angel investor, and certified nutritionist. Yours truly, Madam Cassandra in the flesh. You think any other college would roll us out this kind of welcome? I think not. She pauses, clearly threatening applause, but none arrives. You kids are a tough crowd, aren't you? Alright then, let's get down to business. That big metal pillar behind you, that's Zone 3. Height 137 meters, taller than every single one of you laid flat and stacked on top of each other. And the price tag... but there's 420 students. Which means every student has to be, what, 33 centimeters tall? Am I going insane? Divided by 420 is 0.326. So every student is less than 33 centimeters tall. Oh wait, sorry. Laid flat and sent of each other. That's what I meant. Every student is 30 centimeters. Not like width, depth. Every student is less than 32 centimeters deep. And the price tag? I'm not telling. You'd lose sleep. You should last bubble up from the crowd. Cassandra's eyes flicker with pleasure, like a comedian who just located her audience. There we go. Sorry to worry you all, just stand there like it's a memorial service. This is a celebration. Darlings. Now, as of today, your FS is first class. Inaugural cohort, meaning you're the first students this college has ever had. No precedent, no handbook. No upperclassmen to ask which professors are easy graders. No old exams to panic study from. And no one to tell you if the cafeteria food is edible because the kitchen was only just finished last week. The conscious debate on transportation difficulties near the equator, can you imagine? But you knew all this when you applied. FS exists for one reason. To train the talent humanity needs for the voyage. Now where were each of you that ends up on that voyage? Police and mission control or the security booth in my private estate? That is entirely up to you. She flickers her hair over her shoulder and throws on a smile of utter indifference. So let me be clear. This campus is built, the funding is spent, and all of you already are here. It's dropping out, not happening. No refunds on tuition, which leaves you exactly one way to go. She gestures with her microphone towards the colossal structure rising behind her on Bifrost. Dawn 3 rests silently in its large cradle, and the engine nozzles catching the sunlight in a cold blue gleam. Upward, as if on cue, a gust sweeps through, setting the stage banner billowing in the wind. And because I'm feeling generous on your very first day, I've arranged a little something extra. She points back at Bifrost, tips of her metal fingers flashing in the sun. You, my dears, will be the first human beings to witness Dawn 3's full-thrust test firing in person. It's big, it's spectacular, it's breathtaking, and it costs an absolutely obscene amount of money. You think any other college would roll out this kind of welcome? I think not. I like her personality a lot, she's very funny. This time, real circles through the crowd. A gasp here, an eager slap on her friend's shoulder there. Joanne's face lifts among the sea of cadets, her bright eyes as beacons behind her lenses. Not far away, even Ophelia stands with her mouth wide open. Here's what comes next. Once Dawn 3 launches, it'll complete final assembly at the International Space Station. Then, near the moon, it begins its acceleration towards Alpha Centauri. 1/10,000th the speed of light. 3 years after that, it crosses the Kuiper belt and gradually accelerates to 1% of the light speed before reaching the Oort cloud. And yes, in case you're wondering, this is all coming out of my pocket, every last cent. It's a magnificent story, isn't it? Grand, dazzling, almost impossibly distant. But here's the part that matters. Starting today, every single one of you is the lead in that story. The responsibility that is already at your feet, whether you ask for it or not, and all humanity is counting on you to rise. Your voyage begins now, children. And that's a wrap on your trustee's speech. Scene! She retreats to the edge of the stage, leans against the railing, and fishes a lighter from her pocket. At last, she lights a cigarette. She's been holding off on this all this time. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you can't smoke here. Oh, I know. She lifts her gaze alongside the students, the amber in her hand still glowing, undimmed. British accent for Cassandra. You think I should like stick with the British accent? Okay. The launch site's broadcast system switches to the standard missions channel. A mechanical voice begins counting down overhead. Dawn 3 full thrust test sequence is now initiated. All observation points report safe distance. T-minus 120 seconds. Propellant loading complete. All valves entering standby. Thick white steam pours from the base of Bifrost launch cradle as liquid oxygen flashes through the feed lines into vapor. The World Deluge system is primed and ready. The great silver blade seems to draw a deep, shuddering breath. Lucia moves forward. An unconscious step. Her eyes lifted to the sky. T-minus 60 seconds. And control confirms engine pre-cool is complete. All systems go for an automatic countdown. Silence fills with the crowd without being asked. Gathered on the deck are over 400 young students, standing closer than ever before to one of the most powerful creations in human history. Different skin, different breath, different words. Yet now every face is turned upward toward a single shared direction. T-minus 30 seconds. Ignition sequence armed. Adelaide stands ramrod straight, eyes fixed and unwavering. Ophelia has, for once, begun to complain, her mouth hanging slightly open. Joanne clutches the hem of her uniform, the reflection of the launch pad shimmering in the lenses. Lucia stands at the very back of the formation, the wind brushing through her hair. Past row after row of classmates' heads, she takes in sight of Dawn 3. And then, for reasons she cannot quite name, her gaze drifts slower, landing on the back of someone's head in a row ahead. The person who picked up her earphones earlier had tilted back in quiet, steady wonder. T-minus 10 seconds. A few voices in the crowd begin to echo in the countdown. Soft and tentative as if afraid of disturbing something sacred. Then more join in, scattered and uneven at first, yet somehow weaving together into a single natural whole. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The world goes silent for a single suspended heartbeat. Then, light. Brighter than lightning, it erupts from Dawn 3's tail. The sound comes next. A shockwave that tears through the water curtain, through the concrete, through the chest of every living soul, vibrating their bones until they sing. The entire Bifrost trembles. The water curtain flashes into a rolling white fog. Thousands of tons of thrust slamming the column of fire into the flame trench. And the repeated air wraps around the orange-red plume like a river set on fire. Dawn 3 does not lift off. It's only a ground test, but the sound alone is enough to startle every bird for dozens of kilometers into panic flight. Enough to make every teenager gathered here feel it deep in its bones. Humanity has become a civilization that can reach for the stars. Lucia remains in the very back of the formation. Applause sweeps outward from somewhere ahead, rippling all the way to the edge of her vision. She's in the clap, her hands are to the sides, her face unreadable. She never looks away. Big goodbye frost pierces the clouds, aims straight at the heavens. A trail of grey exhaust still hangs in the sky like a forgotten brushstroke left behind in the canvas of blue. A strange feeling sails over her. As though something has changed beginning from this very moment. Standing with the over 400 strangers in the hot wind of a launch site, her ears still ringing, her heart still beating just a little faster than it should. She looks down at the name tag on her chest, and there's a small, nearly impossible to read in the glare of the sun. F-West Military Command College, first class. A faint curve touches the corner of Lucia's mouth. She believes that the path beginning here will carry her far, far into the distance. Hey, there we go. Lucia's going through a record box filled with keepsakes from every stage of her childhood. Her first drawing, her first crayon worn down to a stub. Report card from my first exam, this first scrapbook she ever made, and more. That set was just placed inside along with a notice from FOS College. Ah, okay. I'm gonna pause it here. I'm gonna pause it here. I need to go pee. It's also been like 6 hours as well. Hang on. That's kind of crazy. Oh. There we go. Hi, Wenchi. I'm pausing for now. I gotta go pee! Ah! I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know when to stream that. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna go run and go pee. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I gotta go pee, man. I'm gonna pee myself. Bye everyone! Yay! It's a really good. I'm loving this story so far, man. Sorry, I have to like it, but this chapter is really good. Yes, it's very good. I really enjoy reading it. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna run. Goodbye everyone. Time to go pee. Bye.